Well, welcome to Thomaston Place Auction Galleries Summer Grandeur Sale. This is the first time we've ever done 4 days, but we're very excited to have been chosen to sell the contents of Brooke Astor's wonderful summer home in Northeast Harbor. These were the furnishings. All these things are furnishings from the house that was put into the decor of the house years that she had this home, her summer retreat when she was out of New York. Today's sale features the personal collection of New York City's philanthropist and benefactor Brooke Astor of Northeast Harbor Home. For $6.5 million if you need a home. This home was her personal retreat and filled with country charm and the aesthetic of European and old countries. That's why there's such diversification of the things that are in the sale today. A great spread of not only periods but styles and so on and so forth. Years ago, the really wealthy Americans would take the things from their New York homes or apartments or Chicago or wherever they were from, and they would, even though they liked them, they wanted to update the city from their other homes and furnish their summer cottages here in Maine. So that's what we're going to see here today. Our auction is being offered today on 3 online platforms. We have our own site, which is Thomaston Live, which you're all familiar with, Live Auctioneers, and Invaluable. You'll hear me announce the winning bidder is online and the winning bidder's number when the lot is sold. We're having a reverberation. Can everybody hear everything on the sites, please? Next we have, so you'll hear me announce the online winning bidder number or on the floor or on the phone or absentee. There's four types of bidding here today. And remember, we will be closed Monday, the September 1st, so all items should be picked up and make appointments for Tuesday. Our buyer's premium is 25% for only online bidding. If you're sitting in the seats, you save 5%. If you are on the phone, you save 5%. If you leave an absentee bid, you save 5%. So all of you are all 5% ahead for the day that are sitting here and all the people on the phone. The next thing to tell you is if you bid on Live Auctioneers, Thomaston Live or Invaluable, the invoices will be sent from them and you must pay through their bidding site. Please look for your invoice and check your spam folder if you have not received your invoice. And now the one thing I wanted to say before we go any further is I want to thank the amazing, my wife, Callie, and I, thank you for coming today, and all of our staff, who are amazing staff that we have, all 20-something of them, and all the other people that help us through the sales, the people that do the phones, the people that do moving stuff around, the runners, and everybody else. So thank you all. We could not do this without all these people to help us run these big sales. So we run the auction in accordance with we run the auction as sold all items as items may be included reserves. Applicable sales tax will be applied to your invoice if necessary. There are no auctioneer consignor bidding. UCC Code Title 11, Section 2.328 applies to this auction. A special auction coming up, a very special auction. We have been chosen by the Dubois family. Our next specialty sale is on September 19th, very close to this sale, but a very exciting sale. We extracted 400 units out of this house. The Larry and Jean Dubois estate is the Americana collection. There's everything you can imagine. There's decoy collections, basket collections, redware, pottery, stoneware, hooked rugs, numerous wonderful things, paintings, Native American things, and it should be a real fun sale on the 19th, starting at 11 o'clock in the morning until everything has been sold for that estate. This will be followed by a fall feature, Autumn Majestic, November 7th, 8th, and 9th. That sale will include items from the Doris Buffett estate and many more treasures from several other major families. For respect to all, please silence your phone before we start today's auction. And Jen, did I cover everything? Does anybody have any questions before we begin the game? And it is a game. There'll be some winners and some losers. Keep your card up and you'll be a winner. And off we go. Sell this stuff because the diversification is so fun. And the first item we are selling is the vintage train case by Mark Cross that has her initials on the front of it. And what's your pleasure on this? 175 I have, and 200, 200 wear, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, and 275. I have 250 and 275, 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300 on her personal train case. I have 275 and 300 anymore. All in, all done at 275 and 300, 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 325 and 3 1/2 and 75 now. I have 350 and 75. Because we only have 283 lots today, 375 and 400, I'm going to go take it a lot slower. I have 375 and 400, no pressure today, only the rest of the week. I have 375 and now 400. I have 375 once, 375 twice, and 400 on Brooks' personal train case by Mark Cross. At 375 is 400 I have with Carol, now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. We all in, all done at $400. 4 1/4 with Sylvia, and now 4 1/2. Quickly, I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 425 and looking for 450. Is there any advance of 425 before I drop the hammer? Once, twice. It's sold for 425. Next, this, I love this thing. So this, by the way, one of the great things about a lot of these things, if you buy them, they have on the back, they have notes of where they go. She's very specific of where things go. This was on the right side of my desk, this was on the left side of the thing in the maid's room, and this was in the hallway, and so on and so forth. So today I can tell you, and I'll try to, if I remember, I'll tell you where every single thing we found, because I personally dug out all the stuff with Darren, one of my assistants, and a guy that's learning the trade with us. The train case I found in the closet upstairs in the guest bedroom. This was in the master living room, the big living room, on a table. And what I like about it, it says, "All I want to be is Mrs. Astor's dog." It's a wonderful little picture in a solid bird's eye maple frame, and one of her treasures, I'm sure. Does this say where it was? Oh yeah, on the desk. On the back of this, it says, "On desk, set up to the left side." So it has a grosgrain silk back on this too, by the way. Anyway, nothing but first class for this stuff. And what's your pleasure on this? $650 I have in 700. I have $650 in that wonderful little dog. It's $650 and 700. At 700 I have, and now 750. I have 700, now 750. I have 750 online, of course. You couldn't get anything more personal than her 800 I have with Carol, now 850. I have 850 on the phone, now a 900. I have 850, now 900. That sweet little dog, 900 I have, and now 950. One of her prized possessions. I have 950 on the phone, now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000 I have with Carol, now 1,100. I have 1,100 with Carol, now 1,200. I have 12 and now 13. I have 1,200, little dog, 13 with Carol, all the way with Carol now, and 1,400. 14, now 15. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,400, now 15 with Carol, all the way, and now 1,600. 16, now 17. I have 1,600 with Carol, now 1,700. I have 1,600, 17 with Carol, all the way. She's got 2 players, 18 and now 19. I have 1,800 with Carol, now 1,900. 1,900 with Carol, all the way, and now 2,000. 2,000 with Carol, and still going. I have 2,000, now 2,100 would be next. I have 2,100 with Carol, now 22. 22 and 23. You couldn't get anything more personal than this. 22 and 23. I have 2,200 once. 2,300 with Carol, still all the way with Carol, now 24, 2,400, and she's got 2 strong players, 25, and now 2,750 would have to be next. I have 2,750 and now 3,000. I have 2,750, now 3,000 if you'd like it. 3,000 I have, and now 32 and a half. I have 32 and a half and 35. This is my favorite thing of the whole set. Of course, 3,500, now 3,750. 3,750 and 4,000. I have 3,750 and 4,000. I have 4,000 I have, and 42 and a half. 42 and a half and now 4,500. I have 42 and a half and now 45. I have 4,500 with Carol, now 4,750. 4,750 and 5,000. And 5,000, nice round number. I have 4,750 once, 4,750 twice. Anyone for 5,000 on the little dog, We all in, all done. There's not another one like it, and none of these things you'll ever see again belonging to her. These are the last of the goods. I have 4750 with Carol. Once, twice, anyone for 5,000. 5,000 and time. And now 5,500. 5,500 with Carol. And 6,000. I have 5,500, now 6,000. Look at that sweet face on that dog. It reminds me of my little dog I used to have. I have 5,500, now 6,000. 5,500 once, 5,500 twice. Any more? Oh, 5,500 Carol. Next we have, this is a very fine, unusual piece with a presentation, and it has inside here, it has the key, by the way, has all documents, by the way, and it has all these coins that were given out to the people that were at the christening of this ship, because it's red, white, and blue silk wrapped with a broken champagne bottle inside, which is how they do it. And on that right there, this was done by by Brooke. Mahogany case with brass labels, champagne bottle taken across the bow of the Aegis guided missile destroyer Russell. DDG 59 in 1993. What's your pleasure on that rare, one-of-a-kind item? 70 I have, and now 80. 80, and now 90. 90, now 100. 100, now quarter. I have 100, now one a quarter. I heard Carol, one a quarter, one half. This is important. 150, 175. I have 175 and 200. There's important historical 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 250 and 275. I have 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3, and there's rare historical. 300 I have with Sylvia. 3 and a quarter with Carol, and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half at 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter on this piece, and 3 and a half if you'd like it. 3 and a half and 375. I have 350 and 375 with Carol, now 400 on one-of-a-kind piece. I have 375 and 400 on this naval history piece. I have 375 with Carol once, 375 with Carol twice. Anyone for 400? 400 I have, and now 4 and a quarter. I have 4 and a quarter with Carol, now 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, now 4 and a half. I have 420, 450 is on the floor, and now 475. An important historical piece. 475 and 500 now. I have 475 and 500. You have 500 I have on the floor, now 550. I have 500 and 550 I have, and 600, ma'am. I have 550. Is it a yes? That's a yes. Yes, yes. Thank you, darling. I have 650 I have, and now 700. And yes, and 750, and 750, and 750, 800. It only hurts for a minute, darling. 800 I have, and 850. I have 800 on the floor, 850 with Carol online, and now 900, and now 900. 1,000. That's where I bid too. I have 1,000, now 1,100. I thought it would scare him away. It didn't do it. I have 1,100 with Carol, now 12. 1,200 on the floor, now 1,300. I have 1,200 and 1,300 and 1,400. You'll have the only one in America. 1,400. Yes, 1,400. It's true. I have 1,500 and 1,600. I have 1,500. Thank you for your help, though. Give her a sody. I have 1,500, now 1,600. I have 1,500 online with Carol, now 1,600. This rare, one-of-a-kind naval piece right here. Any more? So, 1,500, Carol. You gave it the college try. Thank you. Now we have the boat. Now we have the boat. So the bottle was broken over the nose of this boat right here. Presentation plaque, DDGS 59, U.S. Navy, Russell, christened October 23rd, 1993, by Miss Brooke Astor. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. I have 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. This is the boat. That the 1 and a half and 175. I have 150 and 175, of course, and 200. 175 and 2. 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. If you have the bottle, you need the boat. I have 2 and a half and 275. At 250, now 275. I have 250, now 275. Any more? At 250 and 275. 275 and 300. At 300. I have 300 I have, and now 3 and a quarter. I have 300, now 3 and a quarter. These are rare, one-of-a-kind items. I have 300, now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 once, 300 twice. Anyone for 3 and a quarter on this very rare model that was given to Brooke Astor for christening the boat. I have 300, now 3 and a quarter. Last call, once, twice, and it is 300. Got it. Sylvia? Live auctioneers, 300. Here we go next. A lot of action on this. This is a very important boat. This is a original painting by Warden Wood, New York, Massachusetts, 1880-1943, of the M.Y. Normathal portrait of the private yacht of Vincent Astor, gouache on board, and it's signed and dated, and it is, the yacht was 263 feet long and 1,969 tons. And it tells the designer and everything else. And on this piece right here in mint condition, this was hanging in the study. What's your pleasure in this piece? 5,500. I have 6,000. I have, and 65 all over the place. 7,000 here, and 75, and 8,000. No, I have 75 with Carol, and now 8,000. I have 7,500, now 8,000 with that fabulous boat. Original gouache, 8,000 I have, and now 8,500. I have 8,000, now 8,500. The historical boat. 8,500 with Carol, now 9,000. I have 8,500, now 9,000 I have, and 95 if you really want it. 9,500 and 10,000 now. I have 9,500, now 10,000. 10,000 with Carol, now 11,000. I have 11,000 and 12,000. I have 11,000, now 12. 11,000 and 12,000, that wonderful boat. I have 11,000 once, 11,000 twice, and 12,000 with Carol, now 13,000 if you would like it. 13 I have, and 14. I have 13,000 and 14,000. I have 13,000 and 14 if you want it. I have 13,000 once, 13,000 twice, and anyone for 14,000 with Carol, and now 15,000. 15,000, I have now 16,000. I have 15,000, now 16. I have 15,000 and 16. It's the only one like it. I have 15,000 once, 15,000 twice, and for 16,000. Are we all in, all done? At 15, 16 in time with Carol. 17 with Carol. Keep it going, Carol. Good work. I have 18,000 and now 19,000. I have 18,000, now 19,000 if you'd like it. I have 18,000 once, 18,000 twice, and we're going to hammer it down. 19 in time, and now 20,000. I have 19,000, now 20,000 with Carol, now 21,000 would be nice. I have 20,000, now 21,000. I have 20,000 and 21,000 if you'd like it. At 20,000 once, at 20,000 twice. Are we all in, all done? At 20,000 now on the boat. 21,000 just in time. 21,000 on 22,000 on Vincent Astor's boat. 22,000 and 23,000. Again, historically important. 22,000 once, 22,000 twice, and going to hammer it down. Any more? Once, twice, and we good? 22,000. Carol, congratulations. Look at this piece. Talk about something that's rare. This was a silkwork picture of Mr. Astor's motor yacht. It's one thing to paint it. It's another thing. Commissioned by William Vincent Astor in 1928. And let's see, the yacht was later used as a gunboat in the U.S. Coast Guard during World War II. But look at the quality of this stitch work. It's unbelievable. This is all stump work on silk with silk thread of his boat with an eglossime painted matte and a 24 karat gold or 22 karat gold frame. What's your pleasure on this one? 2,100 I have, and 22 and 23 and 24. I have 23 and 24, 24, 24, 25, 25, 3,000 on the floor, now 3,500. I have 3,250, 3,500, now 3,750, 3,750, 4,000 on the floor, and 42 and a half. And 45 is on the floor, and 4750, 5,000 on the floor, now 5,500. I have 5,500 with Carol, now 6,000. I have 5,500 with Carol, and 6,000. I have 5,500 and 6,000. Be nice to keep it with the other boat. 6,000, of course, now 6,500. I have 6,000, now 6,500. I have 6,000. Look at the talent to make this. It's amazing. I have 6,500, Carol, now 7,000. I have 6,500 and 7,000. Hey, Em. I have 6,500, now 7,000. 7,000 with Carol, and 7,500. The only one like this in the world. I have 7,000, now 7,500. I have 7,000 and 7,500, 7,500 and 8,000. I have 7,500 and 8,000, this wonderful piece of silk work. I have 7,500 once, 8,000 in time, and now 8,500 if you'd like it. 8,500 with Carol all the way again, and now 9,000. I have 8,500 and 9,000, this extreme rarity belonging to the Astors. I have 9,000 I have, and now 9,500. I have 9,500 and 10,000 if you want it. I have 9,500, now 10,000. I have 9,500 and 10,000, nice round number. I have 9,500 once, 10,000 in time, and now 11. I have 11,000 and 12. I have 11,000 and 12,000. I have 11,000, now 12. 11,000 and 12 if you'd like it. 11,000 once, 11,000 twice, and even for $12,000, this beautiful silkwork picture. We all in, all done, 11,000. We are, 11,000. Carol, they got them both. No, look at this. Look at this. Beautiful. This was hanging, let me see. We walked in the main entrance. It was hanging over the door going into the big family room on the right side of the house, first floor. And on this right here, what's your pleasure on this one? 1,300. 4,500. Carol's not fooling around. I have 4,500 and now 5,000. I have 4,500 now 5,000. 5,000 on the phone and 5,500. I have 5,000 of 5,500. They're a great Bellamy Eagle. I have 5,000 of 5,500. I have 5,000 of 5,500. Years ago, we sold a little one like this that said Merry Christmas for 125,000. I have 5,000. No kidding. And then we sold New Year's for 120,000. I have 5,000. 5,000 with Paige and looking for 5,500. I have 5,000 once, 5,000 twice, went for 5,500. We all good? Paige, phone, 5,000. 398. 398 buys 5,000. Next we have another wonderful picture. Look at this right here. This was hanging in the, let me see, this was hanging in the study. And on that right, this is Admiral Thomas Davidson, United Kingdom, 1842 to 1919. Admiral Lord Nelson with Captain Hardy on the quarterdeck of Victory during the chase of the West Indies. What's your pleasure in this rare picture right here? 850, I have a 900. And 900, I have a now 950. I have 900 on the phone, now 950. 950 is on the floor, now 1,000. I have 950 and now 1,000. 1,000 I have, 11's on the floor and 12 now. 11 on the floor and need 12. It's a rare paint, 1,200 I have, and now 1,300 should be everywhere. 14 on the floor, now 1,500, and now 1,500. I have 15 I have, and now 16. I have 1,500, now 1,600. I have 1,500 and 1,600, they're rare painting. At 1,500 and 16 anymore, all in, all done. At 1,500 and 16, back in, and now 17. Back in, now 1,700. I have 17, of course, now 1,800. A little under the money on this one, I think. I have 17, now 1,800. At 1,700 once, 70, none of this stuff is reserved. And 1,800 anymore? All in, all done, 1,700. You got it. 394, 1,700. Uh-oh. Hey, Jen? Why won't this go? It was going along so beautifully. As you can see, I'm a dinosaur when it comes to this stuff. And I like it that way. That's why we have 20-something employees, because they're all smarter than I am. Next we have, here's a very rare piece. This was in the dining room. This was in the dining room hanging on the wall, a rare toll-painted tin tray. But what makes it rare is it's painted by the famous American artist Xanthus Russell Smith of the American black ball ship Albion. Initialed and dated and signed lower right. And on that rare piece right there, what's your pleasure in that? 500, of course, and 550, 550, 600, 600, 650, 700, 700, 750, 800, 850, 850, 900, 900, and now 1,000. I have 900, now 1,000 if you'd like it. I have 950, now 1,000 on this rare piece. He's a famous artist. I have 950, now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000 if you'd like it at 9,000, now 50. I have 900, now 950. And 900, now 950, thank you, now 1,000. I have 950 with Emily, now 1,000 if you'd like it. A 950, now 1,000, and 950 once, and 950 twice. Anywhere for $1,000, that rare painting on a tin tray. Any more? This was in the study. Any more? It's 950. Next we have a lovely painting right here. This is an original watercolor. And this is Fishing Boats in Dry Dock by Grant Miles Simon, Pennsylvania, 1887 to 1967. It's a watercolor on Asher's paper. And this was inscribed on the back, this belongs in the blue bathroom in the Northeast Harbor House. And what's your pleasure on this one? 500. I have 500 on the floor. I heard him first. And 550, 600, sir. 600 on the floor, 650, 700, sir. 750, 750, 800, sir. 850. It's on the floor at 800. On the floor, seated in front of me at 800, 850, 900, sir, 900 on the floor, and now 950, a beautiful painting. I have 900, now 950, on the floor and selling. Once, 950, a new gentleman, 950, and 1,000, sir, and 1,100, sir. 1,100 with that gentleman, and 1,200 here, and 13 now. I have 1,200 on the floor in front of me. At 1,200, now 1,300. 1,300, he's back in. And 14, would you like? Yes. 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,400 with the gentleman seated, right? I have 1,400 more. 1,500, he's back in. At 1,600, he's back in. And now 1,700. 1,700, and now 1,800. Two gentlemen battling it out. 1,800, now 1,900. I have 1,800 once, 1,800 twice, and for 1,900, it's down to 1,900, he's back in, and 2,000 if you like it. You're done? I have 1,900 with this gentleman on the left. Thank you for your help, though. I have 1,900 once, 1,900 twice, and for 2,000, we all in, all done. On 1,800? Yes, sir. 1,900 is 62. 62 is the buyer on that one. Next, we have another nice piece right here. Look at this one. This, say what this one was? This goes in the bed. Oh, this is the directions for where it goes in 1986. It's on the back. And on this right here, the print arrival of the transatlantic cable in 1866, Newfoundland, July 27th, 1866. And on that piece right there, it says on the back, inscribed, Red Room, 1986, over the nightstand between the beds. So now we know where it was. What's your pleasure? What's your pleasure on this one? 475 and 500, 500, 500 I have, and 550 and 600. I have 550 with Carol online and 600. I have 550 now, 600. I have 550, a beautiful print. At 600 I have with Emily and 650. I have 600 now, 6.5. I have 600 now, 6.5 and 600, 6.5. I have 600, 6.5 on the phone, now 700. I have 650 now, 700, that lovely print. I have 650 now, 700, beautiful hand-colored engraving. I have 650 now, 700, 700 I have, and 750. I have 700 now, 750. 750 is on the phone, and 800 if you'd like it. I have 750 now, 8. At 800 I have now 8.5. It's a rare image. I have 800 now, 8.5. I have 800 now, 8.5. At 800, 8.5 anymore? 800 once, 800 twice. It's 8.5 on the phone with Paige, and now 900. I have 8.5 and now 9. There's seats down front there if you want. I have 850 now 900. I have 850 now 900, 850 now 9. I have 850 now 900, 850 now 900. Any more? All in all done. 900 I have with Emily, and now 950. I have 900 now 950 if you'd like it. 950 is on the phone, and 1,000, nice round number. I have 950 on the phone with Paige, and 1,000 if you'd like it. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100. 1,000 with Emily on the phone and live auctioneers. Are we all in, all done? The phone is out. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. You went for 1,100. 1,000, Emily. Nice to have you back, Em. Next, we have another rare marine print. This is the 19th century marine print, the SS Europe, pioneer ship of the Black Ball Line in America, hand-colored lithograph. The original painting was by Samuel Walters, the most famous of the British painters in 1833. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4. Just needs the glass washed. And on this one, any notes on the back of this one? What do we have? 1.5 and now 175 on that lovely print. At 150 now 175, of course, and 200. These are all period prints. 175 and now 2. At 175, 200 I have. This was in the study also. 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I'm going to sell at 2 1/4 and 2.5. I have 2 1/4 and 2.5 with Emily now at 2 1/4 on live auctioneers. 2.5 with Carol. And now 275. I have 275 with Emily on live auctioneers and 300 if you want it. I have 275 and now 300. I have 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 with Carol now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 with Emily and 3.5 if you'd like it. I have 3 1/4, 3.5, and 3 1/4, 3.5. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 3.5. All in, all done. A live auctioneers with 325 and it's going, it's gone. 325, Emily. On this piece right here, oh my God, look how many people. There's 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. All right, you guys ready on the phones? Okay, here we go. On this right here, this was in the, let me see, walked in. This is on the right side of the library floor. View of New York Harbor, full of tall ships with the 2 dates, 1776 and 1976. So it's not any newer than 1976 and not any older than 1976. It's a panorama of the city of Brooklyn, Statue of Liberty, Twin Towers, figuring prominently at the center, initial CM. We don't know who CM was. Must have been one of the friends of the family. And what's your pleasure in this? 1,300 to open, now 1,400. 14, and now 15. 15 is 16, and 16. 16 is 17. 17 and 18, and 18. I was 18, and now 19. 19 and 2,000, and 2,000. 2,000 I have, and 2,100. 21 and 22, and 22. 2,122. 22. 23 with Carol, now 2,400. At 2,300 online, now 24 if you want it. At 2,300 once, at 2,300 twice, anyone for 2,400 on the New York 24. Someone too late. Carol's got in someone new at 2,400. Now we need 2,500. I have 2,400 now 25. I have 2,400 now 2,500 if you want it. At 2,400 once, 2,400 twice. Anyone for 2,500. Last 2,500 with Carol. Carol's got 2 players again at 2,500, now 2,750. At 2,500 and 2,750 on the hooked rug. At 2,500 once, 2,750 with Carol, and 3,000 now. At 2,750 and 3,000. At 3,000 with Carol all the way now. She has 2 strong players at 2,750 and 3,000. 3,000 I have, and 32 and a half. At 3,000 and 32 and a half, we know those are gone now, sadly. I have 3,000, now 32 and a half. At 3,000 once, at 3,000 twice, and with the 32 and a half. With Carol all the way at 3,000. We good? Carol, 3,000. Oh, I love this. Look at this sweet little picture. This was hanging in her study. George Vernon Stokes, a United Kingdom UK artist, 1873 to 1954. 3 puppies and a cat cavort on a sofa. And on that right there, I think the cat is probably going to get the best of those puppies. And it has a French-ruled mat and inscribed over the, oh, no, sorry, this was in her bedroom. This is over the right side of the bed, it says on it. But look at the quality of this gouache. So you see all the charcoal and pencil understudies. I have a cat that looks just like that. And her 3 dogs. This is of her animals, by the way. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that one? 500 I have, and now 550, 550, 600, 600. I have how much? 650, 700 over here, 750, 750, 800. I have 750, 800. I have 750 and 800. I love the original drawing. And 800? Is that a yes? Is that a yes? 800, 850. I have 800 on the phone. I have 800 on the phone, now 8.5. 8.5, thank you, and now 900. I have 850, 900, 950, sir. 900, that's a great picture. At only 900 and 950. If there's a painting that should bring money today, it should be that one. I have 900, now 950, a sweet little picture. I have 900 once, 950 here, and now 1,000. I have you at 950, and now 1,000 if you'd like it. 1,000 here, 1,100 there, and 1,200 is one of my favorite things, that and the other dogs. I have 1,100 on the floor, now 12. 11 once, 11 twice. We all in, all done. It's on you, 1,100 on the floor, and 1,200. Any more? Any more? Once, twice, and 1,100 to 49. Nice choice. 1,100 to 49. That's a nice choice. You noticed I lotted the sale, took hours to do. So when we go to the house, explain how this works. So the family calls us and they said, would you come up to the house? We want you to look through and see if there's things you could handle. So we go up the house. Darren and I went up to the house. It was freezing cold in the winter, no heat, no bathrooms, no food. So with me, no food, not a starter. Anyway, we go to the house, and one of the heirs is there and lets us in, and we walk through, and I said, well, we can sell just about everything here if you'd like. And so Darren and I spent 5 hours in the cold lotting, numbering, and writing up the first stuff. And after the second time we went, still no heat. The third time we went, it just started to warm up, so we were a little happier. We also found a place on the way that we could find food. And anyway, when I started to lot this stuff, I thought it'd be interesting, because she loved the animals so much, especially her dogs, that I would lot the animal stuff first. And so that's why you're seeing a lot of animal and dog stuff at the beginning of the sale. Painted fire screens of Spaniels by Don Andres. And what's your pleasure on that? 1.25, 2.25, 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5, 2.5 and 75, and 275 and 300, 3.25. At 300, 3.25, 3.5, and 375. At 350, now 375. It's signed by the artist, 400. And this was standing up in front of the fireplace in the dining room, 4.25 and 4.5 and 475, 475 and 500. I have 475 and 500. 500 I have, and 5.25. 550 rather. I have 500, need 550 next. 550 I have on the phone, and 600. I have 550 and 600 I have, and 650. 600, now 650. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 700 I have, and now 750. I have 700, 750 with Sylvia on the phone, now 800. I have 750, now 800. I have 800 I have, and now 8.5. I have 800, now 8.5, at 800, 8.5. 8.5 and now 900. I have 8.5 and now 9. At 8.5 and now 900, 900. I have 900 with Sylvia. I saw her first. 900 now 950. I have 900 now 950. It's on the phone at 900, 950 if you want it. 950 online now 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000. 1,000 I have with Sylvia now 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100 on the fireboard. 11 and 12. 11 and 12, 11 and 12. 1,100, 1,200 if you want it. 1,200. Emily's got 2 players now. Watch out. I have 1,200 now 13. I have 1,200 now 13 and 12 and 13 anymore. Last got 13 on the phone with Sylvia and now 1,400. I have 1,300 now 14 online with Emily and now 1,500. I have 1,400. Remember, there's only one of all of these things belonging to this lady. 1,500 and 1,600. I have 1,500 and 1,600. I have 1,500 and 1,600. 16 I have now 17. It was in front of the fireplace in the dining room. I have 1,600 now 1,700. I have 1,600 once. I have 1,600 twice. Anyone for 1,700 on the little spaniel fireboard. Any more? With Emily at 1,600. We all good? Emily, 1,600. And another little dog. This was in, let's see, this was by the fireplace in the study, I believe. And on the King Charles Spaniel, this is what they call a dummy board. And why the British started that, they would these paintings and cut them out in shapes, and they would put them in front of the fireplaces when they weren't using the fireplace, just as a decorative ornament, so you know. On the back of this, it says, hand-painted oil on wood by Henry Bacon, after the original by William Barrard. The dummy board it was sold by the Chelsea House. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that sweet little boy?
275.
How much, yeah? I can't hear. 2.25. I have 2.5 and 275. I have 250 now 275. I have 250 and 275. Any more? All in, all done at 250 and 275. We all good at 250 and 275. Any more? Once, twice, and who got it? Carol, 250. 250 online bidder. All right, let's see what else we have here. It's going to be fun stuff all day, so. Jen, this did it again. I don't know what's going on here. It keeps going to this sheet right here.
Just hit escape.
Oh, hit escape, okay.
Just hit that again.
There we go. Oh, yeah, a lot of interest in this. So this was in front of the sofa in front of the windows in the library. And this one here is interesting because, again, it has a hand-painted spaniel on it. But what's interesting is these custom bases were made by one company in Connecticut throughout this, up until the 60s, I believe. And if I remember right, the bases alone were like $800 to have made back then. Is there anything on the back of this? Oh, yes, it has an old label. Oh, it also has the artist's name on the back that painted it. We like that. And on that, what's your pleasure on the toll-painted tray on stand coffee table right there with the spaniel dog. And it's also signed by D. Maillard. And what's your pleasure on this? 550 I have, and now 600. I have 550 and 600 at 550 and 600 on that coffee table. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 only and 600 and 650. 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, that lovely little table. I have 600, now 650. 700 I have, and now 750 with Carol, now 800. I have 750 with Carol, now 800. At 750 and 800, at 750 and 800. Lovely little stand. It used to sit in front of the sofa. 800 I have, and 8.5. At 800, now 8.5, at 800, 8.5. Ladies, there's some seats over here if you'd like. I have 800, now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5, at 800, 8.5 anymore. All in, all done at $800. Once, twice, anyone for $850 on the little coffee table with the spaniel. Any more? It's $800. Live auctioneers. Oh, this is wonderful. So this is we had this made when we sold the original of this a few years ago. We had this made for them. The original painting we sold for thousands and thousands of dollars. But anyway, this is a framed giclée print of the British sporting oil painting by Frederick Herring. And on that right there, what is your pleasure on this? 850 I have, and now 900 I have, and now 950. 950, now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000. I have 900, what do we have here? 900? 900, now 950 with Carol, now 1,000. I have 950 with Carol, now 1,000. I have 950 once, 950 twice, in for $1,000 on that lovely dog picture. I have 950 anymore, all in, all done at 950. We are Carol, 950. Oh yes, everybody wants this guy. All right, this was upstairs in the back bedroom. Victorian raised woolwork dog picture, 19th century textile in raised woolwork and needlepoint, depicting a recumbent borzoi, we believe, with a fancy collar resting atop a rug. And on that right there, what is your you got all the phones? 3 phones? 3. Yep. And what is your pleasure on that? 275 and 300. 300 I have, and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 3.5. I 3 1/4 with Carol, need 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Too late. 3 1/2 with Carol, and 375. I 3 1/2 now 375 with Carol, now 400. I 374. I have 400. I saw Kayla first. Now 4 1/4. 4 1/4. 4 1/2. One of you. I have 4 1/4 now 4 1/2. 4 1/2 with Kayla, and 475. I 450 now 475. I 475 with Carol, and 500 I have on the phone with Kayla, now 550. I have 500 now 550. I have 550 with 600 on the phone with Kayla, and now 650. I have 600 on the 650 with Carol, and 700 if you'd like it. I have 700 on the phone with Kayla, and 750. I have 700 now 750. 800 back to the phone. I have 750 online, now 800. I have 800 on the phone, now 8 1/2. At 800, now 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2 with Carol, and now 900. And now 900 back to the phone. I have 850 with Carol online, and now 9. 850 once, 850 twice, in for 900. That lovely woolwork dog picture at 850. Any more? Once, twice, and Carol, 850. I don't know why it keeps doing this. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, these were in the, let's see, there were 2. Yeah, these were in the living room, the library, sitting on the sofa in front of that dog coffee table we just sold. Spaniels reclining in their beds, royal fashion, one marked sailor, and on those right there, what's your pleasure on the little dog cushions and needlepoint? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 75. 75, 400. 400 now. I have 400 with Emily, and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. 4 1/4 with Emily, and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2 with Emily all the way now, and 475. 75 and 500. 500 and 550. I have 500 now, 550 on the 2 cushions or pillows. I have 500 now, 550. 500 once, 550, 600. I have 550 now, 600, 600, 650. They're getting more comfortable by the minute. 650 and 700. The more you pay, the more comfortable they'll be. 700 I have, and 750. I have 700 now, 750. I have 750, 800 on the 2 dogs. 800, 850. I have 800 now, 850. At 800 now, 850, and 800 now, 850. 8 1/2 and now 900. I have 850, 900 now, 950. I have 900 now, 9 1/2, and now 1,000. And now 1,000. 1,000 I have. It's only $500 per cushion. I have 1,000 now, 1,100. I have 1,100 now, and 1,200. 12 and now 13. 2 players all the way. I have 1,200 now, 1,300. I have 1,200, 13 now, 1,400. I have 1,300, 14 now, 15. I have 1,400 now, 1,500. I have 1,400 once, 1,400 twice, and went for 1,500s with Emily all the way. 2 players. Any more than 1,400? Anyone else? Once, twice, and 15 in time with Emily. And now 16 go. 16. I have 1,600 on the 2 pillows with the dogs. I have 1,600 now, 1,700. I have 1,600 now, 1,700. Any more? All in, all done. It's 1,600 once, 1,600 twice, and they're gonna go, and they're gone. Emily, 1,600. Wonderful treasures from that home. And next we have another needlepoint of a spaniel in frame, 19th century. Needlepoint embroidered depicting a spaniel dog resting on a tassel cushion from Brooke Astor's home again. This one's in the same room as the little dog done in the woolwork. What's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 I have, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 on the little dog. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 300 if you'd like it. I have 275 and 3. At 275 and 3. Any more? All in, all done at 275 on the little spaniel. At 275 and selling. 300 in time and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 with Carol and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2 and 75. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 375 and 75 and 400 now. I 375 and 4. 400 I have and 4 1/4. It's 16 1/2 by 18 inches overall with the frame. What do we have? 4 1/4? 400 I have 4 1/4 with Emily and now 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 with Carol for 75. I have 450 and 475. At 450 and 75 anymore? All in, all done at 450, 475. Once, twice, and it's gone. 450. Carol gets that one. On 450 online. Oh, this is a lovely little 19th century silhouette of 2 small dogs. It looks like a Pekingese and maybe an English bulldog with a great collar. Standoff between a Pekingese and a French bulldog. Oh, it says it right here. India ink on paper and signed Teppening. Teppening, and overall size is 6 by 8 inches. And you've got a whole bunch of bids on that. What's your pleasure on this one? 750 and now 800. I have 750, now 800. 800 on the phone with Kayla, now 8 1/2. I have 800, now 8 1/2 on this vintage piece. I have 800, now 8 1/2. 8 1/2 with Carol, now 900. I have 8 1/2 and now 9. 900 on the phone with Kayla, and now 950. I have 900, now 950. I have 900, now 950. I have 900, now 950 anymore. Last call. 900 once, 900 twice. Is it with you, Kayla? It's on the phone with Kayla at 900. Make no mistake. The little silhouette's going 950 in time, and now 1,000. At 950, now 1,000. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. With Kayla at 1,000, now 1,100. Hey, 1,000, now 1,100. 1,000, now 1,100. I thought we need more chairs, guys, if you have some. I have not, what do we have, 1,000 with you, Kayla? 1,000 with Kayla, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, and you went for 1,100. There's 2 seats over there, too. I have 1,000 once, twice, in for $1,100 on the little silhouette of the 2 dogs. Any more? Kayla, you got it, 1,000. 432. Congratulations on that. We're going to run out of dog stuff eventually. But I'd say the dogs are doing pretty well so far. Look at this one. And on this right here, this is a Saint Clement French Majolica Poodle Pinscher right here, circa 1890. Carol did a great job cataloging these. Carol, you cataloged this, didn't you, dear? Yeah. And of a begging poodle. And on that little guy right there, he is 12 inches high. And on that little poodle, let me just see if he's all good. Just double checking. Yep, he's all good. So if you want to have fun pouring stuff, this is it. What's your pleasure in him? How much, yeah? 250 I have and 275. I have 250, 270. How much? 300 I have on the phone, and now 3 1/4. I have 300, now 3 1/4. I have 300, now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 with Emily, now 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, now 350 it on the phone with Jamie, and now 375. I have 350, now 375. It's with Jamie at 350 and 375. 375 with Emily back on the live auctioneers, and now 400. Jamie, need 400 if you want it. I have 375. 400 with Jamie on the phone, now 4 1/4. I have 400, now 4 1/4. I have 400, now 4 1/4, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Thanks, Chris. I have 4 1/4 with Carol now 4 1/2 if you want it. It's with Carol at 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 once, 4 1/4 twice. And for 450, we all in all 450 with Carol. She's back in. And now 475. I have 450, now 475. I have 450, now 475. 75 with Carol and 500 on the little poodle. I have 475 and 5. I have 475 and 500. I have 475 and 5 anymore. Last call. 475 once, 475 twice. Anyone for 500? We good? 500 in time with Carol. And now 550. At 500 and 550. At 500 and 550 anymore. All in, all done at 500 once, 500 twice, and for 550 on the Poodle Pinscher. Sold, 500 Carol. Next we have, oh, this is great. So as we came in the entranceway, on either side of this little tiger maple lowboy that we're going to sell earlier today, as you walked in the entrance, these were hanging on the wall. This is amazing because this is all hand carved with glass eyes and a custom metal collar for this little dog. and mounted as a trophy like a sporting or hunting dog. Hangs left of the mirror in the front hall under the light. I mean, we can't be more specific than that. And on that wonderful boy, it's all hand carved. It probably was carved in Switzerland by some of the Black Forest carvers who did these wonderful animals. And what's your pleasure on this one? 900 I have, and now 950. I have 900, 950, and deservedly so. That's a magnificent piece of carving. I have 900, now 950. I have 900, now 950, and 900, 950. And a wonderful dog piece. I have 900, 950 anymore, and 900 once, twice, annual for 950. We all in all done at 950 with Carol, now 1,000. I have 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. Where are you going to get another one of these? Nowhere. I have 1,000, now 1,100. I have 1,000, all of these things. I have 1,000, now 1,100. I have 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. I'm going to sell with Emily at $1,000 in live auctioneers. Is there any more action than that? Once, 1,100 with Carol, and now 12. I have 1,100 Carol, now 1,200. Watch those lamps, boys. I have 1,100, now 1,200. I have 1,100, now 12, 11 and 12, 11 and 12. Any more? All in, all done. 1,100. Carol, 1,100. Next we go to, oh, this is a sweet one too. This was a famous English artist, Sir Edwin Landseer, United Kingdom, 1802 to 1873. It's called Islay, Her Majesty's favorite Scotch Terrier with her macaw, lovebirds, and a spaniel puppy. An original engraving signed and dated May 24th, 1851. Overall size, 28 by 18. What's your pleasure on this guy? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 open, beautifully matted, and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, it's in a 22 karat gold frame, 350 with Jamie, and now 375. I have 350 and 75. I have 350 and 75 in the original engraving. I have 350 with Jamie and 375 anymore. 351, oh, 375, I'm sorry. Yeah, holler at me if I don't see it, honey. 375, and as long as you're spending money, you can yell at me. I have 375. I have 400 with Sylvia. 4 1/4, would you go? Would you go 4 1/4? Yes, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, one of you. I have 4 1/4 on the floor in front of me with a lady. I have 4 1/4, now 4 1/2. It's on the floor at 4 1/4. Look at the face on that dog. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2, and now 475. Yes, 475 on the floor, now 500. I have 475 and selling. 475 once, twice, naming it for 500. We all in, all done at 475, 500. Any more? Sold. Boop, 500. I almost sold it. I have 500, and now 5 1/2. 5 1/2, and now 600. Quickly, because I'm going to sell it on the floor. I have 550 once, twice, in for 600. Any more? Quickly. Sold. 550 on the floor. Too late. 550 on the floor. What's your number, dear? 49. I want you to use enough today so I can remember it. There we go. Such fun stuff, huh? Oh, look at these. 2 early Derby porcelain dog figurines. English porcelain, circa 1810, standing setter figure, and so on and so forth. And what's your pleasure on these little dogs right here? 150 I have, and 175, 200, 200, all over 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4. I heard Jen, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 300 with Jamie. He's not fooling around. I have 3 1/4 here, now 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, now 3 1/2, at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2 with Carol online, now 375. I have 350 and 75. I have 350 and 75 I'm going to sell at 350 once. At 350 twice, you went for 375. 375 with Carol and 400. I have 375 and now 4. I have 375 and 400 anymore. 400 Carol and 4 1/4. I have you at 400 Carol and 4 1/4. Is that correct? 400 now 4 1/4. Last call. 400 once, 400 twice. It's only $200 a dog. Any more? Sold. 400 Carol. Next we have, oh, he's sweet. So this is a really rare thing. Let me explain to you. This is a Black Forest carving in wood that had been hand painted, and not only he's just sweet little dog, but he's an inkwell. He's an inkwell. And they're always carved in walnut. So it's all underneath the paint is walnut, and he has little glass eyes inserted. And see how his paws are curved? That's where you put the pen. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Anyway, what's your pleasure on this guy? 150 I have, and now 170, 250 and 275, 250 and 275, 275 on the floor, and 300 is a rare thing. 300 I have. Carolyn, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 is on the floor. 3 1/2 is over here. I saw you this time. 3 1/2 is with ladies seated. 375 here, and 400 you go. 400, of course. I have 400 on the floor with the lady sitting in front of me. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. It's on the floor at 400 once, on my right, at 400 twice, and 4 1/4 and a half there. Yes, she said, and 475. I have 450 on the floor and 475. I have 450s on the floor to my right, and 75. 450 once, 450 twice. Anyone for 475? You're not going to get another one of these ever. 475, a new player, and now 500. 500 on the floor, and now 550. It's on the floor to my right at 500, now 550. He is just as cute as anything. I have 500, now 550. Any more? You got it, 500 to 49. 500 to 49. Thank you all. And if you didn't get that one, oh, by the way, these little inkwells were on different desks that she had. One was in the bedroom, and one was in the study. Another little Black Forest quality this. He's got, and on that right there, again in walnut, this would be a Black Forest carving from the 19th century. And what's your pleasure in that little boy? How much? 150 I have, and 175. I have 175 and now 200. I heard Emily at 175 and now 2. At 175 and 200 of course, and 2 1/4. Holler if I don't see you. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. He's sweet as anything. I have 250 and 275. At 251, 275 and 300 and 300 here, of course, and 3 1/4. They've been together all these years. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 on the floor and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4 with Carol, and 3 1/2. Yes, and 375. It's on the floor at 350 and 75. At 350 and 375. At 350 and 75. 375, Carol, and now 400. 400 on the floor, now 4 1/4. It's on the floor to my right at 400 and 4 1/4. At 400 once, 400 twice, 4 1/4 in time, 4 1/2. Yes, she said, and 475. It's on the floor at 450 and 75. At 450 and 75 anymore. 450 once, twice, and for 475. We all good? Yeah. They're staying together. 450 to 49. 450 to 49. The two puppies are staying together. So happy for them. I get attached to this stuff until I say sold. Me too. Yeah, me too. You notice I didn't fool around with that. Next, we have a rare pair of Mexican hand-painted pottery dog plates by Gorky Gonzalez. By Gorky Gonzalez, a known artist. And what's your pleasure on those? 90 I have, and now 100. 100 of course, although I had, saw you first, 100 now 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Yes, and 175 for the pair, not 175, and now 200. I have 175 with Carol, 200 over here, and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. Beautifully done. I have 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. 2 1/4 with Carol, and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 at 2 1/2 and 75 now. I have 250 now, 275. They're very good. I have 250 and 275 with Carol, and 300 and 300 now. 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4. They're all signed on the back, and you know what's nice about them? They've got little holes here, so if you want to put a wire, you can hang them on the wall. 3 1/2 and now 375. I have 350 now 375. I have 350 and 75 and 375 and 400. I have 375 with Carol, and 4 if you like them. I have 375 once, 400 in time, and 4 1/4. I have 400, need 4 1/4 now. I have 4, is a yes, 4 1/4 is on the floor to my left, and now 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and 75. I have 450 and 475, 500 now. I have 475 now, 5. At 475 once, 475 twice. There's not any more of these. And he went 500 I have, and now 550. None of this stuff is repeat. It's all one-of-a-kind stuff. 500 and 550 belonging to Brooke Astor. I have 500 now, 550. 500 once, 500 twice. And for 550, we're all in, all done. At $500, yeah, 500. Emily? Live auctioneers buys 500. This was in the upstairs bedroom. And on this lovely hooked rug, a reclining white Labrador. That's just our opinion. It can be any kind of dog you want. And on the little, it's 32 by 43 inches. And it was in the bedroom. And what's your pleasure in this one? 350 I have, and 375. I have 350 and 375 on the little dog hooked rug at 350 and 75. 375 with Paige on the phone at 400. I have 375 on the phone and now 400. At 375 once, twice, and for 400 on the floor in front of me, and now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4 on the phone, and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 on the floor in front of me, and 475 we need, if you'd like. I have 475 and 500, nice round number. 500 on the floor in front of me, and now 550. I have 500, what? 550 and 600. No, thank you for your help, though. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 on the phone with Paige, and now 600. 550 once, twice, we all in, all done on the little dog. 550 once, 600 in time. New player. I have 600, now 650. I have 600, now 650 on the dog. I have 600 once, 600 twice, and for 650, 650 on the phone with Paige, back on the phone, and now 700. I have 650, now 700. I have 650 once, 650 twice, and for 700. Thank you, he's back in. I have 700 on the floor, now 750. I have 700, now 750. I have 700 once, twice, any more? Yours, 700, number 56. 700 to 56. Next we have, oh, these are sweet too. Here we go. Oh, I love these. These have the little, holding the little puppies. Quality stuff, quality stuff. And here we go. These were in the library. So when you walk into the library, the back wall was all books. The side wall coming along was all books. But there was a wall with all kinds of shelves, and they had all that. We're going to sell all the teapots later and stuff. But all these great little things were scattered throughout the library on the shelves. These were in the library, if I remember right. Whimsical pair of glazed porcelain group by Fitz and Floyd, the porcelain company. What's your pleasure on those? 80, I have it now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90, at 80, 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. Any more? 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 1 1/4 with Carol, now 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. She's got players all the way. Holding the 1 1/2 here. 175 there, and now 200. I have 175, 200, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 online now, 2 1/4 with Paige on the phone, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 with Carol, 275 for the two dogs. 275, yes, and 300. And 300 if you'd like. I have 275, 300 with Carol, and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. And the two dogs with the puppies, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? 3 1/4 once, twice, and 3 1/2. There, 3 1/2. I almost sold it. 3 1/2, and now 375. 375, and now 400, and now 4. It's on the phone with Paige at 375 once, 375 twice. Anyone for 400? All in? All done? Paige, you got it. 375.
472.
Two dog trinket boxes right here. These were in the library again. This one was sitting on the mantle of the by the fireplace in the library. This little guy here, this is a 19th century porcelain, and this is a newer one with the bulldog on it, sitting on a trunk. It's not a Louis Vuitton trunk. Does it say where it was? Oh, this was on the other side of the library. And what's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? May we have what? $50 and set it in. If you haven't gotten a souvenir yet, there's a good way to get in. $50. 50, I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60, I'm going to 60, and now 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70. Any more? All in, all done. It's $60, 70, now 80. 80 on the floor, now 90. 80 on the floor, now 90. 80 once, 80 twice. You went for $90. All in, 90, now 100. 100 on the floor, now 1 1/4. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Any more? 100 on the floor. Once, 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/4, thanks for your help. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? All in, all done. One for the two. At 1 1/4 once, twice. Any more? Sold. 1 1/4, Carol. All right, moving on to 1033 is the lot number next. Yeah, oh, this is a great one right here. So this was sitting on the shelf in the library, and it's a coal-painted Austrian bronze of a little puppy with a toad or frog sitting on his foot, and he's looking like he doesn't know what to make of it. Anyway, this would have been used as a paperweight, probably on her desk. And on that right there, it says Spelter in the description, but it is guaranteed to be a coal-painted Vienna bronze. It's way too heavy to be Spelter. And on that right there, from Brooke's desk, what's your pleasure on this one? 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 75. I have 350 and 375. I have 350 and 75. Any more? 375 on the phone with Paige, and now 400. 400 Carol online at 4 1/4. I have 4 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. Any more? 400 once, 400, 4 and a quarter on Paige's phone, and now 450. I have 4 and a quarter, now 450. 4 and a half with Carol online, now 475. I have 450 and 75. I have 450 and 75 anymore. All in, at 450, thank you on the phone. 475 with Carol, new player, and now 500. I have 475 and 500 with Carol, now 550. I have 500, now 550 at 5 and 550 anymore. At 500 once, 500 twice, and it was 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 on the 600, the little puppy. I have 600, now 650. I have 600, now 650 at 600 and 650 anymore. At 600 once, 600 twice. Anyone for 650? 650 and 700 now. The puppy with the toad or frog. At 650 and 700. 650 once, 650 twice. 700 with Carol, now 7.5. I have 700, now 7.5. I have 700, now 7.5 anymore. Last call is 700 once, 700 twice. And for 750, it's 700 Carol. Another great little dog right here. This is, you've seen spongeware in bowls and things. This is a spongeware dog. A large spongeware decorated pottery dog with a floral motif. It's Carol cataloged it, and she thinks it might be English or Italian. This was standing by the mantle in the library, sitting by the fireplace in the library. You'll notice it's all incised. The fur is all incised on this piece, and it is hollow inside. And you don't need this bug on it. Take him off. No hitchhikers. And on that little dog, what's your pleasure on that little lovely little dog? 90 I have, 100 I have, and a quarter on the floor, and a half, 1 a quarter, 1 half on the floor, and 75. 75 with you, and 200. 200 back to you, Carol. 200 and 2 and a quarter, no. 2 and a quarter with Carol, and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 anymore. At 250 and 275, a wonderful little dog. 275 with Carol, and 300. 300 I have, and 3 and a quarter. It's all incised, the fur, 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half with Emily now. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half with Carol, and 375. I have 350 and 375. I have 350 and 375 anymore. For the little 375 and 400 for that little seated spaniel with the flowers. 400 I have with Carol now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half with Carol all the way now, and 475. I have 475 and 500. 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 and 550. At 500 once, 500 twice, and for 550 on the little dog. Any more than 500. All in, 550 in time, and 600. I have 550 and 600 now. I have 550 and 600 if you want them. At 550 and 600 anymore? All in, at 550, 600. Any more? Sold, 550 Carol. Next we have a rare set we found. We're going through the house and we're finding stuff everywhere, and we see this thing in the ceiling that looks like a trap door, and it was. We pulled it down, and up in the attic we found all kinds of great stuff, including later on we're going to sell those ostrich age candelabras and all this kind of stuff. This was all wrapped up in the attic, and it was from the New York house. Anyway, beautiful pieces, signed Wedgwood Majolica. And what is your pleasure on this? 700 I have. How much? 1,100. 1,100, thank you. 1,200, now 13. I have 1,213. There's 16 pieces, 13, now 14. I have 14, now 15. I have 14 and now 1,500. I have 1,400 and 1,500. Beautiful, rare Wedgwood Majolica. I have 1,500, now 1,600. I have 1,500, now 16, and now 17. I have 1,600, now 17, and 16, and 17. There's 17, there's 3 of these Tazas. 17, now 1,800. 18, and now 19. I have 1,800, now 1,900. 18, now 19. All with Emily now at 1,800, now 19. At 1,800 once, 1,800 twice, and for 1,900 for 16 pieces of Wedgwood Majolica. Of 1,800 once, 1,800 twice, and for 19. Last call. All in, all done. Emily, 1,800. I think we're out of the dog stuff. We are. Look at these. A pair of George Jones Majolica Lily of the Valley Jardiniers. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 2,200 I have, and 2,300. 23, 23, 24, 25, 3,000, 2,750, 3,000, 32 and a half, 35, 35, all over the place, 3,750, 4,000, 4,000, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 4,750, 5,000. No, the book is out. I have 4,750 with Carol, now 5,000. I have 5,000 I have, and now 5,500. It's with Emily now at 5,000, now 5,500. I have 5,000 with Emily and 5,500. They're rare George Jones Majolica jardiniers with the underplates, and they have that lavender lining with the lily of the valley. I have 5,000, now 5,500. 5,500 with Carol and 6,000. I have 5,500 Carol and 6,000. I have 6,500. I have 6,000, now 6,500. At 6,000, now 6,500 anymore. At 65 and 7,000. I have 6,500, 7,000 if you want them. At 6,500 once. At 6,500 twice. Even for 7,000, all in all, that's 6,500. 7,000. Be careful when you put those back. At 7,000, now 7,500. I have 7,000, now 7,500. I have 7,000 with Emily on Live Auctioneers. 7,000 once. 7,000 twice. And for 7,500, these are in the upstairs bedroom. 7,500, and now 8,000. And now 8,000. I have 7,500, 8,000 if you like them. At 7,500 once, twice, and for 8,000, all in, all done. 8,000, and just in time. And 8,500 now. At 8,000, now 8,500. At 8,000, now 8,500. 8,500, now 9,000. At 8,500, now 9,000 if you want them. I have 8,500, now 9,000. At 8,500, now 9,000 anymore. At 8,500 once, 8,500 twice, and for 9,000, all in, all done at 8,500. We good? All in, all done. Last call. 8,500, Carol. 8,500, online bidder. Next we have more Majolica. More Majolica right here. These were all, this was all hidden away. This was all hidden away in the attic, wrapped up carefully. The papers in the attic, I think they were dated 1940 maybe, the old papers that this stuff was wrapped in. I love this one, the big sunflower. What's your pleasure in these? 350, I have 375 for 9 pieces. I have 350 and 375. I have 350 and 375 and 400. 400 and 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 75. 75, 500, 500, 550 for 9 pieces of Majolica. There's some shell dishes in there, the sunflower platter, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600 and 650. I have 600 and 650 with Emily, now 700. I have 650, now 700 on 9 pieces. I have 650 and 700, not even $100 an item. I have 650 and 700, that early Majolica. I have 650 and 700 anymore. Selling once, selling twice. It's 650 and 700 if you like it. We good? Emily, 650. Next we have the pair of Majolica triple fish vases, and they are 8 inches high. And now these Majolica fish vases in the white, very early Majolica. And what's your pleasure on these? 850 I have to 900. 850 with Emily, now 900. At 850 now 900, 850 now 9. 900 on the floor, now 950. On the floor at 900, now 950, 950 anymore. 900 once, 900 twice, and then 50 with Carol now. And 1,000 would you go, sir? Yes, he said. 1,000 I have on the floor, and 1,100 now. I have 1,000 on the floor, 1,100 if you want them. I have 1,000 on the floor, 11 anymore. Last call at 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, and for 1,100. You bought him $1,000, number 62. $1,000 is 62. Next we have an English Victorian Majolica serving platter. Look at this lovely big platter. The color of this with the leaf design all the way around. Let me see the back. You're doing a great job. Thank you. Look at the modeling on the back of this. Beautiful condition. What's your pleasure in this one? 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2, and that beautiful 200 of course and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, no money. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. There's seats down front, sir, if you want. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 75. I have 250 and 275. A beautiful, colorful piece of Majolica. At 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. 300 I have with Carol and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4 and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 with Emily and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/2 with Emily all the way now and 375. I have 350 now 75. At 350 and 375, any more than 350, 375, we all in all done at 350, that lovely Majolica platter at 350. Once, twice, and it's sold 350. Next we have, here's a great piece right here. This is a famous carving by Wendell Jones of American Bald Eagle sculpture on a driftwood base, 16 inches high, and this was in the study also. And on that bird right there, what's your pleasure on this American Eagle carving by Wendell Jones, a Maine carver? What's your pleasure? 750 I have, and 800. 800 where? At 750 now 8. At 750 now 800. That beautiful sculpture of American Eagle by Wendell Jones. I have a 750 now 800 anymore. All in all, then one bid of 750. That's way under the money for this guy. Gonna sell it. 750 once, twice, and for 800. Carol, you got it 750. Online bidder. They're gonna be happy. Next we have, I see we're going into birds now. We got rid of the dogs. Now we're into birds. Now we have a small early cast iron eagle, a spread eagle facing left with integral base, and it's 5 by 11 inches on this cast iron eagle right here. What's your pleasure on that? 200 I have, and two and a quarter, and two and a half, all over the place. 275, 300, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 375, 400, 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter with Carol now, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half on the eagle. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half anymore. 4 and a half with Carol, 475. I have 450 now, 475. I have 450 and 475, and that nice period eagle. I have 450 and 475. At 450 once, at 450 twice. Anyone for 475? All in, all done. At 450 and selling. Any more? 475 with Carol, and now 500. At 475 and 5. This is on the bookshelf in the library. At 475 and now 500. At 475 once, twice, went for 500. It's 475 to you, Carol. Online bidder, 475. Next we have 2 presentation prints of U.S. Eagles to Brooke Astor. One is signed by President Ford. These were gifts to her. These were gifts to her. And this one is signed by Gerald Ford, and down here in the artist. And it's a original print right here, and there's all kinds of documents on the back. On the back of it, it has documentation. Here you go. And these were hanging on either side of the fireplace in the dining room. And on these right here, what's your pleasure? 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. Half, 70, 75, 300, 300, 3 and a quarter, yes, 3 and a half. 3 and a half, 75, yes, 400. 400 I have, 4 and a quarter, all the way, 4 and a half. 75, 500, 500, 550, still in, 600. I have 600, 650. I have 600 with Carol, now 650. For the 2 of them, not a piece. I have 600, now 650. On those original prints, I have 600, now 650. At 600, 650. At 600 anymore, all in all, then 600, 650 if you want them. Any more? Presented to Brooke Astor at 600 and 650. 650 on the floor, and now 700. I have 650, now 700. These were hanging on either side of the fireplace in the dining room. I have 650s on the floor to my right. Once, twice, and you got them. 650 to 49. Nice buy. 650 to 49. Next we have a pair of 18th century ornithological watercolors framed. These were hanging in the, let's see, these were in the first floor bedroom. First floor bedroom, I believe. And on these right here, what's your pleasure on these? 1,000, 1,100 I have, and now 1,200. I have 1,100, now 12, 11, and 12. These hand-colored early 18th century, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400. I have 1,300, now 14, now 15, 15, now 16. I have 1,500, now 1,600, 16, now 17, 17, now 18. I have 17, 18 with Carol, now 1,900, 19, now 2,000. I have 1,900, 2,000 I have, and 21, 21, and 22. At 2,100, 22, and 23. At 2,223, and 22, and 23. At 22 and 23 for the pair. At 23 is on the floor with the gentleman. Now 2,400. It's on the 2,400 here. And 25, would you go, sir? At 2,400, Carol. 25 is on the floor with the gentleman seated left. At 2,750. And now 3,000 we need. At 2,750 and 3,000. That's the bidding increments. I'm sorry. At 2,750, now 3,000. At 2,750 and 3,000. That's only 15 apiece. At 2,750 once. 2,750, 15 at 3,000 I have on the floor on the left. I have 3,000, now 32 and a half. I have 3,000, 32 and a half anymore. 3,000 once, twice, and you got them. 3,000. What's your number? 62. 3,000 to 62. Next we have another one. Raymond Bigot. Raymond Bigot. Original. A pair of parrots roosting. Watercolor and paper sign lower left. And that one overall size is 32 by 26. Let me see this one a minute. This was in the great family room, the big room. And on this right here, what's your pleasure? 100 I have and a quarter. None of this is reserved. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter anymore. Last call at $100, 100 a quarter. On the parrots, reasonable for that. I have 100 now quarter anymore. All in, all done at $100. Sold, $100. The live auction is. Next we have, these are good ones. Charles of Bakersville, Jr., New York City, North Carolina, 1896 to 1994. Pair of red scarlet macaws among potted cactus, watercolor and paper. And on that right there, in a very expensive frame. Beautifully done. It's signed right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1,200 I have to open now, 1,300. I have 1,200 now, 13 and 12 and 13. 13, I have it now, 1,400. I have 1,300 now, 1,400. I have 1,400, 1,300 now, 1,400. I have 1,300 now, 14 anymore. All in all, 14 in time and now 1,500. I have 1,400 on Carol's phone and now on Carol's online. And 1,400 now, 1,500. I have 1,400 now, 1,500. 1,400 once, 1,400 twice. Even if 1,500, the macaws are going to fly away. Any more? Carol, 1,400. The runners are doing a great job, by the way, Zeb. All you guys are doing great. Painting of exotic birds. These were hanging in the great room on either side of the windows. Portrait of a long-tailed bird, signed E. Centerledge, as far as we can make it out. It's 27 by 18 and a half. And what's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have and 2 1/4. This is actually oil on canvas. Did we say watercolor? Oil on canvas, yeah. 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 375, 375 on the floor, and 400. By the way, you do not need glass on an oil painting. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I'd throw that glass away. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 with Emily and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. Any more? 4 1/4, Carol? 4 1/4, Carol. 4 1/2 on the floor. I have 4 1/2 with the gentleman. Saw him first on the left, and 475. I have 475 here. 500 would you go, sir? I have 500 on the floor with the gentleman seated, and now 550. I have 500 now, 5 1/2. I have 500 now, 5 1/2, 5 1/2. Any more? Last call. 500 once, twice. Any more? 550 in time, and 600 he said. And so I have 600 on the floor with the gentleman. He got in first. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650. At 600, 650. At 600 on the floor once, 600 on the floor twice, and 650, and now 700. I have 650 with Carol and 7 would you go? 700 on the floor with the gentleman left. I have 700 now, 7 1/2. I have 700 now, 7 1/2, 7, 7 1/2 anymore. 7 once, 7 twice, and for 7 1/2. Yours, sir. 700 to 62. 700 to 62. 762 buys. Next we have the other one. The other one, this is the mate. So these were on either side of the windows, in the big window in the great room. And again, they're signed by the same artist. I would ditch the glass. Oil paintings don't need glass. Anyway, what's your pleasure on this one? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. All in, all down, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, yeah, and 375. Saw the gentleman first, and 375, and 400. 400, you need a pair. 400, now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 1/4 here, and 4 1/2, yes, and 475. It's on the floor all the way now. I have 4 1/2 now, 475, and 475, 500, 500 on the floor, now 550. I have 500 on the floor, now 550. At 500 and 550, I'm going to sell 550 and 600. 600 on the floor and 650. Back to you, Carol. I have 600 on the floor and 650. I have 650 and 700, sir. 700 and 750. I have 700 now, 750 and go. Any more? 700 once, twice, any more? 750. Sold. 762. I wanted to keep them together. 762. I hate to split up. I hate to split up pairs. And another one. Here's another Charles Baskerville, the guy that did the macaws at the. Is this right? Yes. 1048, Charles Baskerville Jr. This is at the Japanese Tea House, August 26, 1976. He actually painted this for Brooke in the Japanese Tea House. And we got some stuff out of the tea house, too, by the pool. And this one, it says, for Brooke with love, peace on the shore on the anniversary of Hiroshima. Signed on the left, and so on and so forth, 1976. What's your pleasure on this rare one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 with a presentation to Brooke. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore on that, what is it, gray heron? 2.5 is a great blue heron. 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. 300 I have and 3.25, 3.5. I have 3.25 with Emily on Live Auctioneers and 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5, 3.25, 3.5 anymore. At 3.25, 3.5. We all in all done 3.5 and 75. 375 and 400. I have 375 and now 4. I have 375 and 4 and 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400 anymore. All in all done 375 and 400. 400, Carol? 4.25 with Emily. Back to Emily at 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25.5 now. At 4.25.5 now anymore. 4.25 once, twice, even for 450. We all in all at 450. Anyone? 4.25 with Emily, correct? With Emily, anyone for 450? All in, all done. Emily, 4.25. 4.25, Live Auctioneers. Snags that one. Next, we're going to. You notice we're doing all the bird things now. I just thought it'd be fun to do it that way. By the way, not only does it take hours to get the stuff, so I started to tell you, we went in the house, we wrote it all up, then it has to be packed, then it gets brought back to the gallery, then it goes in the back gallery, and all of our talented catalogers catalog it, then all of our talented photographers photograph it, then it goes in a temperature warehouse until I decide where it's going to go. And so we decided to make this a one-day sale, and it seems like it's going to be fun so far. So these were in the library. These are all 19th century porcelain whistles. And they all have different bird sounds, which is fun. What's your pleasure in those? How much? 1.25, 200. I have 200 on the floor, and 2.25, and 2.5, and 275, 275, and 300. I have 275 and 300. I have 3.25 is on the floor, and 3.5, 3.5, 75, and 375 on the floor, and 400. 400 I have, and 4.25 is on the floor, and 4.5. Half and 75 now. I have 450 now, 475. I have 450 and 475 and 475 and 500. I have 470, I have 500. It's off the floor with Carol now at 500 now, 550. At 500 now, 550 for the whole collection of her bird whistles. Ooh. He's got a good sound. And what's your pleasure in all these? Where were we? 500 Carol and 5.5. Anyone for 5.5 on the bird whistle collection? 500 once, twice. Anyone else? Anyone else? Carol, you got him 500. Was the phone out on that one? Yeah. Next we have, this was hanging, let's see, this was in the library to the right of the side of the fireplace. And on this right here, this is the framed hand-painted porcelain rooster plaque, this 19th century piece, and it was originally purchased at Christie's years and years ago by Mrs. Astor, evidently, because it still has the label on the back. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? 4.25 I have, and 4.5 on the floor. 75, 500, 550, 600 with the lady, and 650 now. 650, it's back with on the floor at 700, and now 7.5. 750, 800 with the lady on the floor, now 8.5, 850, 9. She's still in at 9, 950, 950, now 1,000. She's not in now. I have 950 with Carol, now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000, 950, now 1,000 if you'd like it. At 950, now 1,000 I have with Carol, now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. I have 1,100 with Carol, now 12. I have 1,100 with Carol, and now 1,200 if you'd like it. 1,100 once, 1,100 twice, in for 1,200 on the rooster. I have 1,100 with Carol online at 11 and selling. Once, selling twice at 1,100, and it's sold Carol 1,100. Next we have 6 crown Staffordshire porcelain bird figures from England. And these were in the corner cabinet, which are going to sell later, in the dining room. And all these birds right here. What's your pleasure on all of these? 50 I have, and 60, and 70, 80, 90. I have 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100 on all 6 of those birds. 100 I have, of course, and they're worth that a piece. I have 100 now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter anymore. Last call at $100, 100 a quarter, going to sell. 1.25 on the floor. I saw you first. 1.25 here, now 1.5. I want a quick 1.5 and 75. No money for these. I 150 with Carol, now 175. Quickly, 150 once, twice, and for 175. Yes, no, maybe. Sold Carol 150. Moving on. Next we have Italian pottery sculpture of doves. These are lovely right here. It's signed A.G. We don't know who that is, but anyway, on the doves right there. Lovely piece. This was in the dining room. What's your pleasure? In the center of the table. What's your pleasure on this one? 70 I have, and now 80. 80 I have, 90, 90, 100 I have, now quarter. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 on the dove sculpture, Italian dove sculpture in ceramic. At 175 and 2 anymore. All in all done at 175 and 200. Lovely big sculpture at 175 and 2 anymore. So 200 in time. I sold it. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. Look at the quality of this thing. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. It's all signed underneath here. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, it was a centerpiece in the little dining room table. At 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter once, twice, you went for 2 and a half. All in, all done, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Carol, you got it, 2 and a quarter. Next we have Chinese porcelain rooster and chicken figures. And on this right here, this was also in the dining room on a side table. Heavy Chinese porcelain, beautifully painted. And what's your pleasure on those? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half, and 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 and a half, and 175, and 150 now, 175, and 150, 175, and 200 now, and 175 with Carol now 2, and 170, 200 with Emily, now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 with Emily and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. 2 and a quarter on the phone with Sylvia. I have 2 and a quarter on the phone with Sylvia, now 2 and a half if you want them. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half with Emily, and now 275. Need 275 with Sylvia's player. I have 250 on the phone online, and now 275 with Sylvia. Now 300. At 275 and 3. At 275 and 3. Last call. 275 once, 275 twice on these Chinese roosters. 300 in time, and now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 with Emily, now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter anymore. Selling once, twice with Emily, all the way now at 300 anymore. Emily 300. The live auctioneers. Next we have a single mid-century white glazed ceramic dove on this right here, beautiful dove. It almost looks like it has a feeling of Majolica actually. It has initials here for the signature of the maker and just a beautiful piece of sculpture right there. This was in the dining room also with a lot of the other birds. And that right there, may I have 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 on the floor, 1,100 here, and now 12. 1,200 here, and 13 on the floor, and 14. I saw them on the floor for 14 there, and 15 now. 15 with you, and 16. 16 with you, and 17. Back on the floor at 17. I had the floor at 17, now 18. I have 18 here, now 19. I have 1,800, now 19 with Carol, and now 2,000. I have 1,900, now 2,000, 19, 2,000 anymore on that lovely dove. At only 1,900, now 2,000 if you want them. At 1,900, 2,100 I have with Carol, and now 22. At 2,100, 22 and 23. At 2,200, 23, 23 with Carol, and 24. At 2,300, 2,400, and 23 and 24. A beautiful little bird. At 23 and 24, 23 and 24 anymore. 2,300 once, twice with Carol all the way now. Anymore. With you at 2,300, Carol? So, Carol, 2,300. Okay, got all your phones ready? Yep, 1, 2, 3. One drop. This was sitting on top of the corner cupboard on the right-hand side of the dining room at the big house. And it's a nice little tureen of a chicken. It's signed, marked France on the bottom, so you know it's good. French porcelain, always good. From the top of the corner cupboard, what's your pleasure in this? 400 I have, and now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 400, 450 I have with Kayla, now 475. I have 450 75. I have 475 with Paige on the phone, now 500. 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500 now, 550, and 550 anymore. 550 with Paige, 600 with Kayla, and 650. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650 on the chicken tureen. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 and 650 anymore. 600 once, twice, any more than 600. It's with Kayla all the way on the phone. Once, twice, and Kayla, 600. 382 buys. Oh, this is a sweet little guy right here. This is on the desk. This is on the desk. Porcelain figure of an owl with glass eyes. His head is hinged. His head is hinged, so he's actually could be used as an inkwell. High quality porcelain. It says on the lower shelf, first set on the lower shelf, first set of shelves, and I can't read the rest of it. But anyway, it has directions of where it was on that little porcelain, high quality porcelain inkwell of a little owl. What's your pleasure in that? 150 have, and 175 on the floor, and 200, 175 and 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half, 2.5 and 75. I have 250 and 275 with Carol, 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. Wonderful little owl. I have 275 and 300 with Carol and 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25 is on the desk, 3.25 and 3.5. At 3.25 and 3.5, at 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25 once, twice, and with 3.5, 375. I have 350 and 375 now. I have 350 and 75 anymore. 375 and 400 on the little owl. I have 375 before he flies away. I have 375 and now 4. I have 375 and now 400. I have 375 and 4 anymore. 375 once, twice, and for 400 on the owl anymore. Once, twice, and it's 375. Thank you. And here we go to the next rare thing. Come on. Why is this doing this today? There we go. Oh, no, I want to go this way. Here we go. Thank you. And next we have a pair of Staffordshire pottery spill vases of doves and serpents, and they're in a bisque figure, a bisque surface rather, and that means that it has a soft glaze. And the serpent is trying to get into the nest of these doves, is what he's doing. Look at the quality of these. And what's your pleasure on these? These were in the corner cupboard in the dining room. What's your pleasure on these? 2.25 and 2.5. 2.5 and 75. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 anymore. Last call, 250 once, 250 twice. We went for 275. 275 in time with Emily and 300. I have 275, 300 I have and 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25, 300, 3.25. I have 300 and 3.25 anymore. 300 once, 300 twice. And for 3.25, all in, all done at 300. Sold, Emily, 300. Next we have an Italian porcelain bird form box. This was on, let's see, this was in the library, on the shelf in the library, on this little bird form box right here. Looks to be in good shape. Oh, no, it is not. Chip right here. I don't know if we mentioned it on the thing. Let's see. Yep, it says there is a chip. It's described in the catalog, just to make sure. And on that little bird from Italy, what's your pleasure on that? 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2. And any more, 175 and 200 anymore? All in all then, 175 and 200 with Carol at 175. Next we have, oh, these are rare. These were on either side. These were on either side of the sofa in the in the library. These are amazing 19th century Japanese red glaze pottery tables. And look at the glaze on these. It's almost like the Brother Thomas glaze of the vases that we sell for thousands and thousands of dollars by Brother Thomas. What's your pleasure on those? 1,000 I have, and now 1,100, now 1,200. 1,200, now 13. I have 1,200, now 13 for the pair now, not a piece. It should be a piece, but it's for the pair. I have 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200 and 1,300 on these outstanding decorative pieces. I have 1,200, now 1,300. At 1,200 once, at 1,200 twice, and for 1,300. Beautiful, beautiful tables in Japanese porcelain or pottery in red glaze. And each scene, each part of them has like a different scene, you'll notice, in the black, like mountains and so on and so forth. I have 1,200 once, 1,200 twice, with Carol at 1,200 and for 1,300 for the pair now. Any more? Carol, you having 12? Yes. 1,200, any more? Sold, 1,200. Next we have, this was in the, these panels were in the, hanging on the wall in the great room. There's a pair of these beautiful panels right here. These are also Japanese, and they have black lacquered frames. This is 24 karat gold. You see how they lay the sheets of gold in, because gold only comes in little square sheets like this. So this is all 24 karat gold here, 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 and then it's been painted on top with watercolor and gouache. These are probably late 19th century, early 20th century, and they hung opposite of each other in the great room. And on those rare pieces right there, what's your pleasure? Beautiful. 750 and now 800. I was 750, 800 on the floor, now 850 and now 900. the floor, now 950. You won't find another pair of those. I have 900 on the floor, now 950. At 900, now 950, and 900, now 950. It's on the floor at 900, 950 with Carol, and now 1,000, and now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000. A beautiful hand-painted pair in 24-karat gold leaf on the background, 1,000 on the floor, and now 1,100. 1,100. I can't imagine what they paid in New York for those. 1,200, now 13. At 1,200, 13, it'd be thousands in a decorator store in New York City. At 1,200, now 1,300. At 1,200, Carol, now 1,300. From the great room, 1,300 on the floor, now 1,400. I have 1,300 on my right on the floor, 13, 14 here, 14 online, now 1,500. I have 1,400, now 15, 15. I have it now 16. They're just realizing the value of these important pieces. I have 1,500, now 1,600. With you, Carol, at 15, and now 16. I have 15, 16, going to sell them. I have 1,500 once. You'll never see 16, now 17. You won't find another pair of these for that kind of money. I have 1,600, now 1,700. I have 1,600 once, 1,600 twice, and for 1,700. We all in all on 1,600. Going, any more? Carol, sold 17. I almost sold 1,700, now 1,800. It's with Carol at 1,700. We wouldn't work so hard if these weren't worth so much more. But they're unreserved. I have 1,800. By the way, they're signed down here by the artist. I have 1,800, now 1,900. I have 1,800, now 19, 18, now 19. At 1,800, I'm going to sell. 1,800 once, 1,800 twice, even for 1,900. With Carol at 1,800 and selling. Gone, 1,800 Carol. Those are fabulous. I don't know why this is doing this. Here we go. And now we have next we have a Bakyufo Ono, Japanese, 1888 to 1976, Summer Flower in a Vase, 1951. And on that painting right there, what's your pleasure? You have a phone on this. How much? 50? 60. They want to rent it for the night? 70. No, 70. I have 100 on the floor. I have 100 on the floor, now a quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now 1 1/4. I have 100 now a quarter, 1 1/4 on the phone, and now 150. At 1 1/4, now 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4 going to half, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4 is on the phone, 1 1/2 if you want it. No money for that. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, an original painting. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, it's a colored woodblock print. At 1 1/4 once, twice, anymore. Sold 1 1/4. $399. Sylvia got that one. Jen, this keeps doing this every time I go to move this thing. Oh, here we go. Next we have the Japanese 19th century Japanese ivory netsuke depicting 2 persimmons. One is being climbed by a small human figure on a custom base. Oh, look at this. So right here, there's a little human figure climbing that persimmon on this custom base. And what's the pleasure in this? $475. Carol's not fooling around. And now 500. I have 475 and now 500 on the netsuke. It's actually not a netsuke. It's an okimono. Netsukes have holes in them so you can hang them. This is an okimono. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 now 500. 475 and 5 anymore. Last caller. 475 and 500 anymore. Carol, 475. Oh, here's one of the showstoppers of the sale, a rare painting. This was hanging in the dining room. I'm sorry, no, it wasn't. It was in the library over the mantel. Fans at a Ball Game by Walter Stumpfig, Jr., New Jersey, 1914 to 1970. And on this rare painting right here, which a pleasure. 2,500 I have it now. 2,750 I have it now. 3,000. At 2,750 now 3,000. 3,250 on the floor and now 3,500. At 3,250 now 3,500. At 3,250 and 3,500, rare painting. At 3,250 and 3,500. At 3,250 and 3,500. Any more? All in all done at 3,250 and 3,500. This is a rare picture. 35 of course and 3,750. At 3,500 now 3,750. At 3,500 with Emily now and 3,750. 3,750 with Carol now 4,000. Should be bringing 5 or 10,000. At 3,750 now 4,000 with you, Carol, at 3,750 and 4,000. At 3,750 and 4,000, of course, and 42 and a half. At 4,000 and 42 and a half. I would change the frame, but it's a great painting. I have 4,000 and 42 and a half. These guys are sort of cheating, watching the baseball game without paying. I have 4,000 now 42 and a half. Not a good known artist. I have only 4,000 and 42 and a half. At 4,000 once, 4,000 twice, and for 42 and a half. That's a buy of the day. Any more? Who has the 4,000? Anyone for 42 and a half in that rare picture? Any more? Emily, 4,000. Next we go to it won't go. I don't know why it's doing this every time now.
So hit escape up here.
Oh, yeah.
That will make that go away.
Okay, thanks. No, look, it came back again. There we go. And on this rare piece right here, this is a wonderful piece. This was hanging. This was hanging in the. Let's see, where was this one? In the house, in the great room. Joseph de Creux, French, 1735 to 1802. Portrait of an engraver, oil and canvas. On that piece right there, label on the back, and on that piece right there, important painting by Joseph de Creux. And on that right there, may we have what, 10,000? 6,500 I have, and now 7,000 and 7,500. 7,500, 8,000 I have, 85, 9,000, 95. 10,000, 10,000, absolutely bid, 11,000, 12, 12,000, 13,000, 14,000, 15,000, 16, no. Book is out. I have 15,000, now 16,000, that rare picture. Boy, that's going to clean up beautifully. I have 15,000 only and 16,000. It's in a period frame, it looks like. I have 15,000 and 16,000, just needs a light cleaning. All kinds of documents on the back. I have 15,000 and 16,000. You know that guy can engrave. Look at that face. I have 15,000 or 16,000. He's so focused. 15,000 once, twice, and for 16,000. We all good? She's out. Carol, you good? It's you, 15,000. A lot of action on that one. Beautiful pictures always have a lot of action. Next we have, I'm getting really sick of this thing. I got it. Next we have, lot 1065, is George Goodwin Kilburn, the second, United Kingdom, 1839 to 1924. A woman watching a man fishing in under the shade tree. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100, and that nice picture right there. I have only $1,000, 1,100 if you like it. And $1,000 with Carol online, and I have 1,100 on the phone with Paige, of course, $2,000 or $3,000 picture all day long. I have 1,100 now 12, 1,100 now 12, 11 and 12, 11 and 12, 1,100, 1,200. Look at the quality of that painting. 1,200 with Carol. I have 1,200 Carol, and now 1,300. I have 1,200 now 13. I have 1,200 online now 1,300. No, 13 I have with Sylvia, and now 1,400. I have only 1,300, now 1,400. I have 1,300, 14, way under the money for this guy. I have 1,300, 1,400, it's unreserved. I have 1,300, now 14, going to sell it. I have 1,300, 1,400, 1,300 once, 1,300 twice. You went for 1,400, all in, all done. 1,300. 396 buys, 1,300. Nice buy on that. Next we have a great painting by an American painter. This is by George Harvey, New York, Massachusetts, Canada, and United Kingdom. He painted all over the world. 1800, 1878. This is Terrace at Saint-Germain-en-Laye in 1847. And on that right there, what's your pleasure in that lovely picture? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550, and 500 and 550. Look at the quality of that painting. All the gowns and the store. Show them the back of that too. I have 500 now, 550. Show them the back. I have 500, 550. I have 600. I have 550 and 600, 550, 600. 650s on the floor and 700. I have 650, 700, 750 on the floor and 800. I have 800, 850 on the floor and now 900. I have 900 now, 950. I have 900 now, 950, 950. I have only 900 with Emily, 950. She'll be bringing much, much more. Going to sell it. I have 900 now, 950, and 900 now, 950, and 900, 950 more. All in all, 950 with Carol, now 1,000. I have 950 with 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. This is a rare painting by this guy. I have 1,000, now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. Should be everywhere. I have 1,000 with Emily online, and now 1,100 if you want it. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. You went for 1,100. Any more than $1,000. That beautiful picture by this guy. Any more? Sold $1,000. Hey, Chris? Yeah. I think we should put the air on. Yeah, get it up a little bit. You guys comfortable? Okay. There's food over there. They just brought in some fresh food. There's drinks. There's in the cooler. There's all chips and all that stuff. Help yourself. Oh, Ashley Frederick Bryan. I went out to his studio out on the island years ago, right here. Summer flowers, oil on canvas, signed lower light in red walnut frame. Overall size is 39.5 by 27.5. An interesting man. His house was so full of stuff, it sort of looked like my house. Anyway, lovely oil painting by him right there in the frame that it came in originally. And this was hanging in the great room, I believe, also. And what's your pleasure on this one? 4,500 we have to open in that, and now 4,750. Yeah, 4,750 next. At 4,500, now 4,750. At 4,500 is the opening bid immediately. There's multiple bids, so she has to open at 4,500, and now 4,750. At 4,500 once, 4,750 on the floor, and now 5,000, and now 5,000. 5,000 I have, and now 5,500 would be 5,500, and now 6,000, and now 6,000. I have 5,500 is on the floor to my left, 6,000 I have, and 6,500. I have 6,000 online with Sylvia. I have 6,000, now 6,500. I have 6,000 once, 6,000 twice, in for 6,500. We all in, all done, $6,000? Any more? Once, 6,500 on the floor, and now 7,000. I have 6,500 and 7,000. 7,000. The only one we have is that. I have 7,000 online, and now 7,500. I have 7,000, now 7,500. I have 7,000 and 7,500 any more. All in, all done. 7,000 once, twice, in for 7,500. Thank you for your help. 7,000. Sylvia. Online bidder, 7,000. There's wonderful stuff all day long here. Look at this one here. This is by Konstantin Kosta Andreevich Terekliyovich, Russian and French. 1902 to 1978, woman with a festive hat and a summer cafe. This is a gouache on paper. And it says, on the back, it says, over Mrs. A's desk. So you know that she liked it. And on that one right there, what's your pleasure? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 and 550, a famous Russian artist. I have 500, now 550. At 500, now 550 and 550, I have 600. I have 550 and 600 and 550 and 6. I have 550 and 600. The quality of this is so nice. I have 550 and 600 hung over Mrs. Astor's desk, signed right here. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 any more. All in, all done. About 600 just in time, and 650. No money for this. I have 600, now 6.5. I have 600, now 6.5, and 600, 6.5 anymore. All in, all done. 600, 650 if you like it. That's 600 once, twice, and 650 in time. Thank you. Now 700. Should have started at 1,000. I have 650, now 700. I have 650, now 700. With Sylvia online at 650 and 700. At 650 once, 650 twice, and for 700. We all in, all done at 650, 700. Sylvia, 650. Online bidder. Next we have Thomas Saunders Prentice, tabletop still life of bottles, weeds, and inkwell with a marine chart behind it. And on that, the overall size is 23 by 31. May we have what? $500 set it in. 600 I have, and 650. I have 600, now 650, at 600, now 650. That's 800. I like Emily's not fooling around. I have 800, now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. At 800, 8.5 with Carol, now 900. I have 850, now 9. I have 850, now 900, 900, now 950. I have 900, now 950 anymore. 950, now 1,000. 1,000 I have, and 1,100. I have 1,100 and 1,200. It says, this goes over the maple bureau in the hall. 1,400. I have 1,300, now 14. 14, now 15. I have 1,400, now 15, now 16. 16, now 17. I have 16, now 1,700. 17, now 18. 18, now 19. I have 1,800, now 1,900. I have 1,800 with Emily, now 19 with Carol, now 2,000. 2,000 with Emily, and 2,100. I have 2,000, now 2,100. I have 21 and 22. At 2,100 and 22 if you want it. At 21, 22 and 23 with Emily on live auctioneers at 2,200 and 23 if you want it. At 2,200, 23. 23 and 24. At 23 and 24. 23 and 24. 24 and 25. At 2,400 now 25. 25 and 2,750. At 2,500 now 2,750. 2,750 and 3,000. At 2,750 and 3,000. 20,000 I have in 32 and a half. At 3,000 and 32 and a half. 3,250 and 3,500. At 3,250 and 3,500. done in 1956, 35, 3750. At 3500, 3750, 4000 would be next. At 3750 now 4. At 3750 online with Emily at Live Auctioneers at 3750 and 4000 if you want it. At 3750, 4000 with Carol, 42 and a half now. At 4000 now 42 and a half. At 4250 and 45 with Emily online at Live Auctioneers at 42 and a half. And now 4500. At 4250 and 45. At 4250 and 45 with Carol, 47 and a half. At 45 and 7 and a half now. At 4750, 5000 would be next. At 5000 where? At 4750 with Emily on Live Auctioneers and 5000 if you want it. At 4750 once. 4750 twice, in with for $5,000, a nice round number on that beautiful image at 4750. Any more? All in, all done at 4750. Are you sure? So, Emily, 4750. Next, this is a rare piece right here. This was in the library. This is an original ink silhouette illustration of one of the ugly stepsisters from the 1919 Heinemann edition, retold by Evans, of Cinderella. A very rare piece, original by Arthur Rackham, United Kingdom, 1867 to 1939. And what's your pleasure on that rare piece? It has a French rule mat, 22 karat gold frame. They really like this piece. And on the back, it has all the history that was written about it when we took it off the wall. What's your pleasure on this one? 600 I have, and now 650, 650, 700, 700, 750. Out. I have 700 Carol on the 750. An original Arthur Rackham, the famous children's book writer. I have 700, now 750. I have 700, now 750, and that rare, rare piece. 750, of course, now 800. I have 750, now 800. At 750, the feet are highlighted in pink gouache, 800, and now 850. It says, under a carnation picture in the little house. I have 800 Carol, now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. At only $800 with Carol. I have 800, now 8.5. 8.5, of course, and now 900. Should be 1,000 starting. What do we have, Carol? 8.5. We're looking for 9. I have 850, now 900. I have 850, now 9. 850, now 9. Any more? At 850 once, twice you went for 900. All in all, at 850, 900. Nice buy on that one. Rare artist. Sold 850, Carol. Next we have Andre Masson. Connecticut, France, and Spain, 1896 to 1987. Pink roses in a glass-based watercolor on paper, signed Laura Wright, with a presentation inscription verso from Charles to Mrs. Astor. And what's your pleasure on this one? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550, a famous French artist. I have 500, now 550. At 500 and 550 anymore. At only 500, now 550. Reasonable for Andre Masson. I have 500, now 550, and 500 and 550 anymore. Gonna sell at only $500 once, twice, and for 550 in time. And 600 should be bringing much, much more. 600. Look at the presentation on the back. 600 and 650 now. Done in 1994. I have 600, now 650. Lovely illustration of roses. I have 600 with Emily, and 650 with Emily at 600 only. 650 if you'd like it. 600 once, twice, and for 650, I'm gonna sell. Emily, 600. And next we go to another one by him. A Dozen Roses, graphite and watercolor on paper, signed Laura Wright. Again, this was hanging in the powder room and gifted to Mrs. Astor with love, Charles. And on that one right there, I mean, we have 500 save time. 500 where? 500 where instead of it's a mate to the other one. 500. We'll take it. They're unreserved. I have 375 and now 400. I have 375 and now 400 on the phone with Paige and a 4 1/4. I have 4 and 4 1/4. Nice original piece. I have 400 now 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Low money for Andre Masson. 4 1/2 on the phone with Paige and now 475 and now 500. Online at 475. 500 I have with Emily, now 550. 550 with Carol, now 600. I have 550 and 600. Low money for this artist. 600 I have, now 650. I have 600, now 650. At 600, 650, going to sell. I have 600 once, 600 twice. I went for 650. We all in, all done. 600. 650 with Carol in time, and now 700. 700 Carol, now 750. I have 700, now 750. I should have opened at 1,000. We're going to sell it. It's unreserved. I have 700, 750 with Carol, now 800. I have 750 and 800 with a presentation to Mrs. Astor. I have 750, now 8. 750 once, twice, and for 800. We all in all at 750, 800 with Carol at 750, 800 with Emily now, and now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. At 800, 8.5. At 800, 8.5 anymore. All in all done at 800, 8.5. Once, twice, and 850. And now 900. I've 850 with Carol, now 9 if you want it. I've 850, now 9. At 850 once, 850 twice, you went for 900. Any more? 900 in time. And now 950. I have 900, now 950. At 900, now 950, 9 and 950 anymore. At 900 once, 900 twice, you went for 950. All in, all done at $900. Sold, 900. Live auctioneers, guess that one. Moving on to lot number 1073. 1073. 1073. Here we go. Charles Baskerville. Again, we sold another two of his already. These are the temple steps and Udaipur, Rajasthan, India. And on that right there, overall size 25 and a half by 22. What's your pleasure on this one? 475 and now 500. I have 475, 500 on the floor, and now 550, 600. I have 550 online on live auctioneers and 600, 650. I have 600, now 650 with Emily all the way. Emily 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. Lovely painting again. I have 650 and 700 at 650 and 700 anymore. All in all that 650 and 700 with Emily all the way at 650 anymore. 7 in time, and now 750. I have 700 with Emily and 750 with Emily, and now 750. I have 700, now 750. At 700, now 750 more. At 700 once, twice, and for 750. We all in. You have 750, sorry. I have 750 with Emily, looking for 8. I have 750, looking for 8. At 750 once, 750 twice, and for 800. All in, all done. At 750, 800. Emily, 750. And off we go. Oh, I like this picture. We can't figure out who did this, but this is an interesting picture. Unidentified 20th century American artist, two zebras walking down Broadway on Upper West Side of New York City. There has to be some symbolism to this. Let me see this a second. We kept trying to figure out who could have painted this, somebody in that period. It's never been cleaned or varnished or anything like that. Is there anything on the back? This was hanging in the hallway. Anyway, if you get this thing, do some research. It has to be somebody significant. On this right here, what's your pledge on this one? $950. How much? $950. I have it now. 1,000. Somebody knows what it is. I have 1,000. I have it now. 1,100. I have 1,000 now. 1,100. 1,000. 1,100. At 1,000 with Emily all the way now. At 1,000. 1,100 now. 12. 1,100 Carol now. 12. 11 and 12. 11 and 12. 11 and 12. 1,112 anymore. Never been varnished. I have 1,200 now, 1,300. 13, I have it now, 1,400. I have 1,300 now, 1,400. I have 1,300 now, 14 and 14 now, 15. I have 1,400 now, 1,500. 1,500 I have in 16. I have 1,500 now, 1,600. I have 1,500 now, 1,600. 16 with Carol now, 1,700. 1,700 now, 1,800. Almost looks like a Fairfield Porter. An early Fairfield Porter, 18 and now 19. I was trying to think of who it was. 19 now 2,000. I'm 19 now 2,000. I'm 1,900 now 2,000 anymore. And 1,900 once, 1,900 twice, 2,000 with Carol and 2,100. I have 2,000 now 2,100. I have 2,000, 2,000, 2,100 anymore. At 2,000, 2,000 anymore, and 2,000. 2,000 once, 2,000 twice, and for 2,100. We all in, all done at $2,000 only. Any more? Who has the 2,000? Carol has 2,000, and he went for 2,100. Once, twice, and it's Carol, 2,000. I like that picture. Next, oh, these are great too. There's a whole collection of 8 small frame pictures by Rose B. Hopper. She was from Maine, 1894 to 1990. It's called Our Yesterdays. A whole group of these are all framed, original watercolors. And Our Yesterdays is the group. What's your pleasure on these? 650 I have, and 700. That 650 needs 700. At 650 needs 7 now. 7 on the phone with Paige, and now 750. 750, Carol, now 800. And 800. 800 on the phone, now 850 for all of them. I have 800, now 850. For 8 of them, that's 100 apiece for those nice little pictures. I have 800 once, 800, 850, and now 900. 850 online, now 900. I have 850, now 9. 850, now 900 if you want them. 850 once, 900 on the phone with Paige, and now 950, Carol, back to you. I have 900, now 950 for the whole group. I have 900, now 950, 900 once, 900 twice, even for 950, we all in, all done, at $900. Paige, 900. 354, 900. Congratulations on that nice little group right there. Next we have 1930s watercolor of the French Riviera. It's a view of Menton from the beach. Watercolor and paper, couldn't find a signature. It is 22 by 26 overall size. Let me just take a look at that. I wonder if there's a signature under the mat. Has a little bit of influence by Dufy. It's in a linen mat with a 22 karat gold frame. Somebody liked it. We didn't take it apart. Is there anything on the back? Nothing on the back. Anyway, this has a very influenced by Dufy for sure. What's your pleasure on this? 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2 of the French Riviera watercolor, original watercolor from probably in the 20s or 30s. At 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2 anymore. At 175, bargain. Anyone 200, all in, all done at 175. If it's a Dufy, we're all going to be sorry. 175, Carol. You got 200, now go 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4 with Carol, 200, 2 1/4. Worth it. I have 200, 2 1/4. That's a 22 karat gold frame on it. It has significance. I have 200 and 2 1/4 anymore. With Carol at 200, going to sell it. We got to move on. Carol, 200. Online better. Next we have Sidney Delavante, New York, 1894 to 1984. It's called Count Worley and Baron Busy, listening to the voices of growing grass, and stop levitating yendis and come down to earth. What? I forgot about these. God, aren't those fun? Those are great. They almost look like they're influenced by Star Wars, but they're before Star Wars. Anyway, here we are. What do we got? How much? 375 and 400, 400 and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 75 and 500 and 550 and 600 and 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 on the floor now and 650. I have 600 on the floor and 650 with Carol, now 700. I have 650 and 700. They're great little comical pictures. I have 650 and now 700. I have 650 and 700 on the pair at 650 and 700 once with Carol, 700 with Carol, now 750. I have 700 now 750 for the pair. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 once, 700 twice, anyone for 750 and 800. Says Delavante was an instructor of painting at Columbia University, studied the Art Students League, instructor at Cooper Union and Arts Center in northern New Jersey, exhibited and lectured in galleries and museums in New York, Washington, and other cities. And where are we, Carol? 750, looking for 8. As 750 once, 750 twice, and for 800 for the pair. All in, 750? We are 750, Carol. Next we have James Rosenquist, Maine and Connecticut, 1933 to 2017. My Mind is a Glass of Water. Interesting title. Serigraph on Asher's paper, pencil signed and dated 1972 and numbered. And what's your pleasure on this rare piece right here by James Rosenquist? 4 1/4 we have and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/2 on the floor and 475. I have 450s on the floor to my right and 475. At 450 and 75. Any more? At 450 once, 450 twice. At 475. Anyone who want it? My Mind is a Glass of Water. I have 450 and 475. We all good? We are. 450 to 35. 450 to number 35 buys that one. And next we have early Hudson Valley River lithograph, a fair view of the Hudson and Mary Powell with Roundup, the Catskills and Rhinebeck, as viewed from Captain A.L. Anderson's residence in 1875. What's your pleasure on this one? In the original walnut frame. What's your pleasure on this one? 375. And now, how much, Carol? 375 and now 400. At 375 and now 4 on that rare image at 375 and 400. At 375 and 400. 400 here and 4 and a quarter. Thank you. At 400 now 4 and a quarter. It's on the floor at 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now 4 and a quarter on the floor and 4 and 4 and a quarter anymore. All done. 4 and a quarter here. Thank you, ma'am. And 4 and a half. And 4 and a half would you go? 4 and a half here and 475. Yes, and 500 and 500. I have 475 and 500. It's on the floor on the right at 475 and 5. Any more? 500. He's back in. 5 and a half. She's back in. And 600 now. I have 5 and a half for the lady on the floor on the right at 5 and a half and 600. Any more? All done at 5 and a half and 600. Nice original image at 550 and 600. You got it. 550 to 49. 550 to 49. Yeah, next we still have art. Good. Next we have 8 early 19th century British caricature prints in various frames. And these were scattered through one of the bedrooms. I forget, maybe the green bedroom. We're going to sell the beds later. And on this right there, what's your pleasure? 200 I have, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 275. I have 250 and 270, 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300 on these caricatures. 300 now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. They're very early. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. In original Hogarth frames, 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. 3 and a half on the floor and 375. I have 350s on the floor, 375. 400 on the floor and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 on the right and 4 on the floor and 400 on the floor and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 once, 400 twice, and 4 and a quarter and a half with the lady, and now 475. I have 450s on the floor at 475. I have 450 and 475 anymore. 450 once, 450 twice, 475, 500, she's still in, 500 on the floor, and now 550 we need. We have 500 now, 550. At 500 now, 550 and 500, 550 more. 500 once, 500 twice, and 550, 500 to 49. $500 to 49. We are now moving on to lot 1081. Oh, a lot of interest in this one, and deservedly so. This is the nicest little picture. This is a very beautifully, delicately drawn watercolor and graphite. It's marked R67. We don't know who that was, but somebody very talented. Look how sweet that eye is, and the eye is in watercolor. And what's your pleasure on this one? A lot of interest in this. 450 I have, and 475. 75 and 500, 500, 550, 550, 600, 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650, 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. We're going to sell the tureen of a hippo shortly. What do we have, Carol? 650, 700 I have, and now 750. 750, now 800. Sweet picture. I have 750, now 800. I have 750 with Carol all the way, now 800. I have 750, now 800, 750, now 800. Any more? 800 I have, and now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5, and now 9. 8.5 with Carol all the way, and now 900. Of 8.5 and now 9. At 8.5 and now 9 anymore. 8.5 once, 8.5 twice, and went for 900. We all done at 850, 900. Carol, you got it 850. Now, oh, we had a lot of interest in these too. These were in one of the bedrooms. I forget which one. This is including 4 panoramic prints of early English railway events starting in 1825. And these were again, in the hallway. These were in the hallway upstairs. Beautifully French rule mats and 22-karat gold frames. And for the 4 of them, what's your pleasure? 750 I have, and now 800. I have 750, now 800, to 750, now 800. I have 750, now 8, and 750, now 8 on all 4. As 750 once, 750 twice, and went for 800 on all 4 of those hand-colored train engravings. As 750 anymore? So, Carol, 750. Oh, I like this one here. This is by Derek Hill, United Kingdom and Ireland, 1916 to 2000, picking up sea wrack, which means seaweed in our terms. Oil on hardboard, initial lower right, and it's from the Maynard Walker Gallery on 117th East 57th Street years ago when it was purchased. And what's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 275, and 275 and 300, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half, and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a half, and 75, and 350 and 375. I have 350, 75, and 400. I have 375 and now 4. 400, of course, and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. Great little picture. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, and 75. I have 450 with Carol all the way now, and 475, 75 and 500. I have 500 I have in 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 500 and 550. At 500 and 550, this was in the study, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 600, 650. I have 600 with Carol now, 650 with Carol all the way, and 700, 700 and 7.5. I have 700 now, 7.5 and 7 and 7.5 anymore. And 700 with Carol all the way. Any more? 700 once, 700 twice. Last call. Carol, 700. Next we have Ethel H. Blum, Connecticut, 1900 to 1990. Owl's Head Light, right down here. Watercolor on paper, sign lower left, and on there, that right there, it is in a nice double matte with a silver leaf frame. And what's your pleasure on this one?
400.
How much, Carol? 200 I have, and 250 would you go? No, 250, and now 275. 275 and 300, 300, and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 375, 400, 4 and a quarter. No, I have 400 here and 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 475. I have 450 down front, 475, 500, sir, 5 on the floor, and 550. I have 500 on the floor and 550. Any more? Last call at 500 and 550. You bought it, 500 to 56. 500 to 56. A lot of bidding on that one. Next we go to another nice picture right here. A modern watercolor still life. We couldn't find a signature on this one. And on this one, it's overall is 23 by 20. Let me just see that one a minute. Going downstairs in the hall, it says on the back, that's where this one was. And Paul Mountain Framing. Had a little bit, it has a kind of an influence of Marston Hartley, doesn't it? And what's your pleasure in this? 175 and now 200. I have 200 I have on the floor and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. 2 and a half on the floor and 275. I have 250s on the floor with the lady on the right. At 250 and 75 and a half, 75. At 250 and 75 anymore? 250 once, twice, and for 275. It's 250 to 35. 250 to number 35. And look at these. A pair of small Maine landscapes. It says half cape attached to open front barn marked Alma, Maine, with a TH monogram, watercolor pencil and paper. And the other one's a fisherman mending nets outside of a shack. Monogrammed HA. Let me see those a second. Oh yeah, this is interesting. It says Alma, Maine right there, and this one is an oil. So this one's, I got it. This one's an oil. Thanks, Bob. HA. Significant. If you get this, do a little research on that one. This was hanging in one of the bedrooms again. What's your pleasure on these two? 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter on the pair. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter here, and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and 75 would you go? Yes, and 400. I have 375 and now 4. On the floor, 375 and 4. At 375, need 4 if you want to take it. I have 375, ladies seated front at 375 and 400. At 3, pay attention to that one. I have 370, 400, I have 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 400, 4 and a quarter. That's only 200 apiece. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 once, 400 twice, and 4 and a quarter. Are you sure? Any more? Carol, 400 then. We're peeling right through the art. Oop. And next we have a watercolor of County Cork, Ireland. View of river inscribed Greenwill, Carriesville, 71. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 150. I have it now 175. Of County Cork, Ireland. I have 150, now 175. At 150, 175, at 150 and 75. At 150 and 75. Any more? All in all then, at 150, 175, 175, and on the floor, and down 200. At 170, 200 I have with Carol now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. The floor is out with Carol at 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. Any more? Last call at 200, 2 and a quarter. All in, all done, 200 Carol. Next we have Li Rudling Chinese stage costume design sketches of 1984. He was an artist and designer active in China, known for contributions to stage and costume design, and there's a lot of history about this guy. What's your pleasure on these? 50 I have, 60 I have, now 70. I have 70, now 80. 80 I have, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, now 90, 90, now 100. 100 I have, now 1 1/4. I have 100, now 1/4. 100 once, 100 twice, even for 100 1/4. Any more? 1 1/4. All over the place. 150 I have on the floor, 175. I have 150, now 175. It's on the floor, 150, 175. Any more? 150 once, twice, and for 175. 150 to you. Number 10. 150, number 10. Here we go. We're starting with the furniture now. This was, as you walked in the entrance to the main house, directly in front of you was this wonderful little tiger maple Queen Anne style highboy, and it had a great mirror on top of it and a lot of other stuff. Like when they come up, I'll tell you where they are if you care. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 1,100, now 12. 12 and now 13. I have 1,200, now 13, and 12 and 13. I have 1,200, now 1,300. With Jen at 12, 13 on the phone, and now 1,400. It's with Paige on the phone at 1,300, now 1,400. I have 1,300, 14. Little tiny piece of furniture. It's only 29 inches wide. I have 1,300 with Paige, now 14. At 13 once, twice, you went for 1,400. All in all at 1,300. Paige, you got it, 1,300.
387.
387. Next we're going to, this is the secretary. This was in the great room, the 18th century two-part American secretary right there. And what's your pleasure on that? It's an 18th century two-part Chippendale, four-drawer, slant-lid hardware, slant-lid desk. And on that right there is 80 inches high total, 38 inches wide, 23 inches deep at the base. What's your pleasure on this? It's unreserved. $500 where? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 and 550 is a bargain. It's going to be sold. I have 500 and 550 anymore. This 18th century two-part American desk from Brooks House in Northeast Harbor in the great room. I have 500 once, 550, 600. No money. It's the price of used furniture. 600, 650. I have 600 on the floor and 650. It's unreserved. Going to sell. I have 600 once, 600 twice. It's on the floor anymore. 650 and 700. Still nothing. 700, now 750. I have 700, now 750. I have 700 once. What a shame. It's a piece of American history, 18th century history. I have 750, now I have you at 750, and now 800. 750 once, twice, and for 800. Sold, 750 to you there. Number 58, nice buy. 750 to 58. And here we go, some more stuff here. And on the tall clock, this is a rare federal period tall clock by Abraham Edwards from Ashby, Mass. Walnut case circa 1800 with a nice bracket base. This was interesting. As you went from the hallway into this central room towards the door going outdoors, it was in a nook with between two bookcases filled with all the Canton and blue and white china we're going to sell later. And on this nice early clock, what's your pleasure in this? Maybe we have $1,000 and set it in. $1,000 is a rare early Massachusetts tall clock. And it's all there. We have the weights, the pendulum, the brass movement, so on and so forth, all the finials. And he went for $1,000, $500, that rare American tall clock. And he went for $500. Should be everywhere. No money for this at all. And he said $500 on the tall clock. He had to be sold. And he went for 500. 500 they have, and now 550. We're going to sell it. 500 now 550. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. That's rare American tall clock. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. Going to sell. I have 550 once, 550 twice. And for 600. Any more? Any more? Bargain. Any more? Sold, Carol, 550. Online bidder. That's a nice buy. That's a nice clock. All original surface and everything. Next we have a New England pumpkin pine pewter cabinet, one piece. This was in the dining room, filled with Wedgwood and Canton and everything you can imagine. And on this right here, this nice early, it's early 19th century, late 18th century, early 19th century, pumpkin pine, old refinish, nice old refinish honey color pine with a ivory interior. What's your pleasure in this? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. Remember, all this is unreserved. Nice 3 1/4 on the floor and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 on the floor and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and a half on the floor and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 75, of course, and 400. At 400, I 375 was on the floor, now 400. I 375, 400 here, and now 4 1/4. With the gentleman here, 400 and 4 1/4 would you go? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, and 475 and 500. You can't buy the wood for that. I 475, and then you have somebody make it. I 475 and now 500. With the lady at 475 on the floor and selling. At 475 once, twice, and for 500, you bought it. 475 to 58. 475, 58 buys. Next we have, here's a beautiful table that was in the dining room. This is a Hepplewhite American maple drop leaf table. On this table, you'll notice how deep the leaves are. The leaves are 25 inches deep, I believe. And on that right there from the Northeast Harbor, this was in the dining room. What's your pleasure on this? This has so you pull the leaf up, and it has an extra leg that swings out to hold up that big leaf. It's a Hepplewhite swing leg table, dining room table. What's your pleasure on this one? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300, now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4 anymore. Last call at 300, 3 1/4. One bid and then nice period table. At 300, 3 1/4, it's going to go. They want it all gone. Anymore. Nice buy. 300 to 56. 300 to 56. Oh yes, the chest. Okay, thanks, Chris. And now we have a Country Chippendale 5-drawer maple chest with a cove top, graduated drawers, retaining the original brasses, 48 inches high, 39 inches wide, and 19 inches deep. And on this, you'll notice it has a finely carved, see how nicely shaped that Chippendale bracket base is, with lip drawers and nice figuring in the maple and a honey-colored old refinish. What's your pleasure on this? 300 I have, and 3 1/4, and 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 75, 75, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2, 75, 500, 550, 600, 600, 650, no. I have 600 Carol, still a bargain, 650 there, and now 700. At 650 in the center, he knows the trade when he sees it. I have 650, now 700 on the phone, and now 750, 50 on the floor, and 800. I have 750s on the floor, need 800. I have 750, still a bargain for American 18th century furniture. 750 once, twice, and for 800. You bought it, 750 to 38. 750 to 38 buys. Thanks, Steve. Next we have, this was in the great room. This is one of the earliest pieces of furniture on the property. This is a William and Mary period tavern table, circa 1750. Beautiful old patina, stretches, wood peg condition, construction with a drawer, 27 inches high, 36 inches wide, and 23 1/2 inches deep. This had the painting of the little dog sitting on it that we sold, second item of the day. What's your pleasure on this rare William and Mary tavern table? I have 400, and now 4 1/4. I have 400, now 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4, of course, and 4 1/2. It's a $2,000 table. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 on the floor, and 475. I have 4 1/2 now, 475, and 500. 500 I have on the floor, and 550. I have only 500 now, 550. And that's a rare, early 550, 600 if you'd like it. I have 550 and 600. It should be everywhere. That's a rare early table. I have 550 and 600. Think about it. All the people that sat at that table since 1750. Carol, what do you have, 550? 550 and 600. Any more? That's a beautiful, beautiful tavern table. I have 550 and 600. Any more? Sold, Carol, 550. It's all here to go. Next, we have the corner cupboard. This corner cupboard was in the corner of the dining room, of course, and it was filled with all the Staffordshire figures. It had the hen tureen on the top, as I said, and many other things in there. What's your pleasure on this one? 800 we have to open it. Now 850. I have 800, no 850 in the corner cupboard. At only 800 and 850, at 800, 850. At 800, that beautifully constructed 18th century corner cupboard. Any more? I have only $800. Look at that great Chippendale bracket base. There's fluted quarter columns on either side. Has a single door and a drawer. I have 800 once, 800 twice, I went for 850. All in, all done at 800. Bargain time, 800 Carol. All right, here we go to the next great piece. And it is a Country Hepplewhite tavern table in pine and maple, 30 inches high, 33 inches wide, 24 1/2 inches deep, with a single drawer, with a Hepplewhite tapered leg. What's your pleasure on that nice tavern table? two what? 250? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 on the floor, at 250 and selling. At 250 once, twice, and 275. Price of used furniture for this beautiful period American furniture. You got it. 250 to 56. 250 to 56. Next we have the slant lid desk, a Chippendale slant lid or slant front desk, mahogany desk, 46 inches high by 43 inches wide, 21 inches deep. And on that nice period desk, with again with a Chippendale bracket base, 3 drawers, slant lid. What's your pleasure on this? What's your pleasure on this one?
100.
100 I have, and now 1 1/4. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 175 and 2, and 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, nothing for this stuff. I have 2 1/2 and 275 and 300. And is that a yes? 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, yes, and 375, no. I 350 and 375. I 350 on that 18th century American handmade desk. 375, 400. 400 is on the floor and 4 1/4. I'm going to sell this all on reserve. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. With Carol at 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Bargain. I have 4 1/4 once, twice. You went for 4 1/2. All in, all done at 4 1/4. Carol, 4 1/4. So you know what? I can push this and it goes without hitting the button. It's like my iPad. That I understand. Next we have 1099. Look at this, an American Federal Period mirror. 43 inches high, 22 and a half inches wide, with a beautifully gilded, and it has a reversed glazé panel with an American spread wing eagle, all in gold leaf, and all nice original gold leaf in this. This was hanging in the dining room. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275, it cost them 300. 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 375. I 350 and 75, it cost them 400 and 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 and 475. 475 and 500. I have 475 and now 500, 475 and 5. That's a nice period mirror. I have 500 and 550. I have 500 with Emily all the way, and now 550. I have 500 and now 550 more. 550 with Carol and 600. I have 550 and 600, that rare mirror. 600, 650. I have 600 now 650, 600, 650, 650, 700. I have 650 now 7. I have 650 now 700, 650 and 700. At 651, 700 with Carol and 7 1/2. I have 700 now 7 1/2. That lovely mirror. I have 7 1/2 and now 800. I have 7 1/2 and now 8. At 7 1/2 and now 8. At 7 1/2 and 8 anymore on that nice 800 with Carol in that early mirror. Now 8 1/2. At 800 now 8 1/2. At 800 8 1/2. At 800 now 8 1/2. At 800 8 1/2 and now 9. 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 Anymore? All in, all done. 8 1/2, 900, 950 if you want it. I have 900 now 950. I have 900 now 950 anymore. 900, 9 1/2 and now 1,000. And 950 now 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000 anymore. 1,000 I have 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100, 1,100 if you want it. I have 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, even for 1,100. All in at $1,000 anymore. It's $1,000 then. Online bidder. Carol got that one. And next we have, the pillar and scroll. This was on the mantle. Thanks, Eb. This is a completely perfect clock on the mantle with a Hepplewhite bracket base. It's made by Charles Kirk of Bristol, Connecticut. We have the pendulum, the weights, everything in mint condition, original finials. And this is on the mantle in the dining room on this lovely pillar and scroll clock. And what's your pleasure on this one? 20 years ago, we were selling these for $2,500 all day long with repairs. I have 250 and now 275 and 300. Totally original. 300, it cost them 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 3 1/4. That's beautiful original clock at only 300 now 3 1/4. 3 1/4, it cost them 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 3 1/4 and 2 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 3 1/2. Thank you. And 375. I have 350 and 375, 375 and 400, 400, 4 1/4. It keeps good time. I have 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2, 475. Bargain. I have 4 1/2 now 475. That lovely clock. I have 450 and 475. I have 475 and 500, 500 and 550. I have 500 and 550. It's on the floor. 500 and selling. 550 and 600. It's bargain. I have 600 with the gentleman behind you. 600 now 650. I have 600, 650 and 700. If you want one, it's mint. 650, 700 I have on the floor, and 750. Back to you, Carol. 700 once, 750 and 800 and 800. 800 is a beauty. At 800 or 8.5, put it on your mantle, well, great. I have 800 or 850. 800 is on the floor and selling once, selling twice. 800 anymore. That's a fabulous clock. I've never seen one better. 800 you, sir, number 62. 800 to 62. Seriously, 20 years ago, we knocked those down 2,500 every time we had one. You couldn't even find them, actually, that anybody let them go. That's got the weights, the pendulum, the keys, everything. Here we go. On this rare Federal period card table with white painted base. What's interesting about this is it's a Baltimore card table. And you know that because when you look on the edges of the apron on the top, it's stenciling. And that one center panel, if you notice that one center panel in between the carved legs, it has stenciling in there. And that was only done in most of the times in the Baltimore workshop. We cataloged it as New York, but as we studied it closer, we realized that it's Baltimore. Anyway, we have a man that works for us that does repairs and stuff. If you buy this and you want it taken down to the original mahogany, we could have him do that for you at a price, of course. And what's your pleasure in this rare Federal period, the top swings around and it forms a solid card table with the dolphin carved legs and hairy paw feet. Carved pedestal, what's your pleasure on that? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 on that Baltimore card table. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. I have 4 1/4 and selling. Once, twice, it was in the great room. 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 and 475 and 500. I have 475 and 500. I have 500 and 550. I have 500 now 550. When that paint's off, it's going to be fabulous. I have 500 now 550. I have 500 and 550 anymore. Last call at 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 600 I have and 650. On that Baltimore card table, I have 650 and 700. I have 650 now 7. I have 650 now 700, 650 700, Carol, all the way, and now 750. I have 750 and 800. I have 750 and 800. I have 750 and 800 with Carol all the way, and 850. I have 800 now 8.5, at 800 8.5. At 800, 850 with Carol, now 900. I have 850 now 9. I have 850 now 9. At 850 once, 850 twice, aim for 900, 900, 950 on the Baltimore card table. I have 900, looking for 9.5, 950 and 1,000 now. I have 950 now 1,000. That thing will clean up beautifully. I have 950 now 1,000. At 950 now 1,000 was in the great room in the right-hand corner. I have 950 now 1,000. 950 once, 950 twice, you're in for a $1,000 bill. Any more? Carol, 950. Next we have this early American sackback Windsor from circa 1800. It's a maple spindle-back armchair with scroll bamboos, formed spindles, H stretcher, and on that it's 37 inches high, 17 inches by 26 inches deep. And what's your pleasure in that period 18th century sackback Windsor armchair in nice old surface honey-colored finish. What's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175. 175, $1,000 chair. Years ago, we used to get 1,000 for those all day long. 175, and now 200, 200 and 2 1/4. No money. At 200, 2 1/4. Who got the slant lid desk secretary? 2 1/4. That sat in front of your desk. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. The secretary desk is what it sat in front of. 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 and 275. Bargain. At 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, you went for 275 in that 18th century American Windsor. 275 and 300. At 275 and 3, no money. At 275 and 300, 300 here with the down front. At 300, 3 1/4. I 300, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. 3 once, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2. There's a period Windsor chair at 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. Last call at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. With Carol at 3 1/4. We all good? With Carol, 3 1/4. Nice buy on that. Next we have, these were sitting around the dining room table in the main dining room. Provincial red painted hardwood ladderback chairs, and on those right here for the set of 6. What's your pleasure on those? 650 I have, and 700. I have 700 now, 750. I have 750, 800. I have 750 now, 800. The floor is out. It's with Carol again. I have 750 now, 800. I have 750 now, 800. 750 now, 8. Any more? On the 6 of those red chairs with rush seats. I have a 750 with Carol. Any more? Once, twice, anyone for 800. I have a 750 now, 800. Any more? Carol, 750 then. They're getting all the good stuff. All right, next we have. Oh, this is a good piece right here. This was hanging underneath that mirror we just sold, that federal mirror, on the back wall of the dining room between the two big windows. Country Chippendale pumpkin pine 2-drawer server. And on that right there, it has nicely proportioned molded legs. It's 34 inches high, 34 inches wide, 28 inches high, 19.5 inches deep. And on that lovely period piece right there, this would have been made somewhere between 1790 and 1800 probably. What's your pleasure on this piece? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It should be bigger than 1,000. Well, all over the place. Hey, I got hands everywhere. 175 and 200, what have you? All over the place. 200. I have 200 or 2 1/2 and 275. 275 over there and 300. It's a rare form. 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 on the phone, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4 and a half. 3 1/2, of course, and 375. That's a rare form of American furniture. 3 1/2 and 375 and 400 now. Back to 400, Carol, and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 on the phone and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. A nice piece of American furniture. 4 1/2 and 475. And 475. 475 with Sylvia and 500 now and 500. I have 475 and 5. That's a rare form. I have 475 and 500. At 475 once, twice, and went for $500. That beautiful 500 I have, and now 550. And now 550 back to you, Sylvia. 550, of course, and 600. Two people know how rare this is. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600 anymore. At 550 once, 550 twice. And went for 600. Sylvia, 550. All right, here we go. 2. We are now on lot 1105. Come on. And we have, this was upstairs in the back bedroom. This is a green painted 5-drawer Hepplewhite chest. A nice early American Hepplewhite chest right there with 2 drawers over 3 drawers on that 5-drawer chest. Again, it would clean up beautifully because it's had that paint protecting the old finish for years. What's your pleasure on this? Nice. You notice the nicely shaped apron on that too. What's your pleasure on this? 200. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Nice American piece of furniture. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. On the phone at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 with Carol online at 275. I have 275. It's in mint green. I have 250 now, 275. At 250 once, 250 twice, and 275 here on the floor, and now 300. I have 275 and now 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4 for this 18th century piece of furniture. I have 3 1/4 on the phone, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore? At 3 1/2 and 75 now, and 375. Think what you can't buy for that kind of money. It's a handmade piece of furniture. They didn't even have mechanical tools back then. This is all handmade. We need 375. No money. I 375, yes, no, maybe. Quickly. Yes, 375 and 400. I 375 on the phone. You don't have to think about it. It's a nice piece of furniture for no money. I 375 and now 4. 375 once, twice, any more? 400 I have and now 4 1/4. I have 400 with Carol, now 4 1/4. I have 400 with Carol, now 4 1/4. 4 1/4 with Carol, now 4 1/2. They're just waking up to the value of this. I knew it. I have 4 1/4, now 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore? 400 once, twice, we went for 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Sold, 4 1/4 Carol. Online bidder. Nice period American chest. And now, let's see what else we have for fun stuff. And now we have another one. This is a Country Chippendale 4-drawer birch chest, and this one's not painted, with a nice molded top, bat wing brasses, a nicely shaped bracket base. What's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4. It's all here to be sold. We don't care where it starts, where it ends up. 150 I have all over the place. 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 300 and 3 1/4. No, I have 300 here and 3 1/4 now. It's on the floor with this lady by the pole. At 300 now, 3 1/4. At 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 375. At 3 1/2 now, 375, 375. It's on the floor, online now, and 400. and 400, 400 here, and now 4 1/4. You can't buy good furniture any cheaper than that. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 450 and 475. I have 450 now, 475. I have 450s on the phone now, 475. At 450 once, 450 twice, went for 475. All in all done at 450, 475. Any more? So 450 to the phone. Some nice buys on furniture. And this 19th century, this is an original lemon gold frame that you see on a lot of the 18th century American paintings. Tip it like that, good. And on that mirror right there, which a pleasure, and this nice early early mirror with a lemon gold frame. It's 19 by 27.5 inches overall, which a pleasure. 175 and now 200. I have 175, 200, I have 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4 anywhere. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 anymore. All in all done at 200, 2 1/4. A nice period lemon gold frame. You can take the mirror out and put it on a period painting. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 anymore. Sold 200, Carol.
No, live auctioneer.
Oh, sorry, live auctioneers, Emily. Next we have, thank you. Next we have a country Hepwhite oval tavern table. And on that tavern table right there, is what makes this nice is it's all original. Usually the tops replaced and stuff. This has an oval top. You'll notice the splaying to the legs. That's the best you can get when you have a splayed leg. That keeps it from tipping over. And on that table, it's all wood peg construction. And again, it's in a soft color. I think it's in a soft pastel color over the original old red paint. And what's your pleasure on this one? On that rare tavern table? How much? 50, 60, 70, 80, 80, 90, 100. It's a $500 table. I all over the place. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. I have 250. What a buy. 250 and 270, 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 300 with Carol, of course, 3 1/2, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. At only $300, 3 1/4, an 18th century splayed leg oval top tavern table. I have 300 and what do we have, Carol? 3 1/4. 300. Looking for 3 1/4. Any more? At 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 1/4. A beautiful period tavern table. Any 3 1/4, of course, and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. When you take that down to the old red, you're going to go nuts for it. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 375. I have 3 1/2 once, twice, and with the 375, you won't buy another one like that. At 350 once, twice, anymore. Once, twice, anymore. It's 3 1/2, Carol. Next we have an 18th century. This is a early 18th century, probably around 1740, 1750. New England maple ladderback chair with a rush seat that Chris is just bringing in. You notice that what makes this valuable is not only the finials, but it's what they call sausage turned. Sausage turned, and it has the beautiful rolled carved arms and sausage turning on the legs with a double stretcher and sausage turn stretchers on the front with a rush seat in old honey-colored finish. And what's your pleasure on this one? What? 50. All right. It's all here to be sold. I have 15 and 75, 100. I have 100 on the floor, now a quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now 1 1/4, 1 1/2. All over the place. 1 1/2, 175, of course, and 200, and 200, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, an 18th century handmade chair. This would have been made around 1740, 1750. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 on the floor, 2 1/4 here, and 2 1/2 now, 2 1/2 and 275, and 275. If you like American furniture, there's no money. 275 and 300 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. I have 275 and 3, 275 and 3. It's here, 275 and selling. 300 I have on the line, and now 3 1/4. They're just waking up to the value. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. Once, twice, and more than $300. All in, all done at 300. Carol, you got it, 300? Online bidder. Next we have a beautiful New England one-drawer birch stand. This is a turned leg on it, a beautiful turned leg with 3 cups on the foot. And on that right there from around 1830, and Chris is bringing that up, is in figured birch and maple. This was on the left side of the bed in the master bedroom. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 have, and 200, and 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/2 and 275 and 300, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 475, 500, 500, 550, 550, 600. No. I have 550 with Carol online now, 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. At 550 and 600, that lovely stand from the 1820, 1830. I have 550 and 550 and 575 if you want it. Any more? It's with Carol at 550. Once, twice, and Carol 550. Thanks, Chris. Yep. Next we have a Queen Anne round top cherry candle stand, circa 1740 to 1760. On that right there is 26 inches high, 22.5-inch diameter. So when you measure these tables like this, you're going to have, when they started, it was all the same size, but because of shrinkage, one side of it is going to shrink up. But look at the color under here. This is what you want to see on these early tables. They have a forged iron bracket that supports the legs into the shaft because they're dovetailed into the shaft. Just so you know, that's why they last from 1740 to now. And on that right there, on that Queen Anne table in solid cherry, what's your pleasure on that? 60 and 70, 80, 90, 100, 100 quarter, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 275, 300, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. No, I have 3 1/4 on the floor and 3 1/2. A 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. With the ladies seated by the pole, the 3 1/4. Make no mistake, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Yours, 3 1/4 at 58. 3 1/4 to 58. And here we go. Excuse me. On the next item, here's another good stand. Where's that next stand? Do we have that square top? Square top stand. On this Hepplewhite rigid top candle stand, circa 1790, and figured mahogany with a square top, having a low gallery edge. They like them when they have the gallery edge because the stuff doesn't roll off of the top. And on this right here, it has a simple arch triple leg, and the size is 28.5 by 15.5 by 17.5. And on that right there, which is a pleasure on this one right here. There we have what? $200 set it in, 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have $100 and 100 quarter on the floor, and 1 1/2. Here comes Zeb with it. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175. At 150, 170, 175. Set it right up here, Zeb. 175, Zeb. You know what's interesting about this? This is probably a New Hampshire stand from the design of it. It's 200 now, 2 1/4. It has these little tiny cutout feet for balance. Again, this one they did not put the metal thing, but you can see how it's dovetailed. You can see how it's a shaft. And you notice it had old red paint on it originally. 2 1/2 and now 275. I have 250 and 275. 275 and 3. See that tray top was what you like? 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 anymore. At 300, selling at 300, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 is on the floor with a lady. I almost missed you. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 75 now, and 75. 3 1/2 and 375. It's probably New Hampshire. I have 3 1/2 and now 375. 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400. 375 and 4. Any more? 375 once. 400 in time and 4 1/4. It's a good one. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. 400 and 4 1/4. This is the master bedroom again. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 anymore. All in, all done. 400, 4 1/4. 4 1/4 in time and 4 1/2. That's 4 1/4 on the floor on the left side at 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 and 475. I have 450 with the lady seated with Emily now, 4 1/2 and 475. At 450 once, 450 twice, you went for 475. All in, all done. Emily, 450. And lot 1113. Lot 1113, here we go. Another good piece of furniture. This is a New England, Country Sheridan, New England one-drawer stand in maple. And on that right there, circa 1830 to 1850, with a single drawer. This was in the guest bedroom. This is in the guest bedroom. It has original brasses, we believe, on it. And what's your pleasure on that? Maybe $300. How much? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175, 175, and 200. 200, 2 1/4. I think you have bids on that, John. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2 over here, and 270. I have 2 1/2 on the floor, 275, 300, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 375, 400, 400 I have, and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now with Carol online. 4 1/4 with Carol online, and 4 1/2 now. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 anymore? All in, all done. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Once, twice, anymore? Carol, 4 1/4, you got it. Thanks, guys. Next we have, come in. Here we go. This was in the master bedroom also. This is a very rare American Hepplewhite coffin top. You see the shape of it? That's called a coffin top, tilt top candle stand with a spider formed leg. That's why it has an arch like a spider, and it has little spade feet on it. And on that right there, this one's also in a mint green paint. It's hardwood underneath and would strip down beautiful if you don't want it in mint green. And is that around anywhere, that mint green stand? And on that stand right there, maybe we have what, a couple $100 set it in. 200 where instead of 100 I have it now quarter. I have $100, 100 quarter, and 100 and a half. I have 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. Oh, look, oh, Chris has got it. Look at the stand. 1 and a half, now 175. Set it right up here, Chris. 175 and now 200. So this is what they call spade foot. It's a little extra carving on the foot. It's called a spade foot with a coffin top. And you can see under here that it is, looks like solid 250, now 275. This was in the master bedroom of the bed. 270, 300 I have on the phone, 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half on the phone with Kayla and 375. 375 and now 400. I 375 and now 4 with Emily online at 375 on Live Auctioneers and now 400. I 375 and now 4. Quickly, 375 once. 375, 400 in time, and now 4 and a quarter. I have 400. Look at the quality, the balance of the design of this. Made by hand. No mechanical tools in this period. This is all by hand. I have 400. Where do we have? 400. Now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 once, 400 twice. We went for 4 and a quarter. Any more? Kayla, 400.
394.
394 buys 400. Next we have, what do we have next that's fun? We have another one. This is also in the bedroom. This is a Queen Anne candle stand in white paint, 18th century. Set that right up here, will you? So what's nice about this one is it has what they call a shaped corner. On this one right here, nicely turned shaft with a Queen Anne pad foot. A nice little Queen Anne pad foot. This would have been, now you notice they put the metal on this one to hold the legs together so it would never break. And on this right here, made around 1740 to 1750. And again, it's hardwood. If you don't want the white paint, it'll strip out beautifully. What's your pleasure in this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, and a nice little stand right there. 100 a quarter, thanks, and 1 and a half. I 1 a quarter, 1 and a half here, and 175, and 200, and 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half, and 275, and 300. At 275 and left, and 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, 275, 3, and that wonderful early Queen Anne candle stand. Any more? 275, number 85. 275 to 85. And next we have, what fun thing do we have next? Here we go. Now we have a giltwood bevel mirror, 19th century. This was in the downstairs hall near the elevator. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? Bevel glass, what's your pleasure on that? 90 I have, and now 100. 100 I have, and now quarter. You have 650. Well, there. Emily has 650. Stand aside. I have 650 with Emily, now 700, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 on the phone, and 750. I have 750 now. I have 750, now 800. I have 750, now 800, 750, now 800. I have 750, now 800. That's 800. 800 I have, now 8.5. 850, now 900. 850, now 900. I have 850, now 900. It's a 19th century style mirror. At 900 I have, and now 950. A 900, now 950. On the phone at 900, 950 more. All in, all done. At 900, once, twice, and Jamie, 900. 444. And a Chippendale mirror. A nice period Chippendale mirror. This was in the downstairs bedroom over that little server we just sold a minute ago. And on this right here with a carved gilded phoenix bird on the top. 40 inches high by 22 inches wide. What's your pleasure in this mirror right here? 150. Where 150 I have 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 now 175. 150 175. At 150 and 75 anymore? Oh, 175. I didn't see it. Holler at me. At 175 is on the floor. And 200. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. And 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. It's on the floor and right at 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half here and 75 and 75. At 250 with Carol online at 250 and 75. At 250 and 75. At 250 and 75. This is the early mirror. The one that's later mirror just brought almost 275 and 300. At 270, 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. Show them the back of that Zeb one time. I 300 now, 3 1/4. I 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once, 300 twice, and went for 3 1/4. 3 1/4, now the front, and 3 1/4, and 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 75. I 350 and 75. Great carving on the gilded phoenix bird. I 3 1/2 and 375. Once, twice, anymore. So, Carol, 350. And on this piece right here, look at this. This piece right here would have been done at the height of the Civil War. This is black lacquered and gilded and hand painted, all hand painted, circa 1855 to 1865, but it's all inlaid with mother of pearl, all in here, done with abalone shell. So they crushed up the abalone shell and they inlaid this all by hand. And on this great tilt-top tea table right here from the Civil War era. What's your pleasure in this? 100 I have, now quarter. 3 1/4, I liked it better. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 with Emily, 3 1/2, and a fine vintage piece right there at 3 1/2 on the floor and 375. Great designer piece, 375 and 400 on the floor and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. Just need to be wiped down. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 on the floor and 475. I have 450 now, 75. At 450 and 75 anymore. Selling once, selling twice on the floor at 475 in time and 500. 500 on the floor and 550 now. 550, I have 600. I have 550 and 600. You won't find another one. I have 550 and 600, 600 and 650, all handmade. I have 600 on the floor at 650 with Carol and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650, thanks for your help. I have 650 and 700, sorry. I have 650 and 700 anymore. With Carol at 650 and 700 anymore. Carol, 650. Next we have, we're going to be going back to smalls here in a minute. There's plenty of good ones. On this, this would have been made around 1860s to 70s. A stenciled child's decorated rocker with a cane seat. Nice caning. You'll notice it's all hand painted on the back and stenciled. What's your pleasure in this? May we have what? $50 wear on that nice period chair. 50 wear instead of a bit of $50 and go. 50 I have and 60 now. I have 60 there and 70 here and 80 now and 90 now and 100 ma'am and 125 and 150. No. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 is selling. And 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on the floor all the way now. 1 1/2 and 175. Yes, and 200. And 175 is on the floor to my right. And 2 and 175. What? 200 I have and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 is on the floor and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. Sold 2 1/4, 49. 49 buys. 49, yep. Here we go. And next we have Valentine George Nicholas Lawford. How many names does this guy need? United Kingdom, 1911 to 1991. There's a pair of floral watercolors of cyclamen, both signed and dated 1980, in matching artist-painted molded frames, country French rule mats. And on that, this marked. This goes, just so you know where it was in the house, it goes in the outside nursery. And on those right there from the Brooke-Astor house, look how beautifully these are painted. And what's your pleasure in these? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. At 250 and 275, of course, on the phone. And now 300. I have 300, of course, and 3 1/4 for the both. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4 on the phone, 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 375. I 350 and 375. I 350s on with Emily and live auctioneers, and now 375. 375 on the phone with Sylvia, and now 400. 400 I have with Emily on live auctioneers, now 4 1/4 for the pair. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. 4 1/4 with Sylvia on the phone, and now 4 1/2. 4 1/2 with Emily on live auctioneers, and 475. 75 on the phone, now 500 and 500. I have 475 on the phone, and now 500 if you want them. 500 I have, and now 5 1/2. I have 500 now, 5 1/2, and 500, 5 1/2. 550 on the phone with Sylvia and 600. I have 550 and 600 I have with Emily on live auctioneers, and 650 now. I have 600 now, 6 1/2. 650 I have, and 700. I have 650 now, 700 with Emily on live auctioneers, and 750. They're lovely. I have 700 once. 750 in time with Sylvia, now 800. I have 750 now, 800. 800 with Emily on live auctioneers, now 8 1/2. At 800 now, 8 1/2. 800 with Emily and 8 1/2. 800 once. 800 twice. 850 with Sylvia, and now 900. On the phone at 850 once, 850 twice on the phone. Any more? 900. Carol, just getting into the last gun here. A 900 with Carol online, and now 950. 950 with Sylvia on the phone, and now 1,000. Nice round number. At 950 now, 1,000. 950 once. Now 1,000 I have with Carol, and now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100. 1,000 with Carol on the line, and now 1,100. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. Need 1,100. Any more? 1,100. She's come so far. 1,100, now 12. 11 and 12, 11 and 12. It's on the phone. 1,112 once, twice, and sold. 1,100 the phone.
472.
472. Thank you all. A lot of play on that one. Oh, here's another good one. Here's a 19th century botanical watercolor. Floral branch with 2 butterflies and a caterpillar. Watercolor on paper circa 1850. Again, it's in a French rule mat. That's what these are when they're all hand ruled and in a gold leaf frame. And what's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have, and 275 now. 75, 300, 300 on 4 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 with you, and 3 1/2. 3 1/2, and 75, and 400, and 400, 400, and 4 1/4. 4 1/4 with Carol, and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 with Carol, and 475. 4 1/2 now 475. At 450 and 75 anymore. At 450 and 475. At 450 and 475. At 450 and 75 and 500. At 475, 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 500, 550. At 500 with Carol and 550 anymore. All in all then, at 500 with Carol and 550. Once, twice, any more than 550 with Carol and 600 now. I have 600 with Carol and 650. 650 and 700. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. There's a tag on the back that says, going down back stairs. 750, 800. I have 750 now, 800. At 750 now, 800. At 750 now, 800. Any more? All in all then, 750, 800. Once, twice, any more? Carol, 750. Oh, look at this. Wow. You got all your phones? 1, 2, 3, 4. On this one, this is Rory McEwen from Scotland, 1932, 1982. A single stem of red carnation, watercolor on paper, pencil signed, 1967, inscribed for Brooke with much love in a gilt stick frame and a linen mat. And on this little picture, we've had so much interest in this painting right here. And I have what? I have 5,000 to open immediately. 12,000. I have 12,000, and now 13,000. I have 13,000 I have, and now 14,000. I have 13,000 on the phone. 14,000 with live auctioneers, now 15,000. I have 15,000 with Kayla. 16,000 on live auctioneers, now 17,000. I have 17,000. I knew we had a lot of interest. 18,000 and 19,000. With Emily, it's 19,000. With Kayla, now 20,000 I have, and now 21,000. I have 20,000, now 21,000. 21,000 I have, and 22,000 without hesitation on Emily, and now 23. I have 22,000, now 23,000. I have 22,000, now 23,000. This lovely painting. At 22,000 and 23. At 22,000 anymore? All in, all done. It's on live auctioneers at 22,000 with Emily. Make no mistake. It's 22,000 once. It's 22,000 twice. 23 with Kayla in time. And 24,000. At 24,000 back with Emily. And now 25,000. At 24,000, now 25,000. So much interest in this piece. At 24,000, now 25,000. At 24,000 on with Emily. And you won't find another one. At 24,000 once. At 24,000 twice. It's the only one like it. Anyone for 25,000? One more time. They've gone so far.
You're so close. Do you want to try it?
I have 24,000 and 25,000 if you want it. And 24,000 once, 24,000 twice. You're going to lose it. Any more? So, 24,000. Emily. Live auctioneers, 24,000. Thank you. Next we have some more good things all day long. There's non-stop good things from this estate all day long. And here we go on lot 1123, 11 fine Victorian naturalist prints. These were in the guest room with the blue pencil post beds done by Sister Parrish, which will be coming up shortly, I think. On these 11 studies of animals, birds, plants, sea life, and printed for J. Hinton in Newgate Street in London. And on your, what's your pleasure on this? I have 1,000 and now 11. 2100, he's even better. 2200 and 2300, 2300 and 2400. At 2300 now 24. At 2300 with Emily now 24. 24 with Emily and 25. At 24 now 25 if you want them. At 24 and 25 for all of them. 11. 2500 I have and now 2750. At 2500 now 2750 and 3000. At 2750 and 3000. 3000 I have and 32 and a half. I 3000 and 32 and a half in these rare prints. At 3000 now 32 and a half and 3000 32 and a half. At 3000 and 32 and a half anymore. At 3000 once. At 3250 and 35 now. I 3250 and 3500. I 3250 and 35 and 3750. I 3500 and 3750. I 3500. This was in the large guest room. At 3500 now 3750. At 3500 once. At 3500 twice. Anyone for 3750? We all end on at 3500 with Emily all the way. Any more? Sold 3500. Next we have Valentine Lawford, United Kingdom, 1911 to 1991. 2 floral botanicals on those right there. A Nicolina and a Petunia Rose. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on those? 700 I have, and now 750. I have 700, now 750, and 700 and 750. I have 700, now 750, and 750 if you want them. At 700 once, 700 twice, and for 750 on the pair of those botanicals. At 700 anymore. All in, all done at $700. With Emily on live auctioneers at 700 anymore. Sold $700. Live auctioneers. Next we have, oh, these are lovely and rare. Lovely and rare. A pair of rare Victorian croquet prints by John Leach of United Kingdom, 1817 and 1864. These were hanging in the master hallway as you walked from the study into the great room. And on these, you never see artwork, croquet. Hand-colored pieces. What's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? Very valuable pieces. May I have what? $300 to set them in. 300 wear. These are extremely rare. At 300 wear, set them in 300, 200. 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200, now 2 1/4. Way, way, way into the money for these. At 200, now 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. At 200, 2 1/4. All in, all done at 200, 2 1/4. Can't believe it. 2 1/4. These should be bringing 1,000. I have 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. They're all written down below here. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 are going to sell. At 2 1/4 once, twice, 2 1/2. Thank you. And 275. At 250 and 275. 275, 300. 300, of course, and 3 1/4. They should be bringing 1,000. I have 300 on the floor here and 3 1/4. These are rare, rare prints. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 on the floor and 375. I 3 1/2 and 375. It's on the floor at 3 1/2 and 375 anymore. At 350 once, twice, we went for 375. 375 in time and 400. Still worth it. Is that yes? Yes, 400, of course, and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. They should have started at 1,000. I have 400 and 4 1/4. 400 once, twice, anymore? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I'm trying for you. 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475. I'm helping. I have 450 on the floor and 475. I have 450 and 75 anymore. Last call of 450 and 75. The rare, rare prints. So we're 75 and 500. 500, she said, and 550. I have 500 and 550. She started at 1,000. I don't care. They're going to be sold. They're on reserve. I have 500 and 550. 550 and 600. I have 5. Thanks for your help, though. I have 550 and 600. 550 and 60 anymore. Last call of 550 once, 50 twice, and for 600. Carol, 550. Those were lining the hall as you go to the great room. Lots of great stuff to come. Here's some more. Here are 6 Adrian Maurice Daintré, British, 1902-1988, London architectural views from the 1950s. These are 6 ink and watercolor views of notable London locations, including Eaton Square, the Queen's Gate, and so on and so forth. And on those right there, for the 6 of them, what's your pleasure? 850 I have. 950, 950, 1,000 I have, and 1,100, 1,100, and 12, 12, and 13, and 14, and 15, and 16, 17, 8. I have 18 on the floor, now 19, 19, 2,000, and 21 on the floor, and 22, 20. I have 21 on the floor, and 22, and 22, 22 with Carol, and 23. No, I have 22 with Carol now. The floor is out. The absentee is out. It's 22 with Carol, now 23. At 2,200 on all of those, 6. At 2,200 once, 2,200 twice, and went for 2,300. Any more? You got them, Carol, 2,200. Next we have, oh, we're out of art, we're out of furniture. Now we're back to rare small items. Look at this. This was in the, let me see, this was in the dining room on the side, on the server that we sold earlier. This is a sign, a Buccellati silver and Murano glass apple formed jam jar, or you can use it for whatever you want. And so it's all sterling silver. And look at this, it's heavy red case glass with a white case glass lining. Signed Buccellati right here on the sterling silver. We didn't polish it, it's just the way we found it. And what's your pleasure on that rare piece of Buccellati? $750. I have an 800 now. 800, 850. I have 800, 850, 800, 850. At 800 now, 850, 800, 850. And Buccellati. I have 800 now, 850 anymore. All in, all done at $800. That rare piece right there. At 800, 850 anymore. Selling once, selling twice at 800. At 800 on Live Auctioneers. Anymore. 800. Emily. Next we have. Oh, look at this piece. Where's that little bronze?
It's not that little.
Oh, it isn't? Okay. That's all right, Zeb. Well, I'll keep selling it if you can bring it up. It's so cute. We should see it, really. Okay. This was sitting on, they had a stone-lined courtyard with a wall, and this was sitting on the right-hand side outside. We spotted it under the snow in the winter, and when the snow melted, we got it. Anyway, this is a sweet little bronze. It's a rectangular bird bath with 3 mice in bronze with glass eyes, signed and dated by Agnes Yarnell, Pennsylvania, 1904 to 1998, and it's signed and dated 1974. And on that piece right there, what's your pleasure on this? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 I have, and 375. I 350 and 375.
375.
Oh, it is big, Zeb. Sorry. 400 I have, and 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475. Oh, this is really cute. 475. Here's another squirrel here. 500 I have, and 550 in solid bronze. 550 and 600. I have 550 and it's solid bronze, Zeb said. 600 I have, and 650. I have 600 and 650 in that little bird bath or feeder. Where do we have 600? I have 650 with Carol, now 700. This is charming as anything. 700 and 750. It's fully signed by the artist right here and dated, inscribed in the bronze, and 700 and 750 and 800. I have 750 now, 800. I have 800 I have, and now 8 1/2. I love this little squirrel right here. 800, now 8 1/2. 800, 8 1/2 at 800, 8 1/2. 8 1/2 and now 9. 8 1/2 and now 900. I have 850, 900, now 950. This guy's itching his leg. 900, now 950. I have 900, now 950, and 950 and 1,000. I have 950 and 1,000, that rare piece. At 950 and $1,000, a beautiful 1,000 I have, of course, now allow 1,100. I have 1,000, 1,100. At 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. If you want 1,112, 1,100 with Carol, and now 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 13, and 12 and 13. 1,300 I have and 14. They had it as 3 mice. It's not 3 mice, it's 3 squirrels. It's not 3 mice, these are squirrels. And what do we have? 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,400 and 1,500, these 3 little squirrels. 1,500 with Carol and 16 now. I have 1,500 now, 1,600 now, 1,700. I have 1,600 now, 17. I have 1,600, beautiful patina. 17 now, 1,800. I have 17 now, 1,800, 17, 18 now, 19. I have 18 now, 19. It's worth getting it, Zeb. I have 18 now, 1,900. I have 1,800 now, 1,900. I have 1,800 once, 1,800 twice. You won't find another one of these. And 1,900, not that belong to Brooke Astor. I have 1,800 anymore. Once, twice, anyone for 1,900. Gone, 1,800. Live Auctioneers. And now we're on 1129. Nothing but good stuff all the way. A lot of interest in this. Oh my God. There's 12 absentee bids. And on this, I love this thing. This was on that, you know that little pine server we said I was rare? It was in the dining room with a mirror over it. This guy was sitting there. Can you imagine all the drinks this thing poured out of? It's gilded bronze with little little tusk, glass eyes, and cut and crystal body. Beautiful piece right here. What's your pleasure on the little walrus? What's your pleasure on that? How much? 750 I have, and 800, 850. 850, I have 800, now 850, at 800, 850, 800, 850, 900, 900, absentee bid, and now 950. I have 900, now 950, and 900, now 950, 950, absentee, 950 with Sylvia, 1,000 with Jen. I have 1,000, now 1,100. I have $1,000, 1,100, 1,100 with Sylvia on the phone, and now 1,200. Your absentee bidders out? I have 1100 with 1200 with Carol, somebody new. 1200, now 1300. 1300 on the phone, now 1400. I have 1300, now 14. At 1300, now 14 and 13 and 14 anymore. At 1300, that wonderful little walrus. I have 1300 and 1400, glass eyes and all. I have 1300 once, 1300 twice. With Sylvia all the way. 14 with Carol now, and gonna need 15. I have 14 with Carol online and a 1500 with Sylvia on the phone and 1600. I have 1500, the only walrus we have. I have 1500, 1600, 1500 once, twice even for 1600. Sylvia, 1500. 417. I like that. When we walked in, I said to Darren, boy, I like that little guy right there. Oh, look at this. They made these in all kinds of sizes in the kitchen. This one is marked Meriden in red and blue and gilding. Size right here. This is the 0 size right here. And it has some coffee grounds still in it. And right there, what's your pleasure? So you put the coffee in here, and you crank it just like you would at the general store where they had the big floor ones, and it would grind your fresh coffee, and you'd take it out, and you'd start brewing your coffee. What's your pleasure on that? $8.50 and now $900. I have $8.50 and $900. It's the rarest size. I have $8.50 now $9. At $8.50 now $900. $8.50 now $9. Any more? $8.50 once, $8.50 twice. Even for $900 on that rare 0 size coffee grinder, it's $8.50 and selling once, twice, and it's Emily $8.50. Beautiful condition too. If you think of it, guys, dump the coffee grounds out of the drawer. No problem. Next we have 3 18th century. It says 3, but there's 4. I have 4 18th century painted, and 3 18th century painted and 1 printed 19th century snuff box. And these were on the desk. They're incredible condition and original paint. What's your pleasure on these? Here's on this one. What's your pleasure on all these? Here we have, what, a couple $100 to set them in. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 in all those boxes. No money for this. This one's particularly valuable. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Zero in on this. Zero in this one, Dave. Wait up. At 2 1/2. 275 and 300. This is an early one of the English guys smoking the clay pipes and drinking, of course. At 275 and now 300. At 275 with Carol and 3. The one box is worth that. We're going to sell them at 275 and 3. Any more? With Carol at 275 and 300. 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 with Carol and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 and selling. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? At 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice, and 3 1/2. Any more? Any more? So Carol, 3 1/4. Oh, this is the good one right here. This is a 18th century gold-topped horn snuff box dated 1815 with a profile medallion of a military officer in hammered gold. And on that right there, this is inside the desk of the house. And what's your pleasure in this rare 100 I have and now quarter? I have 650. I like it better. I have 650, now 700. I have 650 and 700 on this horn or tortoiseshell box with a gold, hammered gold insignia. And on that right there, I have 650 and 700. 650 once, twice, and for 700, it's sold. 650, Emily. And next we have, oh, this one right here. This is an 18th century oval with friction fit lid painted with a view of the Tower of London viewed from the Thames. And on this right here, it has come apart, and we'll have our guy put it together because it's so old. It is so old that the adhesive is let go on this piece, but it's totally hand painted and beautiful little painting right there. And we have what? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore? At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 and 475. You could hang this on the wall. It's so beautiful, little miniature. I have 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 and 75 anymore? At 450 once, twice, and for 475. It's Carol, 450 then.
Online bidder. 450 you said?
Yep, online bidder. Next we have an 18th century English Battersea enamel snuff box right here. on this little snuff box right here, and it's all enameled with village scenes on the top. And on that one right there, what's your pleasure on this one?
50.
How much? 50. I have 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70 and 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80 and 70, now 80. 80, now 90. 80, now 90. Quickly, I have 80 once, 80 twice, and 90, now 100. And 90, now 100. It's all good. The enameling is all good. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 once, twice, and for 100 a quarter. All in, all done, $100, 100 a quarter. We are 100.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. And next we have, oh, if only the silver was still in this box. We found this in the attic. It has, this would have held, it's all lined in velvet, what they call an ambassador's set of silver. It has place for the vessels. It has place for all the utensils. It would have a place for pots and 24 of everything, knives, forks, spoons, serving pieces. Anyway, and on that right there, what's your pleasure on that very, very expensive chest right there?
3 1/4.
I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2 on the phone, 375. I 375. I heard Carol first, now 4. I 370, 400 I have with Paige, and now 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2, 475. Is that yes, Paige? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 on the phone, now 550. I have 500 on the phone, and 550 in that great silver box. I have 550 and 600. I know I have 500 on the phone, sorry. 500, looking for 550. I have 500, now 550 anymore. Last call at 500 and 550 in that rare silver chest. 550 and 600 now. I have 550 at Carol, now 6. 600 on the phone, now 650. I have 600, now 650. I have 600 once, 600 twice, going for 650. Any more? Page, 600. 313. Ah. This was a fun piece. As you entered the main entrance of the main door, this big wide door, this is what you saw on the right-hand side, filled with umbrellas and canes. This French umbrella or cane stand, it has the drip pans inside. And what's your pleasure on this? 475 and 500. I have 500, 550. I have 550, 600, 600, 650. I have 600, Carol, now 650. 650, 700. I have 650, now 700. I have 650, now 700, 650, now 700. I have 700, Carol, 750 now. I have 700, now 750. 750, 800. It's with live auctioneers at 750 and 800. On the umbrella cane stand, 800 and 850. I have 800, now 850, at 800 and 850. 850, 900. I have 850, now 9. At 850, now 900 on the umbrella and cane stand. I have 850 once, 850 twice, it went for 900. It sold for 850.
Live auctioneers.
That's some incredible stuff. We haven't even touched some really, really great stuff so far. Oh, this. Right side of that little lowboy, right beside that great mirror. This was hanging on the right side of the lowboy, and it's a French tin piece. And it's has a place to leave your cards up top here. Has the drawer. And what's your pleasure on beautiful grained orange? What's your pleasure on that? 375 and now 400. I have 375 and 400 in that toll painted piece. 400 I have in the back and 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 on the floor and 75. I have 450 and 475. At 450 and 75. At 450 and 75. Any more? 450, 375, 500. 500. One more time. You came so far. I have 500 and 550. I have 500 on the floor and 550. On my left at 500 and 550. Any more? Sold 500. What's your number, ma'am? Number 46, 500. To 46. And now we're going to go. Oh, this is a rare thing right here. Look at this. This was inside the desk. This is a very early company. Little I forget what this is the 18th century Stocker German floating Junarm pocket sundial compass. What's your pleasure on this rare thing? 250 I have, and 275. I have 275 and 300. Can you imagine that survived since the 18th century? 300 I have, and 3 1/4. 3 1/4, of course, and 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Rare, rare, rare. 3 1/2 and 375. I 350. It was inside the desk. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 375 anymore on that rare sundial compass at 350 and 375. Who has the 350 at this point? Carol is 350. Anyone for 375 on that rare piece? Any more? Once, twice, and Carol 350. Oh, here's a cool piece. This was inside the desk also. This is a Victorian tartanware desk stamp box. And they call it tartanware because it's printed with a tartan pattern on it right there. It has a little ivory button, and it held the stamps, we believe. And what's your pleasure on that? Beautiful condition. What's your 150 I have, and 175. I have 150 and 175, 175 and 200, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. And 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 and 2 1/4 anymore. All in 2 1/4 is on the phone with Paige, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice, 2 1/2 and 275. And 275. It's online with live auctioneers. 275 with Paige, and now 300. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 300. Mint condition. At 300, I have with Carol, somebody new, and now 3 1/4. At 300, now 3 1/4. At 300, once, twice, and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 with Paige on the phone, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice, and for 3 1/2. We're all in 3 1/2 and 375. At 350 and 375 with Carol at 350 and 75. 375 on the phone with Paige, and she's persistent. And 400. At 375 and now 4. At 375 once, twice, and for 400. 400 in time with Carol, and now 4 1/4. I have 4 and 4 1/4 now. I have 400 on the phone now, online, and 4 1/4 is on the phone with Paige, and now 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore? So, Paige, 4 1/4.
457.
457, 4 1/4. And now we have nothing but rare things coming up. Oh, a lot of interest in this. A lot of interest in this. This was in the first pantry. There was a couple of pantries by the kitchen, but this is in the first pantry where we found all kinds of rare glassware and china and all kinds of stuff coming up. And on this clock right here, Smith's English Sunflower Form Mantle Clock. What's your pleasure on this? 1800 we have, and now 1900. I have 1800, now 1900. I have 1800, now 19 if you'd like it. At 1800, there's rare sunflower, 19, and now 2000. I have 1900, now 2000. 2000 I have, and now 2100. At 2000, they're very rare. At 2000, now 2100 on the floor with a lady, and now 2200. At 2100, now 22. 22 online, and now 23. At 22 and 23, don't put your card away, dear. I have 2200 online, now 2300. I have 2200, now 23. At 2223 and 22 and 23. Beautiful little clock. 23, she's back in on the floor, and now 24. At 2324 anymore? Last call, 2300, 24. I tried for you. At 24, now 25. 2500 here on the floor. Now 25, 2750 is next. You realize that, right? It's 2750 and 3000 and 3000. At 2750 on the floor with the lady. At 2750 once, twice, even for 3000. Any more? Yes, no, maybe? You got it. 2750 right there. What's your number, dear? 33. 2750 to 33. Next we have, oh, this is a neat thing too. So this was used, this is all hand forged, 18th century, right? This was used by the fireplace, and you could put a kettle here to keep it warm, and you could hang utensils off of here. But what's nice about this one, it's all chased and engraved with a flying phoenix bird. Very, very rare to find with a phoenix bird. All forged iron, hand turned. What's your pleasure on this? $100 where? 70 I have an 8. 150 I have, now 175. I have 150, 175. A rare 18th century trivet with a phoenix bird on the top. 175, hold it like that, Bob. 175 and now 200. I have 175 and now 2 anymore. At 175 once, twice, and for 200, all brass on the top. Any more? Sold 175, Carol. Here we go to the next item. Next we have a vintage Italian brass pillar book rack, a folding book rack. So it expands like this. The more books you have, you can pull it out like that. Or you can push it in if you have just a few books. And there's gilded brass, and what's your pleasure on that? 150 I have and 175. I have 150 now, 175 and 150 and 75. 175 and 200. I have 175 on the 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter is on the phone, 2 and a half. With Kayla, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half anymore. Last call at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Sold, 2 and a quarter, phone.
403.
Next we have, this is by the fireplace in the dining room, a spun brass pan bed warmer or chestnut roaster as they're called. And one thing nice about it is Dave's holding right here, a lot of flowers engraved on it. It's like a Pennsylvania Dutch flower painting. What's your pleasure on that? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. No money for that. At 50 and 60 anymore? All in at 50, 60 on the floor and 70. I have 60 and 70. It's an 18th century piece. It's all engraved. 70 now 80. 80 would you go? 80 on the floor now 90. 80 now 90. 80 90 now 100. 100 of course now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter. Should have started at 3. I have 100 now a quarter. 100 once, twice anymore? $100 49. Too late. $100 to 49. 49 buys. Next we have a tray lot of small things. These were inside Brooke's desk. All these pieces. There's a frog with a dragonfly, magnifying glasses, all kinds of stuff. Here's a paperweight with a scene and a little chipmunk or whatever that is, and Royal Doulton. What's your pleasure on the whole lot? 250 I have and 275 I have and 300, 275, 300, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter. I have 300, 3 and a half, 375. I have 3 and a half, 375 for everything. It looks like it's about, I don't know, 12, 15 pieces. I have 3 and a half now, 375 anymore. 375 and 400. I have 375 and 4. It's with Sylvia at 375 and 4. Online, the live auctioneers at 375 and 4 anymore. 400 I have and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. Fun little lot of stuff. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter. This is just a sample of what's in the box. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter anymore. 4 and a quarter here, and 4 and a half on the floor at 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half anymore. So 4 and a quarter to 49. 425 to 49. And we're moving on to 1145 is next. 1145 is the next item, and it's going to be coming up here. Oh, here we go. A lot of interest in this. You got phones on this? This is a sister parish decorated room. This was one of the guest rooms. We have all the pieces and parts to it in one of the containers out there. It was carefully taken apart. Has all the fabric and stuff. Carved hardwood daybed frame with turn post. It has these great carved finials on the top. It's 80 inches by 50 by 82. And as a sister parish was designed this particular room, and the other canopy beds are going to sell shortly. What's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? 1,300 I have, and now 1,400. I have 1,300, now 1,400. I have 1,300, the beautiful sister parish design bed. I have 1,300, now 1,400. I have 1,300 once, 1,300 twice. And 14 I have, and now 15. I have 1,400 on live auctioneers and 1,500. Beautiful, beautiful set. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,400 once. 1,400 twice, even for 1,500, all in, all done. Think what you quality. Any more? 1,400, Sylvia. And next we have, look at this piece here. Ben is holding. This is a large painted entry mirror by Bob Christian, 1992. And on that mirror right there, what's your pleasure? 850 is 76 by 39. I have 850, now 900. I have 850, now 900. Signed on the back and dated. I have 850, now 900. 900 and 950, all hand painted. And 950, now 900. You have 950, Carol? 900. 950 on the phone? I have 900 online, now 950. And 900, now 950. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. She's not fooling around now. I have 1,000, now 1,100 on that beautiful designer mirror. 1,100 I have on live auctioneers and 1,200. I have 1,100, now 12, 11, 12, and now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 1,300. That's large hand-painted mirror. 1,300. It's all hand-painted. 13, now 14. At 1,300, now 1,400. 14, now 15. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 15, now 16. I have 1,500, now 1,600. I have 1,500 once, 1,500, 16 with Carol online, and now 1,700. I have 1,600, now 17. At 16 and 17 and 16 and 17 anymore. At 1,600, 17 anymore. All in all, 1,600, 1,700. Who has the 1,600? It's with Carol at 16. Any more? Once, twice, and 1,600, Carol. Some great stuff coming up, I'll tell you. It never ends. This is the pair of beds that's incredible. These are all done. This is a Sister Parish design again. These canopy beds. They have incredible carved urn finials, fluted columns, yellow detail on the most incredible sort of a dump cart blue paint, and on these right here. What's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure? 2,300 and now 2,400. I have 2,300 on the pair and 2,400. I have 2,300 on the pair and 2,400. They're fabulous. You should see them set up in the room. This the 2,400 here. Is that a yes? I can't see. Is that a yes, dear? No. Oh, I have 2,300 and 24. I've been watching this, so I don't want to miss anything. I have 2,300 now 24 on that great pair of pencil post canopy beds at 2,300 once, twice in for 2,400. Sylvia, you got both pairs. 2,300. And next we have, this was in the guest bedroom in the downstairs in the house. Parish Hadley mirror by John Rosselli, 42 by 29. What's your pleasure on this one? With the shells, that's all hand painted in gold leaf. How much, Carol? 250, now 275. I have 250 and 75 if you'd like it. At 250 and 75, low on that, they're going to sell. At 250 once, 250 twice, 275, thank you, and 300. At 275 and 300, way under. At 275 and 3, going to sell. 275 once, twice, and for 300. 300 in time, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, of course, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 on the floor and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 75 now. 75, of course, and 400, 400. I have 400 on the floor and 4 1/4. I have 400 on the floor and 4 1/4. It's 400 against you, need 4 1/4. 400 once, twice, and for 4 1/4, 4 1/4 and a half now. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, lovely mirror, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Things which you can't buy at TJ Maxx for that. At 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Any more? Are you sure? Any more? Any more? 4 1/4, Carol. Oh, look at these. These are a pair of quality handmade replica candle stands by the Garrett Company, Hepplewhite candle stands. And actually, they're not Hepplewhite. When they have feet like that, they are actually Queen Anne. And they have a tray top, which is nice so the stuff doesn't fall off. These were on either side of the sofa in the library right here. And they're marked by the maker. What's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these two candle stands or side stands? What's your pleasure on those? Maybe $100 and set them in. 50, I have 60 now. It's all here to be sold. I have 50 and 60, of course, and 70. I have 60 and 70 here, now 80. At 70, now 80. 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90 for the pair. And 90, I have 90 with the lady standing, and now 100. 100 in the back, and now 1 1/4 for the pair. No money, 1 1/4, of course, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. Solid wood, 175. I saw her on the floor first, and now 200 and 200. No money for these. 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 for the pair of these, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, look at the qualities, 2 1/2 and 275 with the tray top. I have 2 1/2 and 275, 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. At 275 and 3 and 275 and 3 anymore. All in, all done. 275, going to sell them. 300 and 3 1/4. All the way with Carol now.
3 1/4.
I had 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 with Carol, still going. At 3 1/2 and 75. 375 and 400 now. At 375 and 4. At 375 once, 375 twice, and went for $400. Any more? Carol, 375 then. Thank you, guys. Next we have these. So these are interesting little lamps right here. The shade simply sits over this glass globe, and they have the flared Hepplewhite foot. They're all carved, and they look like they're solid cherry. And on that pair of lights or stands, if you don't want the lights, you just unscrew this, and you've got 2 side tables. What's your pleasure on those? 550 I have in 600. I have 550 and 600 at 550 and 600 if you like them. I have 550 and 600 at 550 and 600. At 550 and 600 anymore? Last call. 550 once, twice, and for 600. With Carol at 550 only. Carol, 550. Oh, this is a great. This was in the. We'll let you open it up. This was in the great room. This was in the great room. A very rare, hand-painted, 4-panel Regency painted folding screen. Houses of Parliament, 1804, depicting crowds cheering at the arrival of the King by carriage to the old Houses of Parliament. And on that right there is 70. Each panel is 73 inches high by 22 inches wide. And what's your pleasure in this fabulous hand-painted screen? 1,100 I have, and now 12. I have 1,100 open and 1,200. I have 1,100 only and 1,200. This fabulous screen. 1,100 and 1,200. 1,100 and 1,200. 1,100 and 1,200. 1,200 I have with Emily, and now 1,300. I have 1,200 need 13. I have 1,200 now 1,300 if you like it. I have 1,200 now 13 and 12 and 13 on the phone, now 1,400. I have 13 on the phone and 14. I have 13 on the phone and 14. 14 I have with Carol online, and now 1,500. Magnificent hand-painted screen. I have 1,400 now 1,500. I have 1,400 now 15 if you like it. I have 14 anymore. I have 1,400 once. I have 1,400 twice. 15 with Carol now 1,600. I have 1,500 now 1,600. I have 1,500 now 16. Look at the quality of this painting on this. I have only 1,500 and 1,600. If there's something today that should bring a lot of money, it should be this. I have 1,500 and 1,600. There's people everywhere. I have 1,500 and 16 anymore. Gonna sell it. You want to go 16? Quickly, 16, and now 17, Carol, back to you. It's on the phone with Kayla at 1,600, and now 1,700. I have 1,600, now 17 if you'd like it. I have 1,600 once, and 1,600 twice, and a magnificent fold, 17 in time, and now 1,800. I have 17, need 1,800. It's online at Carol at 1,700. It's a great designer piece. At 1,700, now 1,800. At 1,700 once, at 1,700 twice. Anyone for 1,800? Carol, 1,700. Thank you all. Next we have this great early Italian mirror. Look at this. A rare carved arch top mirror with deep relief scroll and shell crest and bracket, shallow carved dome frame, bevel glass mirror, original backboards, 46 by 22 on this rare carved and 24 karat gold gilded mirror, this Italian mirror. And look at this. This was hanging over that little, as you came in the entrance, this is the one that was hanging over the little tiger maple lowboy. And on that rare mirror, what's your pleasure on that? 250. 250. Ooh. Well, it's going to be here. It's here to be sold. 250 I have, and now 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300. No money for this at all. This is fabulous early mirror. I have 275 and 300. Going to sell it at 275 once, 300 and 3 1/4. I have 3 and now 3 1/4. This is a no-brainer. This is a great mirror. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Let's take a look at the back. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Swing it right around. Look at the age of this mirror. This is all hand carved. This is all hand carved. An early Italian mirror. What do we have, Carol? 3 1/2 and 375. Now you can put it back. Thanks. I have 3 1/2 and 375. 375 and 400. Should be bringing 1,000 immediately. 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. 400 4 1/4. At only $400 and 4 1/4. And that's a great important mirror. I have only $400. I'm going to sell it. That's a buy of the day on that. 4 1/4, Carol. 4 1/2 and 475. Should have started at 1,000. 475 and 500. This is a period mirror. At 475 and 500 in beautiful condition. 500 now 550. I have 500 now 5 1/2. I have 500 now 5 1/2 and 500 and 5 1/2. At 500 and 5 1/2 and 5 and 5 1/2. At 500 once, 500 twice, into a 550, 550 and 600. When work so hard, it wasn't worth so much more. I have 550 and 600. It's all on reserve though. It's going to be sold no matter what. I have 550 once, twice. Anyone for 600? We got to move on. Carol, 550. Nice buy on that. And lot 1153 coming right up is oh, these are lovely. These were in the great room, flanking big windows, and they had those botanicals that we sold that brought so much money hanging them over today. A pair of figured mahogany, rectangular, two-drawer, inverted or concave block front cabinets in mahogany. And they are superb condition with a Chippendale bracket base on the pair. What's your pleasure on those? 475 and now 500 for the pair of those great cabinets. I have 500, of course, and 550, 5 1/2, and 600, 600, 650. I have 600, 650, 700, 700, 750. and 800, 800, 850. I have 850, 900, 900, 950. I have the 950, 1,000, of course, 1,100. They're spectacular cabinets. They're all in figured mahogany. 1,100, now 12. 11 with Carol and 12. 12 and now 13. I have 13 and now 14. I have 1,300, now 1,400. I have 1,300, 14 and 15. At 1,400, 1,500. At 1,400, 1,500. They're 32 inches high. What's that? 15. I have them 16 now. I have 1,500, 16 now 17. I have 1,600 now 1,700. I have 1,600 now 1,700. I have 1,600, 1,700. Any more? All in all, then it's 17 now 18. I have 17 now 1,800 with Carol all the way now. It's 18 with Carol still, and now 19. I have 1,800 now 19. That's fabulous cabinet. 1,900 with Emily, and now 2,000. And 1,900 with Emily now. 2,000 with Carol, and now 21. Back to you, Em. I had 2,000 with Carol on her site. At 2,000 now 21. At 2,000 and 21 and 2021 with Emily, and now 22. At 21 and 22. Should have started a couple of grand. It's all right. We're here to sell it. 2,100, 22. Any more? 2,100 once with Emily. 2,100 twice with Emily on Live Auctioneers. Make no mistake. Anyone else? Boom, Emily. 2,100. Live Auctioneers. And next we have this rare 18th century gilded mirror. This was in the master bedroom. Probably Venetian. And on that right there is 42 by 20 on that rare Venetian mirror. An early Italian mirror with the two lovebirds carved in the top. The little doves with the original glass. What's your pleasure on that rare mirror? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 in that rare 18th century Italian mirror. I have only 250 and 275 and 300. I have 275 on the phone with Kayla and 300. 300 and 3 1/4 quickly. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, of course, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2 and 375 and 375. No money for this at all. I have 350 now 375. A period Italian mirror from the 18th 375 and 400 and 400. Beautiful condition. 400 I have with Carol and 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. Show them the back of that, Bob. Look at this. Look at the back. Even the original back on this piece and all the original gilding. 4 1/2 and 475. At 450 and 475. At 450 and 75. Any more? All in all, then at 450 and 70. I have 475 with Carol and now 500. I need 500 I have and now 550. This is a period piece. I have only 500 now 550. Probably around 2,500 in the shop. I have 500 now 550 with Carol, now 600. 600. I love the carving of the lovebirds on the top of the two doves. I have 600 now 650. 600 once, twice, and for 650. We all in all 600, 650 with Carol and going. 657 now 750. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 750 in that rare mirror. Gonna sell it. 7 once, 7 twice, and for 750. Missing the boat on 750 and 800. Missing the boat on 800, 850. It's a lovely mirror. We've had some of these before, but this is a good one. 800 now. Where were you, Carol? 800? 800, looking for 850. Any more? 800 once, 800 twice, and for 8 1/2 on that lovely 18th century Italian mirror. Sold 800, Carol. Next we go to another hand-painted screen. This was in the, this was in the master bedroom, I believe. This is a rustic courtship scene in gardens, oil on coarse canvas, brass tacked edges, rococo scroll painted frame, and on that is 66 inches each panel by 24 inches. And on this right here, if I remember right, this is an 18th century piece, by the way. It's all square pegged and mortise and tendon into the piece. This is an 18th century folding screen. And on what's your pleasure on this 18th century hand-painted folding screen? 850 I have, and now 19, it should say, it says 19th century, but it's 18th century, just so you correct that on the calendar. I have 850 now 900. I have 850 now 900, this rare folding screen. At 850 now 9. At 850 now 9, gonna sell it. At 850 now 900, the 18th century hand-painted folding screen. 900, of course, and now 950. I have 900 now 950. 950 now 1,000. And 950 now 1,000 from the master bedroom. I have 950 now 1,000. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100. 1,000, 11, of course, and 12. 1,100, 12. It's all mortise and tendon through the stretches. These are all hand carved around here, and early forged nails holding it in. Every nail of this is all hand forged. What do we have 1,100 only, and now 12. 11 and 12, 11 and 12, I'm going to sell it. 1,200 in time, and now 1,300. 13 now 14. 14 now 15. That's 18th century screen. 1,400 now 1,500. I have 1,400 once, 1,400 twice, even if it's 1,500. We're all in all then at 1,400. Any more? It's going to be gone at $1,400 then. Emily, live auctioneers buys $1,400. Thanks, guys. Next we have, oh, look at these. We have a pair of Louis XVI style upholstered armchairs. And on those upholstered armchairs, right, this is 1156 is the one. Can you hold one of those up, Dave? Just make sure this is the right one because there's two pairs. 1156, yep. So the construction on these is nice. They're been white painted, but they're all wood peg constructions, so they're pretty early. They're pretty early, and they have down cushions with a sort of coral colored fabric or coral pattern fabric. What's your pleasure in these? Those were in the bedroom. What's your pleasure? 275 and now 300. I have 275 and now 300 at 275 and 3. On that nice pair, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 400. Thank you. She's not fooling around. I have 400 on the floor and now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4 for the pair. I have 400, 4 1/4. You could pay that each for them and still be a bargain. 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2, and 475. 500, 500. I didn't pick up on the accent. I have 500. I have 500 now 550. It's on the floor at 500 now 550. At 500 once, 500 twice. That great pair of French chairs. And he went for 550. 500 to 49. 500 to 49. You got them, dear. Next we have. Oh, this was in the entranceway. This was in the entranceway. As you walked, the house is set up so you walk through the back of the house, you walk through a big door, and then there's a hallway goes out to the front door, which goes to the ocean, the lawn and the ocean. And on this piece right here, this is a very tiny Japan ladies slant front desk. On this slant front desk is 35 inches by 31 by 18, and you've got two phones on this. And on this desk right here, I have what? I have 275. I have 500 on the floor, and now 550. I have 500 now 550. At 500 only and 550. They're 550, of course, on 600. I have 550 with Kayla, now 600. I have 550 and 600, 600 with Jamie, and 650 with Kayla, and now 700, and now 700. I have 650 with Kayla, now 700 with Jamie on the phone, and 750 with Kayla on the phone, on her phone, and now 800. Now 800, that rare Japan desk. 800 I have with Jamie, 850 with Kayla, and now 900, and now 900. I have 900 with Jamie, 950 with Kayla on her phone, and now 1,000, and now 1,000. I have 1,000 with Jamie, and now 1,100 with Kayla, and now 1,200, that great desk. 1,100, now 12, 11, and 12. It's all unreserved. I have 1,100, now 12. 12 with Jamie, and now 1,300 with Kayla, and now 1,400, this tiny little desk. 1,400 I have, 1,500 with Kayla on her phone against Jamie's phone, and 16 now. I have 1,500 now, 1,600. 1,600 with Jamie's phone, 1,700 with Kayla, and now 1,800. I have 1,700 now, 1,800. On the phone all the way now. As 1,700 with Kayla looking for 18. As 1,700 once, 18 and 19. Kayla's back in at 19 immediately. 1,900 now, 2,000. 1,900, so I don't blame it. It's a nice desk. I'm 1,900 now, 2,000. At 1,900 once, 2,000 I have with Jamie, and now 2,100. I have 2,000 on Jamie's phone, and now 2,100. 2,100 on Kayla's phone, and now 22. At 2,122. At 2,122, if you like it. At 2,100 once. At 2,100 twice. Any more than 2,100? So, 2,100. 432. That's a lovely desk. Wait till you get it home. You'll be really happy with that. And look at these. The stuff just keeps getting better and better. A great pair of Louis XV style upholstered armchairs. And on these right there, there's 36 inches high, 26 wide, 26 inches deep. Now look at these though. These are in a soft paint, but these have the early construction. These may be of the period. It's hard to tell with the paint. These were in the room with the green bedroom set, the Sister Parish bedroom set. And then we have what, 1,000? I have $1,000 now, 1,100. 1,100 now 12. I have 1,100 now 12, 11 and 12, 11 and 12. 1,100, 12 anymore? All in all done at 1,100 and 1,200 if you like them. The floor is out. It's with Jen at 1,100. Anyone for 1,200? Any more? Jen, 1,100.
416.
416 buys. That's going to be one happy girl. Next, or lady, I should say. Next we have, oh, look at this one. A 19th century continental chinoiserie toe-painted tray on stand. Again, these stands were made by this special company in Connecticut, and they cost, years ago, they cost several $100s. Hold that sign up, will you? This is all hand-painted. The whole scene is all hand painted with the pheasants and the shells and everything. What's your pleasure on this lovely coffee table? What's your pleasure on that? 450 and 475. I have 450 and 475 at 450 and 75 and 500. 500, 550. I have 500 now, 550. 550 and 600. This was in the living room. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 anymore. At 550, beautiful, big table. I have 550 and 600 anymore. Selling once, selling twice. At 550 and 600 with Carol, I'm 650 now. I have 600 now, 650. Bargain. I have 600 now, 650 and 700. That beautiful coffee table. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 anymore. All in, all done. It's 650 and 700. Once, twice, anymore? Emily, live auctioneer, 650. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you, Kai. Next we have a red lacquered and gilded tabletop mirror. Look at this thing here. Wow. I wonder who made this. This looks like a Caldwell mirror. On this nice shaped mirror in red lacquer and gold leaf. What's your pleasure on this one? Beautiful mirror. Look at the back of it. Look at the woodwork on the back of this. It's shaped back with a cutout, and you lock it in right here so it doesn't tip over on you. What's your pleasure on that? $100 where? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 75, 200. At 175, 200, I have them 2 1/4. Great designer piece. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, going to sell at only $200. That 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. I have 250 and 275, 275 and 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4, beautiful condition. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. At 300 now, 3 1/4, it was in the big bedroom. I had 3 1/4, I had 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4 with Carol, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, and now 375. I had 350 and 375. I had 350 and 75 and 350 and 75, 75 and 400. I had 375 and 400, I have them 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4 anymore. At 400 once, 400 twice, went for 4 1/4. All in, all done. At 400, that lovely stand-up, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Look at how carefully they did the back stand of this. At 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 once, 4 1/4 twice, 4 1/2 if you want it anymore. Sold, Carol, 4 1/4. No, not plugged in. There you go. All right, next we have, we're on 1161 is next. And we have a pair of French painted side chairs, Louis XV style. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? There we 100 I have, and now quarter. I have $100, 100 1/4. This was in one of the bedrooms. How much? 300 I have on the floor, now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 on the floor and 3 1/4 with the lady at 300, 3 1/4 anymore. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2, yes, and 375 and 370. It's on the floor at 350 and 75. We're all in, all done. 375 and 400. Yes, 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 on the floor and 4 1/4 anymore. It's 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. Yes, and 475. It's on the floor with the lady seated right at 475 and 500. 500. One more time. At 475. Nice round number. I have 475 now 5. I have 475 now 500 anymore. At 475 and 500. Are you sure? 475. Oh, you need a new. Here and off we go. So we just sold that great pair of French painted side chairs, and now Ben has got something else interesting for us to sell right here. Moving right along, we're on a lot 1162 is this custom French oval marble top stand with brass gallery tray and a drawer. This one is circa 1920, we believe. Could be a little earlier. And on this piece, it has a drawer in the front. This was in the entrance hall with a cocktail tray on top of it. And what's your pleasure on this? 1 1/4 I have, and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175, and 200. 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275. I have 275 on the floor, and 300. 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I wonder what happened to the mic. I have 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 with Carol, the 3 100 and 3 1/4 anymore. Last color, 3 1/4 over here, and 3 1/2. Where'd you go? I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2 there. 375 one of you. 375 and 400. I have 375 way over 400 here, and 4 1/4, 4 1/4, and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 once, twice, and 4 1/2. 75. No. No. I have 4 1/2 for Carol, 475. I have 450 once, twice, went for 475. All done, 470, 450, and it ain't more. So 450 Carol. 1163. What other treasure do we have? Oh, look at this one. An early French Empire black chest with brass string inlay. The whole front of this is all intricately inlaid with brass inlay. On that one right there, you got 2 phones on this? One phone, all right? So on this black lacquered block front dresser with 2 pairs of drawers over a single width, retaining the original brasses and original string brass inlay. It's 32 inches high by 36 inches wide, 17.5 inches deep. And on that little piece right there, may we have what? 300, how much? 250 I have, and 275, 300, 300, and 3 1/4, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2, 3 1/2, and 75, 75, 400, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 475, 500, 500, at 475 now 500, 550, 600, all with Carol now, at 550 and 600, at 550 and 600, 550 and 600 more, 600 with Emily now, 650 with Carol, and 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. At 650 and 700 anymore, at 650 once, 700 with Emily, and 750 now, 750 with Carol, and 800 now. I have 750 now, 800. I have 750 now, 800, 750 and 800 anymore. At 750 once, 750 twice, and for 800, all in all, then 750, 800. 800 on the phone, and now 8 1/2. At 800 on the phone, 8 1/2, and now 900. I have 8 1/2 online, and now 9. I have 8 1/2, need 9. 850 once, 850 twice, 900 if you like it. We all in, all done. At 850 with Carol online. 900, yes, no?
900, you want to do 900?
Quickly. No, 850 Carol. All right, next we have, look at this table. This is a beauty right here. A early Italian inlaid provincial dressing table. On that, 28.5 inches high, 38 inches wide, 19 inches deep. And on this right here, it is all inlaid with different types of wood. All inlaid different types of wood. Has a nice drawer, very early table. It is missing this center cartouche. If you buy this and you want this cartouche put in, our cabinet maker can fix that like that for probably $100 maybe. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 350 I have, and 375, 375 all over the place, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and that early Italian table, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 75. I have 450 and 475, 75, 500. I have 475 now 5 on that period table. I have 475, 500, 550. I have 500 now 550 and 550. I have 500 and 550 anymore. Last call at 550, 600 with Carol at 550 and 6 now. I have 550 and 600, 600, 650. I have 600 now 650, 600, 650. At 600 once, 600 twice, and 650. We all in, all done. 600, 650. We are 600. Live auctioneers gets that one. Seriously, Bill could fix that in a minute. Next we have, this is on the left side of the fireplace in the library on this early Italian 3-drawer bedside stand. And what's your pleasure on this little guy? 175 and 200. I went 200 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half and 75. Nice gallery top on it. 275. 275 and 300. Has brass inlay all around the drawers. 3.5 and 375. At 350 and 375. At 350 and 375. Right here. Sorry, I didn't see her. 375. Put that draw back in there for me. Here, hold on a second. Wait a minute. I want to see something. 400. This is a period chest, by the way. This is not a copy. This is a period early Italian chest. Where we have 400, 4 and a quarter on the floor, 4.5. I have 4 and a quarters on the left. Oh, you have 4 and a quarter? Sorry, I need 4.5. I have 4.5, 475 here, and 500. At 475 is on my left with the lady seated. At 475 and 5. 475 once, twice, you went for 500. 500, 5.5, 5.5, and 600. I have 550 now, 600. Quickly, I have 550 once, twice, any more? Yours, 550 to 65. 550 to 65. That is of the period, too, by the way. Did you know? Yeah, good. Next we have, what do you got next here? Oh, these are great. So these hurricane lamps were flanking the fireplace in the dining room, and they take a big candle, but this is all blown glass with brass trim. What's your pleasure on those? A pair of them now, and they're all good. You just need a candle. Stop by TJ Maxx or somewhere and get a candle for it tonight. You'll be all set. And what's your pleasure on the pair of floor-standing patio hurricane candle lamps? Which are 375 and 400. I have 375 and now 400 I have. We're going to get another pair of those. 4 and a quarter, 4.5, and 75. 75, 500, 500, 550. I have 500, Carol, now 550. At 500 now 550 and 550 anymore. 550 with Emily. And 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. Jamie, can you get me another cherry Coke? 600 I have now 650. Thanks. Only because you're right there. 600 now 650. 650 I have 700. I have 650 and 700. And 650 and 700. They were on either side flanking. The fireplace in the dining room. 700 and 750. I have 700 now 750 and 700 750. At 700 750 and more. All in all that. 750 800. 800 I have now 8.5. Thanks, Jamie. I have 800 now 8.5. At 800 8.5. At 800 what's the matter? Oh, no good? Thank you. I have 800 now 850 now 900. I have 850 now 9. At 850 now 9. At 850 once, 850 twice. You went for 900, 900, 950, 950 and 1,000 now. I have 950 now 1,000. Those great hurricane lamps, floor standing. Never seen anything like it. I have 950 now 1,000. At 950, who is the 950? 1,000. Emily has the 1,000 now, and now 1,100. We have 1,000 now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100 anymore. And 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. In for 1,100. 1,100 to Emily. 2 players now, and 1,200. 12 with Emily, and now 13. I have 1,213 and 12 and 13. 12 once, 12 twice, and for 1,300. All in all then, 1,200 with Emily all the way in live auctioneers. Emily, 1,200. Live auctioneers. Oh, now we're getting into some glass in China. This is an 81-piece. We found this in the pantry, the servant's pantry, under the cupboard. 81-piece swan service for Matahita after the Nelson Rockefeller collection. So it has the armorial crest on every piece in 22-karat gold, and there's swans embossed in the center of each piece. There's the soup plate, the underplate, the dinner plate, and the cups and saucers. Fabulous stuff. And what's your pleasure on all that? 1,600 I have, and now 1,700. I have 1,600, now 1,700. I can't imagine the cost new. It's 18, now 19. I have 1,800, now 1,900. I have 18, think of all the dinner parties they had at that house with this. I have 1,900, Carol, and 2,000. I have 2,000 I have, and now 21. I have 2,000 and 2,100. 21 and 22. At 2,122. At 2,100, that fabulous stuff. Is that 22, Carol? 22 and 23. At 2,200 now 23. At 2,200 and 23, 23 and 24. At 24 and 25. At 2,400 now 25. And that great set of China. At 25 and now 2,750. With Carol all the way at 2,500, 2,750. At 2,500 and 2,750. At 2,500 once, 2,500 twice, and for 2,750. And that fabulous set of China, the Matahita China, after the Nelson Rockefeller collection at $2,500 and selling. Once, selling twice, and sold to Carol for $2,500. Online bidder of that great set. And next we have, the good stuff just doesn't end. This whole house was full of it. Look at these, more good things. A early pair of Italian white glazed ceramic candelabras on these candelabras right here. What's your pleasure on these? They do come apart so you can move them. And on these right there, what's your pleasure on these? They're all shaped and everything. There's a little damage on this one socket right here, just so you know. And they're marked Italy with an embossed design. What's your pleasure on those? $250 I have and $275. I have $250 and $275 and $250 and $75. What's $275 here and $300. I have $275 and now $3. On the floor, $275 and $300 I have and $3.25 here and $3.50. I have $3.25 and $3.50 and $3.25, $3.50. I have $3.25 once, twice, and for $3.50. $3.50, 75, yes, on the floor and $400. At $375 is on the floor and 4. All in, all done, $375 and 4. Sold, $375 to number 3. $375 to number 3. Careful with those. Next we have 8-piece English creamware plates and a chestnut basket. So years ago, in the early days, they would fill these with chestnuts. This is early creamware, and it has the the Astor monogram in the center. I didn't realize that. This is initialed with the Astor monogram in the center of each piece. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475. This stuff is so delicate. 500, 550, 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600 with the Astor monogram in the center. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. Any more than 550, 600. All in, all done at 550, 600. Way under the money on that. We're going to sell it. Any more? 550, Carol. Next, oh, these are nice. We found these under the counter, in the servants' quarters, where we found the Motohita China. These are Elsa Peretti designed for Tiffany blue glass candlesticks, and they are so marked. What's your pleasure on those? 275 and 300, 3 1/4. At 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 75 on the floor, and 400. At 375 and now 4. At 375 and now 400, 375 and 4. 400 now 4 1/4, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 and 475 and 500. Look at the great design. And they're each one of them signed. 500 I have with Carol now, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 and 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. Any more? Last call at 550, absentee bidder on you. And 600? And 600 in time that you lost. They lost them. I have 600 with Emily now, 650. I have 600 now, 650 and 600, 650. At 600 once, 600 twice, and for 650 on the Elsa Peretti design Tiffany candlesticks. Any more? 600, Emily. And next we have, oh, I love these. These are incredible. There's a pair of these, and somebody said they were for sweetmeats, but I think they're for oysters. But if you buy them, you can do whatever you want with them. But these were in the dining room, setting on either side of that little server that we sold earlier, that pine server. They were sitting there, and they had something in the middle. I'll probably come to me in a minute. But this is all painted bronze, and these are all individually mounted onto this in blue and white glaze, and they're signed underneath by the maker. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 700 I have on these Seb's design, 750, 800, 850 for the pair. I have 800 now, 850. At 800 now, 850. At 800, 850 on the phone now, 900 and 950. Where are we ever going to find a pair of these? 950 now, 1,000 and 1,000, 1,100. I have 1,000, 1,100. At 1,000, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. At 1,000, 1,100. Any more? 1,100 with Carol, 12 with Carol, now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 1,300, now 14. 14, now 15. At 1,400, now 1,500. What a great way to serve oysters. What do we have, Carol? 1,500 now, and 16, now 17. I have 1,600, now 1,700. At 1,600, now 1,700. I have 1600 once, 17 with Carol, now 1800. I have 1700, now 1800. I have 17, I think they're exquisite. I have 1700, 18, now 19. I have 1800, now 1900. I have 1800, now 1900. Serve your oysters with style. I have 1800, now 1900. 19, now 2000. I have 1900, now 2000 if you want them. And 1900 once, 1900 twice, and for 2000. 2000 I have, and now 2100. I have 2000, now 21. I have 2021. We're going to get another pair of these at 2000, now 2100. 21, Carol? And now 22. At 2100, now 22. At 2100 once, 2100 twice. And for 2200, any more? All in, all done at 2100 with Carol. Carol, 2100. Online bidder. Was your telephone out on that one?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, look at these. These were in the dining room on that Hepplewhite table we sold earlier. A pair of dolphin candlesticks, bronze mounted with glass eyes. I think this is the same company that might have made the walrus decanter. It sort of has the same style in bronze. What's your pleasure on these? I have 1,000. I have 1,000 on the floor. 1,100 and now 12. 1,100 now 12. 11 and 12. Open on the floor is out. It's on you now. On absentee bid, I have 1,100 now 12. Don't distract her. I have 1,100 now 12. 11 and 12. 1,100 is on the absentee bid now, and 12 if you want them. I have 1,100. A great pair of dolphin candlesticks. 1,112. Any more? All in, all done. 1,100 once, twice, and you got them. 1,100 to your absentee bidder.
45.
Bidder 45.
Yeah.
1,100. Okay, next we go to, look at these. We have 3 English white salt glaze stoneware and creamware pierced dishes from 1770 to 1800. Look at this one right here. Beautiful pieces. They have Brooks, some old labels on the back. What's your pleasure on all this? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 75. At 250 now 275. At 250 and 275, at 250, 275 and 300. At 275, 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 300 3 1/4. At 300 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once, twice, and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 with Emily now. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2.
3.5. 375.
375 with Carol. 400 with Carol. I have 400 with Carol now, 4 1/4. At 400 once, 400 twice, and 4 1/4. Any more? Any more than 400? All in, all done. It's 400, Carol. And next we have, oh, fantastic. Oh, these we found one set. This set was downstairs on the sideboard, and then when we went up in the attic, we found another pair. Basically made the same, but different fittings. And on this pair right here, these are silver-plated bronze fittings with natural ostrich eggs. They're very heavy because there's so much bronze. And they're silver-plated bronze. What's your pleasure on those? 550 I have and 600. I have 550 and 600 and 550 and 600. And there's unusual ostrich egg candlesticks. I have 550, 600 I have, now 650. I have 600 and 650 and 600 and 650. I bet these cost a lot in a designer store. 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 and 750. I have 650 and 700 and 750. Here, the bronze, 800, 850. I have 800, no 850, 800, 850. 800 once, 800 twice, and for 850. All in all done at 850, 900. I have 850, now 900, 950. I have 900, now 950, 950 and 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000. I have 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100. I have 1,000, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100 anymore. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, and for 1,100 with Emily at 1,000. All in, all done. Emily, 1,000. Next we have, we have on here 19th century reticulated creamware wine coasters. These are such stylish. These are creamware wine coasters, so you'd put the bottle of wine in each coaster so it didn't go onto the table along a big dining room table. What's your pleasure on those? 60 I have and 70 now. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. 70 in the back and now 80. I have 70 on the floor, now 80. No money, going to sell. 70, 80, and now 90. 90, now 100. On the floor at 90, now 100. 90 once, 90 twice, 100 all over the place. I heard you first. 100 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 on the floor, and 175. I have 150 on the floor and 175 on the wine, 175 and 200. That's only $50 a piece. 200 I have with Emily and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 with Carol and 2 1/2. on those stylish wine coasters. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice in for $2.50. All in all done at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Who got them? Carol, 2 1/4. And next we go to, oh, here's the other pair. These were carefully wrapped up in the attic. Again, silver-plated bronze, natural ostrich eggs, and these have turned black lacquered pedestals that they silver sets on. And on those right there, they're lovely. And what's your pleasure on those? 14 I have, and 15 and 16 and 17. I have 16, 17, now 18. I have 1,700, now 1,800. I have 1,700 with Emily, now 1,800. I have 17, now 18, and 17, now 18 if you'd like them. As 1,700, 18 with Carol, now 19, now 2,000. I have 1,900, 2,000 with Carol, and 21 and 22. At 2,122, 22 and 23, 23 and 24. At 23 and 2,400. At 2,300 with Emily and selling. 24, 25, and now 2,750 on the ostrich age candlesticks. At 2,750 with Carol, and now 3,000. At 2,750, and now 3,000 if you want them. At 2,750 once, 2,750 3,000 I have, and now 32 and a half. At 3,000, now 32 and a half. At 3,000 once, 3,000 32 and a half, and 35. At 32 and a half and 35. At 32 and a half once, 32 and a half twice, 35 and 37.50. At 3,500 and 37.50. They're really elegant. At 35, 37.50, 4,000 now. At 4,000 if you like them. At 37.50 now 4,000. They're very stylish. At 4,000 I have, and now 42 and a half. At 4,000 with Emily, and 42 and a half. At 4,000 once, 42 and a half with Carol, and now 4,500. At 42.50 and 4,500. At 42.50 once, 42.50 twice, and went for 4,500 with Carol now. Any more? Any more? Carol, 42.50 then. And here we go. Next we have 1177 is 24 Italian porcelain bird plates in the Majolica style. And on those right there, and those bird plates, what's your pleasure? 850. I have a 900. I have 900 now. 950. 950 now. 1,000. I have 950 for, and now 1,000 for 24 of these beautiful bird plates. I have 950 now. 1,000 and 950 once. 950 twice, and for 1,000. There's 24 of these beautiful hand paint. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now. 1,100. A great yellow color border. 1,100 I have, and now 12. 11 and 12. 11 and 12. 11 and 12. 1,100 once. 11 twice. Aim for 1,200. We all in all done. $1,100. Any more? Wow. 1,200 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, now 1,300. I have 1,200 now 13. I have 1,200 now 13 and 12 and 13 anymore. 1,200 once, twice, and for 1,300. Sold, Emily, 1,200. And the good stuff never ends. These were in the library. These were in the library. There are a pair of these 19th century Samson de Paris Famille Rose Armorial vase lamps. We took one of them apart so you can see that it was a vase or a covered. It's actually the covered urns. And what's your pleasure on these? 50 I have, 100 I have, and now 1/4 and a half. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 75, 175, and 200 for the pair, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/2 and 75. I have 250 with Carol and 275 for the pair of these beautiful Samson de Paris urns. I have 2 1/2 and 275, 250 once, twice, and for 275 with Carol at 250 and selling. Carol, 250. Next we have 15 Victorian porcelain plates, and on those right there, footed dessert compotes and so on and so forth, circa 1870, 1890, with this beautiful floral thistle design. What's your pleasure on those? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 now, 80, and 70 now, 80. 70 now, 80 anymore. All in all, that's $70 on all that china, and only $70 is going to sell. Any more? 80 now, 90. 80, 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100 seems awfully. 100 I have now, 1/4. On 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/2, and 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 now 175, 150 and 75 anymore. All in all done at 150, 175, 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 and 2 if you want it. At 175 and 2 anymore. At 175 once, twice, and with Emily at 175. It's with Emily 175. And next we have. These were under the counter. These were rare under the counter with the Elsa Peretti candlesticks in the servants' quarters, the servants' pantry. And these are so unusual. They have urns pressed into them, winged angels, and we believe that they're early sandwich glass. They seem to be all molded sandwich glass. And what's your pleasure? Very certainly unusual to find 2, but 4 is amazing. What's your pleasure knows?
150.
How much?
150.
150. I have found 50, 200, and 250. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 250, 275, 300, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a half, 75, 400, 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 475, 500, 550, 600. I have 550 and 600 for all of them. I have 550 now, 6 at 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 anymore. And all then 550 is a Jen, absentee bid, and 600 if you want them. They're very rare. I have 550 and 600, she said, and 650, yes, and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. They're very rare. I have 650 once, 650 twice, and 700 anymore. You'll never see another set of these. I have 650 and 700. You sure? Jen, 650, your player.
4-5.
They're going to be delighted. Next we have 4 Spode black transferred dishes from the 19th century, including this lovely oval compote with the handles. What's your pleasure on these? 50 having 60. 1 and a quarter. I like that better. We won't fool around. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. And 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a half and 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 now 175 anymore. 150 once, twice, and for 175. We're all done 150, 175 anymore. It's 150. The live auctioneers buys all of those. Next we have, oh, these are cool. These were in the, let's see, we had 1 pair in the study and 1 pair in the living room. And on these right here. So this is the first pair. And on those, a pair of vintage candlesticks, probably Italian. Oh yeah, they're marked Italy. And they were sold by Bonwit Teller. Remember Bonwit Teller in New York? Anyway, what's your pleasure on those? 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 275, and 300, at 275 and now 3, at 275 and Carol, 300 if you want them, at 275 and 3, and 275 and 3 anymore. Last call at 275 and 300 anymore. 300 with Carol in time and 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. I 300, 3 and a quarter. They're great little birds on them. I 300, 3 and a quarter anymore. 300 once, twice. Anyone for 3 and a quarter? You have 3 and a quarter? 300 with Carol, 300, 3 and a quarter anymore. Once, twice, and Carol 300. Next we have the next pair, so that you could have 4 of them. You could have 4 of them. 1 pair was in the study, and 1 was in the living room. What's your pleasure on these? 250 I have and 275. I have 250, 275, and 300. I have 275 and 3. 300 on the phone with Paige and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter with Emily now 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. 3 and a half and 375. At 350 and 375 anymore. Once, twice at 350 and selling. 375 and 400. Carol's got 2 players at 375 and 4. At 375 once, twice, and for 400. Carol 375. Next we have 12 Italian Marahita equestrian plate collection. 12 of them right here. And look at the size of these. Hold that up just like this. Hold it up. Hold it up just like this. So this shows you the equestrian work of these items. This almost looks like the guy training a Lipizzan. And anyway, there's 12 of these beautiful plates. Hold that one like that. There you go. And what's your pleasure on these? 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half and 3 and a quarter on the 12 of them. Beautiful plates in Marahita in the equestrian plates. I 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half and 75 now. I 375 with Emily and 400. They're elegant. 400 I have and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 with Emily and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 once, twice, and for 4 and a quarter. All done at 400, 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter in time and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half and 475. At 450 and 75. At 450 and 475 anymore. At 450 once, twice, and for 475. All done at 450 and 75 and 500. At 475 and now 5. At 475 I have and now 550. They're elegant, 12 of them. I have 500 now 550. 500 once, twice, and for 550. All done 500. Emily 500. Live auctioneers buys those. All right, here we go. This is 11 85 next. And these were in the library on the bookshelf. Little porcelain rabbits with metal mounted, probably Italian, little candlesticks. This is a note holder and a little match holder, we believe, with a little pig. What's your pleasure? They're all metal mounted and porcelain. What's your pleasure in those? 275 and 300. I had 275 and now 275 and 3 for the lot. I had 275 and 300 anymore. Last call at 275 and 300. 300 where? 300 here. Sorry, honey. 300 here and 3 1/4. I had 300 on the floor, now 3 1/4. I had 300 on the floor and 3 1/4 anymore. 300 once, twice, anymore. Sold. 349. 349. Next we have a lot of fun stuff to go. Here, oh, look at these guys. A pair of French faience dragon candlesticks. These are so cool. These were these were in the dining room. And on these French candlesticks right here, they say just France, so you know they're made before the war. And what's your pleasure on those? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, and there's 100 and a quarter on the phone with Sylvia. And 1 1/2, and now 175. Back to you, Sylvia. I have 1 1/2 on live auctioneers, need 175. 175, and now 200. I have 175 on the phone, now 2. At 175, need 2. 175 and 2 anymore. At 175 is on the phone once, twice, and for 200 with Carol. Somebody new. 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. 200 2 1/4. 2 1/4. I saw you first. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. One of you. I have 2 1/2 with Carol. 275 on the dragon candlesticks, French faience. I have 2 1/2. 275 with Sylvia and 300. I had 275 and now 3. At 300 I have with Emily now in live auctioneers and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 3 and 3 1/4. At 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 1/4 with Sylvia and now 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice, went for 3 1/2. All in all, at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. With you at 3 1/4?
331.
3 1/4.
331.
331 buys, 325. And what's fun next? Here's a 24-piece Copeland Spode, new stone, white glazed tea and dinner service set from England. What's your pleasure in that whole lot of Copeland Spode? 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? 50 once, 50 twice, I went for 60 for that whole Copeland Spode dinner. 60 I have, and 70. I have 60 and 70. At that price, you can use them for skeet shooting. I have 60 now 70. At 60, 70 now 80. At 70 now 80, 70 now 80. And all the Copeland Spode. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. Quickly, I have 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. 24 pieces. I have 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. I have 90 once, 90 twice, now 100. Any more? Any more than $90. Sold. $90. Who had it? Live auctioneer. $90 for the set of Copeland Spode. Next we have, these were under the counter with the sandwich glass candlesticks and the Tiffany candlesticks by Elsa Peretti. These are all blown glass. Beautiful amber color, sort of a soft amber color. And what's your pleasure on those beautiful sticks right there? 175 and now 200. I have 175 and now 2, and those beautiful 200 I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 75. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. At 250 and 275 anymore. At 250 for all four of those early blown, probably Italian candlesticks. 275 and now 300. I have 275 and 3. Is that a signature? Oh, there is a signature mark under here. The signature, there's a frosted signature on the other underside. It's an S inside of a wreath. An S inside of a wreath. I'm not familiar with 300 I have, now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 once, twice, even for 3 1/4. All in all to 300, 3 1/4. It's $300. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. 3 1/4 once, twice, even for 3 1/2. It's 3 1/4 then. And off we go to more fun stuff. More fun stuff. Here we go. We have 12 Woodward bone china plates. Garden Club is the pattern on the Garden Club plates. What's your pleasure on those?
200.
Oh, how much, Carol? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 with Jen, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 with Kayla on the platform at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. 2 1/4 once, twice, anymore. Kayla, 2 1/4.
Online.
Next we have, we're starting with the rare teapots. So all of these teapots, when we found them, were in the library. As I said, there was a shelf like this, about this deep, and there was teapot, teapot, teapot all over there in her library. And on this rare one right here, what's your pleasure on this one right here? 750 I have, and now 800, 800, now 850, 850, 900, 950, 950, 1,000, 1,000, 1,100, 11 and 12, 12 and 13, 13 and 14, 14, 15, 16. I have 1,500 where? 16 and 17. I have 1,600, 17, 18, 18, now 19, 1,900, now 2,000. I have 2,000, 2,100, and 22.
25.
How much?
25.
25. They don't want to fool around. 25, and now 3,000. 2750, and now 3,000. Yes, now 32 and a half. 32 and a half and 35. No, I have 3250 once, 3250 twice with Kayla now. Jen's out. 3250 once, twice, any more? Kayla, 3250.
Online bidder.
A rare teapot. Here's another one. And look at this one. A Victoria Majolica cauliflower pattern. Again, what's your pleasure in this one right here?
120. I have 200.
200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 on the cauliflower teapot at only 200 and 2 1/4. At 2 1/4 is on the phone with Paige. At 2 1/2 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, and now 275. And now 275 with Paige. 300 with Emily online on Live Auctioneers. I have 3 1/4 with Paige. Now 3 1/2 with Emily, and now 375. I have 375 and now 400. 400 with Emily. Now 4 1/4 and now 4 1/4. Brooks Teapot set collection. 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 now 475 just on the phone with Paige, and now 500 and now 500. I have 475 is on the phone at 5. At 475 once, 500 in time, and now 550. I have 500 with Emily on Live Auctioneers. 550 with Paige on the phone, and now 600. 600 I have now 650. I have 600 now 650. 650 is on the phone, and now 700. I have 650 now 7. At 650 and 700 is on the phone once, twice, any more? 650 phone.
Nice. 377.
377. And next we have another teapot. How do I know that? Because Darren and I packed them. Next we have an 18th century Nymphenburg porcelain teapot right there. And on that one right there, what's your pleasure? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 75. I have 350 and 75. 75, 400. I have 375 and now 4. And has a little animal on the spout. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2, and 475. At 450 and 475. At 450 and 475. At 475 and 500. At 475 and now 5. At 475 and 500. At 475 and 5 anymore? 500 and 5 1/2 now. I have 500 now 5 1/2. I have 500 now 5 1/2. At 500 5 1/2. At 500 5 1/2 anymore? All in all then at 500 5 1/2. So 500 Emily.
Live Auctioneers.
1193. 1193 and coming right up. $11.93. Oh, here's a good one right here. This is a Neal and Company miniature caneware teapot with a little seated dog on the top. Just as sweet as anything. Look at that. With that little dog sitting on the top. What's your pleasure in this one? I had 300, now 3 1/4. 550. I like it better, Emily. 600 I have, and now 650 and 700. I have 650 now 700. I have 650 now 700, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 657 and 750. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 now 750 and 700, 750. At 700, 750 anymore? At 700 once, 700 twice, in for 750. We all in all done $700. Any more? With Carol, correct? Carol has it at 7. Any more? Carol, 700.
Online bidder.
And next we have another teapot, I think. How did I know? A Heron porcelain teapot, the petite Hungarian porcelain lidded teapot. What's your pleasure on this one?
200.
200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter on the heron piece. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200 with a rose finial, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half, 2 and a half and 75, at 250 and 275, at 250 and 275, at 250 and 75 anymore. Last call at 250 and 275, 275 in time with Emily, and now 300, at 275 and now 300, at 275 and now 3, at 275 and 3, 300 I have and now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half, at 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, at 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, at 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half, 3 and a half and 75. This has a locking teapot cover, 3 and a half and 375, 350 once, twice, and for 375, all in, all done, 375. A 3 and a half, 375, and now 4. It's 375 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, and 400 if you want it. Any more? Once, twice, 400. Carol, now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and 4 and a quarter. 400 once, 400 twice, and for 4 and a quarter. So 400. Next we have. Oh, look at this one. Oh, this is a great one right here. This is an English bargeware teapot, 19th century, Mesham pottery kettle. The lid topped with a miniature teapot and trestle glazed ground, applied a polychrome glaze, a bird and floral decoration, a central plaque that reads, "A present to a friend, 1889. How sweet is that? Can you imagine this was custom made for someone on this teapot right here? This would make a great piece for a store display. It's large enough to put in a window for a store display. And look at the quality of the workmanship on this. What's your pleasure on this? 175. I would hope so. 175 and now 200. At 175 and now 2 in this rare, outstanding piece of pottery. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2. Should be everywhere. Those little teapots are bringing more than this. This is rarer than that. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter. 200, 2 and a quarter. A present to a friend, 1889. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. Look at the quality of this thing. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter and selling. I hate to do it. It's going to go. 2 and a quarter once, twice, and for 2 and a half. That monumental teapot. Any more? It's Carol. It's 2 and a half and 275. Almost sold it. I have 2 and a half and 275. 275 and 300. At 275 and 300. Boy, if you had a friend you wanted to impress, you could give them this. I 275 and now 300. I 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. 300 and 3 and a quarter. 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half anymore. 3 and a quarter once, 3 and a quarter twice, and for 3 and a half. Last call. Carol, 3 and a quarter. Next we have another one. An English canary yellow transfer teapot. Look at that one in the beautiful canary yellow. This was on the shelf with all the other teapots. Not that big one. It didn't fit on the little shelf. That was in the kitchen. And what's your pleasure in this? This one's playing a harpsichord. What's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300. I have 275 in the canary yellow one and 275 and 3 now. At 275 and 3 if you'd like it. 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. At 300 once, 300 twice. And for 3 and a quarter, all in, all done. 300 with Emily on Live Auctioneers. Any more? It's 300 with Emily.
Live Auctioneers.
Next we have another teapot, an early Chinese export teapot, 18th century, and on that right there, from Brooke Astor's collection. What's your pleasure on this one? On the Chinese export teapot. Beautiful floral decoration, all hand painted, it's got a label on the bottom. Any interest in this piece? $50 wear, here to be sold. Has a woven strap handle, $50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60, gonna go. 50 once, twice, any more? 50 it is.
Live Auctioneers.
Next we have a Victorian white relief molded mistletoe, a mistletoe pattern teapot by William Brownfield and Son in England. And on that mistletoe pattern teapot, what's your pleasure on this one?
60.
50 I have and 60 now. Look at the 60 and 70. Look at all the English marks. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. It's in a soft, soft blue. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. Look at the quality of that. 80 now 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. Any more? And 90 once, 90 twice. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 with Emily, now 1 a quarter with Carol, now 1 and a half. I 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, at 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a half, and 175. I 150 with Carol, now 175. 175 with Carol, and 200. I 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2.
200.
200 with Carol, 2 and a quarter.
2 and a quarter.
2 and a quarter, keep it going. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, this is the last of the teapots. I have 2.5 and 275.
75.
And now 3. I have 275 with Carol and 300 if you want it. I have 270, 300 with Carol and 3 1/4. The last teapot. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. With Carol all the way at 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 75. 375 and 400. If you haven't got a teapot, this is the last one. Or 375 and now 4. 370, 400, 4 1/4.
4 1/4. 4
4.5, 475. 450 all the way with Carol and selling. 475 and now 500. 475 and 500. 500. 550. It is a mistletoe pattern. You could hold it over someone's head, you know. Just thought of that. Probably shouldn't have. What's your number, Carol? 500. I have 500, now 550. 500 once, twice, I went for 550. All in, all done at 500? We are, 500, Carol. All right, we're out of teapots, guys. And now we're into some wicker. Boy, you want to see a rare piece of wicker? Look at this. This is a handmade, probably turn of the century, fancy wicker fire screen. They had this in front of one of the fireplaces in the great room. What's your pleasure on this? Great conditions, amazing, it survived that way. And what's your pleasure on that? $100 where on that? 100 I have, now quarter. It's here to be sold, none of this is reserved. I have $100, now quarter. I have $100, now 100 1/4. That rare wicker fire screen. At only $100 is going to sell. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I can't imagine this survived. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. I have 150, now 175. 175 and I have 175 and now 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200. I've never seen one in 56 years I've been in business. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 once, twice, and 250 and 275. Great designer piece. At 275 and now 300, Carol. 250 and 275. I have 250 once, 250 twice, and 275. You won't ever see another one of these. 275 and 300, especially perfect. 275 and now 300. I have 275 once, twice, and for 300. All in, all done. 275. Any more? Carol, 275 then. All right, next we have, I guess we're doing the wicker from the sunroom. And on this right here, we have a continuous roll, square, low back, arm rocker, a fancy arm rocker. These were all probably made by Haywood Wakefield at the turn of the century. And they were very popular in Northeast Harbor, Bar Harbor, Southwest Harbor. On the porches and the sunrooms, they had all this fancy wicker. What's your pleasure on this? 550 I have in 600. I have 550 and 600, that great rocker. At 550 and 600, 550 and 600. Any more? At 550 once, twice, and for 600. Any more? Emily, 550. Okay, moving on. We're on 1201 now. 1201 is next. 1201 is this period Bar Harbor wicker ladies chair in soft green paint. What's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. All over the place. 275, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At I had 3 1/2 with Emily on Live Auctioneers. At 350 now 375. At 350 and 375 on the phone with 400 I have. At 400 with Emily now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. 4 1/4 with Sylvia. 4 1/2 with Emily on Live Auctioneers and 475. I have 450 and 75. 475 with Sylvia. 500 with Emily online on Live Auctioneers. I have 500 now 550. 500 once, 500 twice, went for 550. We're all in, all done at $500. 550. I have 550 on the phone. 600 with Emily online. At 600 online, at 600 now 650. At 600 now 650. 600 once, twice, and for 650. Emily, 600. Live Auctioneers buys. Next we have another period Bar Harbor wicker gents armchair with the side basket to hold magazines. And on that one, what's your pleasure on that? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. 275, 300, 300, 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375, 375 with Emily, 400. I have 375 and now 4. I have 425 with Sylvia, 450 with Emily, and now 475, and now 475. At 450 with Emily, now 475. At 450 once, 450 twice. It went for 475. It's with Emily at 450 on Live Auctioneers. Any more? Once? 475 with Sylvia. 500 with Emily online on Live Auctioneers, and now 550. I have 500 online, now 550 if you want it. At 500, now 550. Any more? Emily, 500. Live auctioneers getting all the good wicker. Next we go to, oh, another fancy rocker right here. A ladies' fancy wicker rocker. Again, Haywood Wakefield, circa around 1910. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 100 I have, and 175 and 200, and 175 and now 2, 175 and 2, and 175 and 2, and 175 and 2 anymore. All then at 175 and 200, 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half anymore. Last call at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 75. No, I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 now, 275, and 250 and 75. All in all done at 250 on that fancy ladies wicker rocker. 250 it is.
Live auctioneers.
They got all the good wicker so far. Oh, look at these. So we're out of the wicker. There's no more wicker. A pair of bronze recumbent lamb figures. Probably these were used on either side of a mantle for decoration. They're gilded bronze, and they're probably from around 1850, 1860 on those marble plinths. What's your pleasure on those? I had 300, now 3 and a quarter. 375, I like it better. I had 375 and 400. 400 I have, and 4 and a quarter, and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, half 75, 75, 500, 500, 550, 550, 600. I have 550 and 600 on the little lambs. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600 anymore. At 550 once, twice, I went for 600. All in all then at 550, 600. Emily, 550, live auctioneers.
Yes.
Next we go to, this is a one wonderful, interesting piece too, from the Matahita collection, a goat form porcelain lidded covered box or covered serving piece on right there. What's your pleasure on this little guy?
60.
How much there?
60.
60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70 and 60 now 70 now 80. 70 now 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 100 now 125 and 150. And 1 and a quarter on the floor, 150, 125 once, twice, anymore. So 1 and a quarter to 3. 1 and a quarter, number 3. Next we have, come on, there we go. Oh, these are great. So as you came in the entranceway, on either side of that fabulous Italian mirror, these were screwed to the wall, and they actually used them to put hats on or to hang things off of. These are vintage cast iron, hand-painted Victorian wall decorations, a horse, a dog, and a bird. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on all those? Those are wonderful. 800 I have, and now 850. I have 800, now 850, at 800, 850. 850 and 900, and 900, 950. I have 900, 950. They're spectacular. I have 900, 950, now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000 on those. A 950 and 1,000 anymore. 950 once, 1,000 in time, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 on live auctioneers, and 1,100 Carol, now 12. 1,112, 11 and 12. 1,112, 11 and 12 anymore. 1,100 with Emily, with Carol on her 1,200 with Emily. Back to Emily at 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200 of this 1,300 Carol, the spectacular animal head wall brackets. I have 1,300 Carol, and 14 now. 14 now 15. I have 1,400 now 1,500. These wonderful animal bracket. 15 now 16. I have 1,500 now 1,600. I have 1,500 Carol and 16 anymore. 1,500 once. 1,500 twice even for 1,600. We all in all that. 1,500. Any more? Carol, you have 15? With Carol. Make no mistake. There's no any more of these. Carol, 1,500. I like those a lot. Oh, look at this guy. We had a break from the animals for a while. I forgot we had some later. So look at this piece right here. It's a hand-painted ceramic leopard by Abrizio Bianacci from Italy. It looks more like a saber-toothed tiger to me. Look at that little and it's all signed by the artist on the bottom and dated. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 175 and 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. I have two and a quarter, all over the place, and 2 and a half, one of you. 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, and 275, and 275, and 300. I have 275 and now 300 I have, and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 signed by the artist. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. 3 and a half with Emily all the way, and 3 and a half and 375. 375 with Carol and 400. I have 375 with Carol and 400 and the little spotted leopard or saber-toothed tiger. I have 3 and a half and 375. 400 I have, and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and 4 and a quarter with Carol and 4 and a half. I have 4.5 with Emily and 475. It's on live auctioneers at 450 and 475. At 450 and 475. Look at that great face. I have 450 and 75. 75 and 500. At 475 and 500. At 475 and 5 anymore. At 475 once, twice, and for $500. All over. I heard Emily first. 500 and now 550. I have 500 now 550. 500 once, twice, and for 550 with Emily now on live auctioneers at 500, 550 with Carol on her platform, and now 600. 600 I have, now 650. I have 600 with Emily, now 650 on the little saber-tooth tiger or leopard. I have 600, now 650 with Carol, and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 once, twice, and 700 if you like it. Any more? 650 it is.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Carol got that one. Oh, look at this guy. This is so cute. English staffmanship pottery figure of a reclining lion. And this one was in one of the great rooms of the house. And he's reclining, but he's been reading a book. And the book says, Songs of Expedience by William Blake on there. And on the little lion with the book side of him. What's your pleasure in that? 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4 on the phone, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4 once, twice, 3 1/2 is. I saw her first. 3 1/2 on the floor. 375 on the phone. 400, yes, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400 on the floor and 4 1/4. 4 1/4 here. 4 1/2, no. I have 4 1/4 on the phone and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. Look at the happy little lion. I have 4 1/4 on the phone once, twice, and went for 4 1/2. 4 1/2 with Emily on live auctioneers, now 475 and 475. Yes, on the phone with Paige and 500. I have 475, now 500. I have 475 and now 5. At 475 once, twice, and went for 500. 500 in time, and now 550, Paige, back to you. I have 500, now 550. 550 with Paige on the phone and 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 more. 500 once, twice, and went for 600. Paige, 550.
369.
And 1209, 1209, more fun stuff. This great stuff. Oh, here's the hippo I was talking about. Here's a hippo terrine with a frog finial. It's signed AG Italy. And that frog is riding the back of that hippo, and he's happy as anything. And here it is. It's all signed and marked on the bottom. And on the frog riding the hippo. What's your pleasure on that? 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 275 and 250 and 75. 75 and 300, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, and 75. I have 350, 75. At 350 and 75 anymore. At 350 once, twice, 375 and 400, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 475. I have 450 now, 475. At 450 now, 475, and 450 and 75. 475 and 500, 500, 550. I have 500 and 550 and 500 and 550. 550 and 600, 600 and 600. Wait a minute.
650.
Hold on, Carol. It doesn't say in the description that there's a chip on the lid. There's a chip on the lid and not in the description.
It is in the photo.
It's in the photo? Okay. All right. Just make. I don't want people to get misled. 700 and 750. I have 700 now, 750. At 700, 750. At 750, 750 any more? At 700 with Carol. Any more? Once, twice, and Carol, 700.
Online bidder.
Next we have a pair of early English pottery animals. What's your pleasure on these? We have a dog and a lamb. A little dog and a lamb. What's your pleasure on these? 70, now 80. 80, now 90. These are of the period. This one has the original price tag on it. It says a whippet paid $350 for this. 100 I have, now 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. 1 1/4 on the floor, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 on the floor, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. And 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 1 1/2. 1 1/4, you got it. Number 34. 125 to 34 buys. Number 34 bought it for 1 1/4. Next, we have a pair of porcelain sheep figurines. On these little sheep figurines, what's here? A couple $100 and set them in. 200 where? 200. No, these. By the way, these have the Chelsea gold anchor mark on them. These are by Chelsea. 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 300 on these Chelsea porcelain pieces at 275 and 300. At 275 and 275 and 3. Any more? At 275 once, 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. With Carol at 300 and selling. 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4, 3 1/4 on the front and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 down front, 3 1/2. Any more?
I have 375.
375, even better. And 400, no. I have 375 with Carol, now 4. On the pair of sheep, 375 once, twice, and for 400 I have now 4 1/4. I have 400 on those Chelsea pieces and 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4. They have the gold Chelsea mark right on them. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. Any more? With Carol at 400 then.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have, oh, I like this guy. Oh, that's where it is? Jesus, I wonder where it was. Thank you. Thanks, dear. Oh, okay, good. And right here, this was upstairs in the hallway, and it's the tiger has the ringmaster in his jaws. Not a good sign. There's an old label underneath, but I can't read who made it. There's an old tag on the underneath, and on this wonderful piece of American folk art. What's your pleasure on that? What's that? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, and now 175. At 150, now 175. At 150, 175, 175 here. No, hi, how are you? At 150 here, now 175. At 150 once, twice in for 175. Any more? All in, all 175 and 200. 200 I have on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Great folk art piece. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. On the floor once, twice, and selling. $200, number 3. $200, number 3. Nice to see you, dear. $200, number 3. Next we have just more fun stuff, one after another. A pair of Italian porcelain elephant form boxes. On these pair of trinket boxes, the recumbent elephants with lower form lids, made in Italy for Bonwit Teller. For Bonwit Teller, and they have these floral lids. What's your pleasure on these? 150. I have 175. Nice quality. I have 150 now, 175, 75, and 200. At 175 and 200, I have 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Look at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Great little elephants. And with 24 karat gold tusk. 2 1/2 and 275. These beautiful gold-plated tusks. 275, 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 once, twice, and 300 if you want them. All in, all that, 275. With Carol, any more? Once, twice, any more? Carol, 275.
Online bidder.
Next we have, these are fun too. Look at these. We had the heads that were done in stone, in cast iron. It says, hangs at the left of light in the hall off the bathroom. These are done in chalkware. These are chalkware. There's a covered piece here with a little pig and the 2 stags right there. What's your pleasure in these? These are all American chalkware probably. What's your pleasure? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 and 275 and 300. 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? All in, all done. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Who has the 3 1/4? 3 1/2 in time and 375 now. 375 with Carol, 400. At 375 and now 400. At 375 and 400 with Emily. 4 1/4 with Carol, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 75. At 475, 500. At 475 and 500. At 475 and 5 anymore. 475 once, 475 twice, and for 500. 500 in time. 5 1/2 with Carol. What's that say on the front? First prize. He has a little medal that says first prize on it, a little French medal. What do we have, Carol? 5 1/2 and 600. I have 550 and 60. Any more? Once, twice, any more? Sold. 550, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have the camels. A lot of interest in these. On these right here, we have a pair of Staffordshire camel spill vases. Never seen anything like these. They have the little spill vases right here. I don't know if you can almost use these as candlesticks. Anyway, these beautiful pair of glazed pottery camels. What's your pleasure in these? 1100 I have. and now 1150. No, I guess we have to go 1200. 1200 I have, and 1250. 1300 rather. 1300. 14 and 15. At 1400 now 1500. I have 15 and 16. I have 1500 now 1600. I have 1500 1600. 1600 1700. I have 1600 1700. 17 now 18. I knew we had a lot of interest. 18 now 19. 19 now 2000. 19 now 2000. 2000 I have. I think one of them is a camel and the other one's a dromedary, isn't it? 22 and 23. 23 and 24, they're rare. 23 and 24 and 25. 2425, 25 and 750 now. 2500, 750. 2500 once, 2500 twice, and for 2750. All in, all done at 2500. Emily, 2500. The camels are gone. And we have a Royal Dalton figurine. Thanks, Doc. 1974. What's your pleasure on the Royal Dalton figurine? 100 you have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter, 100 now a quarter. Any more? All in, all done at $100, 100 a quarter. And that Royal Dalton figurine, 1 a quarter and 1 a half. 1 a quarter, 1 a half. She loved dogs, so I'm sure she got this from somebody. I 1 a quarter, 1 a half, 1 a quarter, 1 a half. Any more? 1 a quarter it is. On 1217. 1217. Oh, these are fun. We had a lot of interest in these too. A pair of Italian pottery trinket boxes with frogs. These were on the dresser, I believe, in the master bedroom. Made in Italy, it says. And on there, what's your pleasure on the frog boxes? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 75. 75 and 300. At 275 and now 300. 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter on the pair of frog boxes. At 3 and a quarter with Emily and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Any more? 3 and a half and 75. At 350 and 75. 75 and 400 and 400 for the frog boxes. At 375 and now 400. 375, 400 with Carol now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 once, 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Look at the face on that frog. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Any more? 4 and a quarter once, twice. Any more? Sold. 4 and a quarter. Emily? 425. Live auctioneers. Next we have, a lot of interest in this too. This is a rare Foley and Tarzio cat figure by Wellman and Company, circa 1900. I like this one because it has mice rounding around the cat, and he has inset glass eyes, almost like paperweight glass eyes. And what's your pleasure on this one here? 750 I have to open with Carol. Now 800, 800, 8 and a half, 850, 900, 850, 900, 950, 950, 1,000, 9,000, now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 11, and now 12, 11 and 12, 11 and 12, 1,100, now 1,200 if you'd like it. 11 and 12 anymore. He's a happy cat. 1,100 once, 1,100 twice, in for 1,200. All in, all done, 1,100 once, twice, and it's 1,100 Carol. Wonderful little cat right there. And here, look at this, a rare Nottingham salt glazed bear form jug with removable head, circa 1775. Look at this piece right here, holding another little baby bear in his arms, I hope. I don't think he's going to eat that one. Anyway, in the glaze, in nice condition, this was from the house again. And what's your pleasure on this rare piece from 1775? 475 and now 500. At 475 and 500, 550, 5 and a half and 600. A rare thing. 600 I saw Keller first, and 650. I have 600 now 650 on that rare Nottingham. 700 I have with on the phone, and 750. I have 700 now 750 with Carol, and now 800. I have 750 now 800. I have 750 now 800 on the phone with Keller, and now 850. 8 and a half and now 900 quickly. I have 8 and a half and now 900 of course, now 950 on the phone with Kayla at 900, now 950. 950 now 1,000, and 950 now 1,000, 950, 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. 1,000 now 1,100, that rare piece. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, 1,100 if you 1,100 with Carol, now 1,200. I have a 12 on the phone, now 13. You're never going to find another one of these, not in this condition. I have 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 13, and 12 and 13 anymore. 1,200 once, 1,200 twice, in for 1,300. Who has the 12 right? It's on the phone with Kayla. She's winning right now. Kayla's winning at 1,200, even for 1,300, once, twice, and congratulations to whoever bought that. 383, $1,200. Careful with that one. Careful with all of them, actually. But you'll never find another one of those. Here we go. A lot of interest in these. These are a pair of Black Forest stag head carved wall shelves in walnut and painted. These were on either side of the door going out to the front of the house, out towards the ocean. And what's your pleasure on those? 800 I have, and now 850. I have 800, now 850, at 800, now 850. At 800, now 850, at 800, 850. Any more? At 800 once. At 800 twice. Anyone for 850? 850, Carol? And now 900. I have 850, now 9 if you'd like them. I have 850, 900 with Carol, now 950. I have 900, now 9.5. I have 900, now 9.5, and 900 once, twice in for 950. All then, all done. And the pair of these now at 900. Any more? 950. 1,000 I have with Carol, now 1,100. I have 1,000 with Carol, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. At 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, in for 1,100. With Carol at $1,000. All in, all done. Carol, $1,000.
Online bidder.
Oh, this is fun. This was in the master bedroom. This period, this is a nice 50s era piece. Mid-century modern piece. It's a 1 hour hourglass. We timed it. So it takes 1 hour for that to drain down. Is that right, Zeb?
Yep.
Well, you were with me, right?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, Darren was with me.
Darren, yeah.
And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that great mid-century modern hourglass? I had $300, now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 350 and 375 and 400. I had 375 with 400 with Paige on the phone. 4 1/4 Aptitude bid, now 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2 with Paige and the 475 and now 500. Back to you, Paige. And now 500, 500, 550, 550, 600. Aptitude bid is 550 and he's 600. Aptitude bidder is out. I have 600 with Paige, now 650. I have 600, now 650. I have 600, now 650 and 600, 650 anymore.
Five to one.
Oh, 650. I'm sorry, I missed you. 650, now 700. Holler at me if I don't see you. I was 650, now 700. 700 is on the phone. 7 1/2 would you go? 7 1/2 and now 800. 7 1/2 is on the floor to my left, and now 800. 750 once, 750 twice. And for 800, all in, all done. You got it. 750 to 62. Is that right? Yeah. 750 to 62. That was as you came into the master bedroom by the door. Oh, and this piece here, this is an American Danish modern style bar cart. This was in the entrance as you walk towards the door to go out to the ocean. It was on the left side filled with cocktail glasses and stuff. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 and 175. I have 150, 175 and 200. 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 75. 75 and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and now 300. 275 and 3. At 275 once, twice in for 300. All in, all done at 300. I have with Carol, and now 3 1/4 with Emily, and now 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice in for 3 1/2. All in, all done 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 75. 75 and 400. At 375 and 400. At 375 and 4. And that mid-century modern tea cart or cocktail cart. What do we have? 400. 375, looking for 4. At 375 once, twice in for 400. Emily, you got 400. Carol, just in time, almost sold it. 400, now 4 1/4. I have 400 with Carol, now 4 1/4 on her platform. At 400 once, twice, you went for 4 1/4. Any more? Carol, 400.
Online bidder.
Next we have, oh, this is where there's some great chalkware here, some nice early American chalkware. Most of this was made in Pennsylvania, I believe. And on the chalkware figure of the monkey. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure? How much? 50. I have in 60 and 70. This is a period piece. 70, now 80, 80, now 90, 80, now 90, now 100, 100, now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. This stuff is so hard to find intact. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on that chalkware piece of the monkey. At 1 1/4 once, twice in for 150 with Carol at 1 1/4. Any more? Carol, 1 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next we have more chalkware. On the chalkware, pair of squirrels. And what's your pleasure on these? These were all in the library. 100, I have now quarter. I have $100, now 100 and a quarter. There's a phone on this. $100, 100 and a quarter. I have $100, 100 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half on the floor, now 175. I have 150 on the floor, 175, and now 200. 200 on the floor, now 2 and a quarter. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half on the floor, 2 and a half. I have 2 and a half on the floor against you. 275 we need. I have 250, 275. I have 250s on the floor and selling. Once done, I need 275. 275 and 300. 300 on the floor and 3 and a quarter. I have 300s on the floor with the lady and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 3 and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Thank you though. I have 3 and a quarter with Jamie on the phone and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Any more? Any more? Once, twice, and Jamie, you got him 3 and a quarter. Bidder number? Bidder number? 459. Got it. What was that? Oh, the amount? Hold on. I think it was 350, wasn't it? 325. Next we have the mother lamb and the baby lamb. This one has nice paint on it. This is from this was in the study also. A painted chalkware, American painted chalkware lamb and ewe from Pennsylvania, we think. And what's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half on the floor, and 275 now. 250 now, 275. I have 250 now, 275 anymore. At 250 once, twice, I went for 275. We all done at 250 and 275. 275 on the floor, and 300. 275 is on the floor. Oh, she did. I'm sorry. I don't want to jump your bid. 250 now, 275 anymore. Once, twice, and it's 250 you then. 34. 250 to 34. Next we have a pair of chalkware deer figures. And what's your pleasure on the deer? On the pair of chalkware deers? Maybe we have what? $50? 60. I have now 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70 now, 80. I have 70 now, 80 on the pair of chalkware deers. I have 80 now, 90. And 90 now, 100. I heard Emily first. Now 100. 100 now, quarter. I have 100 now, quarter, 100 now, quarter. 100 quarter on the floor. And now 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter is on the floor, 1 and a half, and 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Any more? 1 and a half and 75. I 150 now, 175 on the 2. I 150 and 75 and now 2. With you, Carol? 150. Looking for 175. 175 on the floor. Now 200. I 175 and 2. 200 with Carol. Now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarters on the floor and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter on the floor and 2 and a half anymore. 2 and a quarter once, twice, and 2 and a half and 275. I have 250, 275 on the floor. Now 300. I have 275 on the chalkware and 300 and 275 once, twice, anymore. 275, 34. Here we go. On an early 19th century schoolgirl theorem painting, circa 1830. On that lovely schoolgirl theorem painting on paper. What's your pleasure on this? 350 I have, and now 375. I have 350, now 375. At 350 and 375. Any more? At 350 and 375. At 350 once, 375 and 400. I have 375 and now 4. I have 375 and 400. 400 I have and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half and 475. I have 450 and 75. At 450 once, twice, and for 475 with Emily, all the 475 all the way with Emily. 500 with Emily, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550. At 500 and 550 and 5 and 550 anymore. All in 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 anymore. At 550 and 6. Last call. 550 once, 550 twice. We went for 600 with Emily. Emily, 550. Next we have a rare Federal Period American calligraphy. Vive la Plume by William Stevens, East Writing School, Gloucester, January 15, 1790, with Bible quotes around the center, Jehovah medallion, and so on and so forth. There's a rare American calligraphy in red and blue and black. Beautiful condition. What's your pleasure? 300 I have, and now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. 3 and a half and 75, 75, 400, 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 475.
500, 500, 550, 550, 600, 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650 on this rare calligraphy. I have 600 now, 650. At 600 now, 650 in beautiful condition. At 600 now, 650 anymore. Last call at 600 once, 600 twice, 650 with Carol. 700 now with Emily on Live Auctioneers. I have 700 now, 750. I have 700 now, 750 and 700, 750 anymore. All done. 700, 750. Once, twice, 750 in time, and 800 in the rare calligraphy. At 750 now 800. At 750 now 80. At 750 now 80 anymore. Anymore. So 750. Okay, here we go. What's next? Okay. So you have four? Four phones. Okay, here we go. Now these were in the cabinet at the Astor House, the 5-toed dragon in blue and white porcelain, beautiful condition. I just want to check to make sure they still are. Perfect. And perfect. They're perfect condition. And what do we have? 18,000. We have to open it. 18,000 and now 19,000. I have 19,000 on the phone and now 20,000. I have 19,000 now 20,000. I have 20,000 with Carol and now 21,000. I have 20,000 now 21,000. I have 20,000 now 21. It's online at 20,000 and 21,000 if you like them. At 20,000 once, 20,000 twice. Anyone for 21,000. It's online at 20,000 with Carol's platform. Anyone for 21,000. I have 20,000. Anyone for 21,000? 20,000 once. Gonna sell. 20,000 twice. Anyone for 21,000? Scared them all off, Carol. Any more? 20,000, Carol. Next we have, look at these. A beautiful pair of apple blossom Chinese porcelain urns wired as lamps. Urns wired as lamps. You want me to do the absentee bid on this, Jen? You had sent me a tag, yep. Okay, get the phone. So lot 1230 is a pair of Chinese blue and white vases as table lamps, and they are they are in the apple blossom pattern. And on those right there, what's your opening bid on those? 1,100 I have, and now 1,200. I have 1,112. My absentee bidders are 1,112. 1,200 here and 1,300. I have 1,213, now 14. 14 on the floor, now 1,500. 1,500 I have, and 1,600. I have 1,500 with Emily, 16 with Carol, and 17 now. I have 16 now, 17. I have 1,600 now, 1,700. I have 1,600 and 1,700 on the floor, and 1,800. I have 1,700 the gentleman here, and 1,800. I have 1,700 now, 18. I have 18 and now 19. And now 19. I have 1,800 with Carol, now 1,900. I have 1,800 once, 1,800 twice, and 1,900. They out? Can't get them. 1,900 on the floor, and now 2,000. 1,900, now 2,000. It's on the floor to my left, and 1,900 and 2,000 if you'd like it. At 1,900 once, and 1,900 twice. 2,000 I have with Carol, and now 2,100. At 2,000, now 21. At 2,000 and 21 if you'd like them. At 2,000, now 2,100. At 2,000 once, 2,000 twice in for 2,100. We all in, all done at $2,000 with Carol now. I have 2,000 and need 2,100 if they want them. Hello? 2,000, Carol. Next we have this beautiful blue and white stuff. Oh, here's a nice pair right here. These were wired as lamps, and we took them apart because they're much more attractive as Chinese porcelain urns. They were drilled for lamps, of course, but look at those beautiful vases right there. What's your pleasure in those? 250 I have, and 275. 275 and 300, 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. Nice early Chinese porcelain. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once, twice in for 3 1/4. All 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 for 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, beautiful quality. At 3 1/4 and selling once, twice, and for 3 1/2. All in all on 3 1/4 with 3 1/2 with Emily, and now 375. I 350 now 75. I 350 and 375 anymore. 350 once, 350 twice, and for 375. It's sold Emily 350. Next we have a Chinese cherry blossom ginger jar. Look at this one. Beautiful lid on that. And what's your pleasure on this? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, can you hold that? I want to see which period this is. This looks as it's pretty early. Oh yeah, it has the four marks, four signatures on the bottom, 4 marks on the bottom. A nice early piece. I have 250 now 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250, zoom in on those marks, Dave, will you? 275 and 3. This is very old. At 275 and now 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 300, 275 and 3. 300, of course, and 3 1/4. This is a nice early piece. At 300 now 3 1/4. At 300 now 3 1/4 and 300 3 1/4. At 300 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 anymore. 3 1/4 once 3 1/4 3 1/2 and 75. At 350 now 75. At 350 now 75 anymore. 350 once 375 and 400. At 375 and now 4. At 370, 400 I have and now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. Selling once, selling twice at only 400. It's better than that. I'm going to sell it. Sold 400. Next we have a lovely Chinese low table in oxblood lacquer with gold decor. And on that right there, look at the top of that table, a nice early lacquered piece, and 400 I have, and now 4 1/2. At 400 now 450 and 400 and 4 1/2 if you'd like it. At 400 now 4 1/2, 475, 500, 550, 550, 550, 600. You got another bid on this, I think. I have 600 now 650. I have 600, 650 and 700. I have 650 with Carol, now 700. 650 and 7. At 650 and 700 anymore. With Carol, it's 650. Any more? Carol, 650. Next we have a pair of Chinese blue and white porcelain platters on this beautiful pair of platters right here. And what's your pleasure on these with the crimped corners? These are lovely, lovely Chinese export. And what's your pleasure on these? 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 275 and now 300. I have 275 and 3 and 275 and 3. 300 I have on the phone, now 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. With Kayla at 3 1/4 on Live Auctioneers, need 3 1/2. 3 1/2 with Carol, now 375. 375 and now 400. I have 375 and now 4. At 375 and now 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. At 4 1/4 once, 4 1/4 twice, and for 4 1/2. All 4 1/2 for Carol and 75 now. I have 450 now 75. 475 and 500. They're beautiful platters. I have 475 and 5. 475 once, twice, and for 500 anymore. Kayla, 475. Live Auctioneers. Yeah, Live Auctioneers, 475. Next we have, the good stuff just keeps coming. Next we have a pair of Chinese blue and white oval bowls with a Guangzhou mark. And on that, what's your pleasure on those? 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3 and 275 and 3. At 275 and 3 anymore. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. We all in all on 275 and 300? 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 with Carol online now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 from the Astor Estate. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 anymore. Once, twice, anymore. Sold 300, Carol. Next we go. Oh, look at this. Beautiful piece right here. Beautiful piece right here. Chinese blue and white Canton tureen, a 19th century export Chinese tureen. And what's your pleasure on that? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Look at that. Beautiful. It has the boar's head handles. The boar's head 3 1/2 and 375. I 350 and 375. 375 and 400. I 370. This is an early one. 400 I have and 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and 75. At 475. You can tell this is an early one. See the orange peel on here? And the porcelain 500 I have, and now 550. When you see this orange peel, you know it's the early stuff. 550 and 600, 600, 650. I have 600, now 650 with the pleated corners. I have 600, now 650. At 600 once, 600 twice. A beautiful early piece. 650 and 700. I have 650, now 700, now 750. I have 750, 800. It's a great one. I have 750, now 8. At 750, now 800. 750 once, twice, in for 800. All in, 800 in time, and 8.5. At 800, now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. 800 once, twice, in for 850. Any more? 800, Kayla. Your way. Next we have 2 Chinese export blue and white mugs. And look at these. This one has a woven strap handle. Again, that early on the early glaze on the bottom. This tape doesn't belong there. And then you have a large mug with a strap handle also. And what's your pleasure on these? 175 and now 200, 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275, 75, 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. At 275 and 3 and selling. At 275 once, 300 I have with Carolyn, 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. At 300 now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once, twice, even for 3 1/4. All in, all done. With Carol 300 anymore. Carol 300.
Online bidder.
They're getting everything. Next, oh, these are great. We have a pair of Chinese blue and white porcelain vases right here. These are 11 3/4 inches high, and this one has a chip on the top. I'm sure it says it in the description. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 80. I have a 100. I have 100 already, and 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 170, 1 1/2, 175, 75, and 200, 200 all over the place. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 75, and 300, and 300, and 3 1/4, 3 1/4, absolutely bid, and 3 1/2. A 3 1/4, 3 1/2 with Emily now, 375. The book is out. It's 350 with Emily now. At 350 and 375, 375 with Carol back in, and now 400. At 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. 400 once, twice. I went for 4 1/4. All in, all done at 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4 in time, and 4 1/2, and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 75. I have 450 and 75. At 450 once, twice. I went for 475. All in, all done at 450 and 75. It's 450 then. Live auctioneers buys. Next we have all of this Chinese export porcelain. These were on the shelves flanking the fireplace in the great room, and on this whole group right here. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 against you in 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I heard Emily in 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/2 and 75. At 250 and 75 for these great little terrines with the underplay. 75 and now 300. They have the boar's head handles. This is the early stuff. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 375. I 350, 75 and 400. I 375 and now 4. At 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4 anymore. At 400 once, twice, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. At 4 1/4 once, twice, and 4 1/2 with Carol all the way. And 475 and 5 now. At 475 and 5 if you'd like them. At 475 and 500 if you want them. At 475 once, twice, and for 500. Any more? Carol, 475.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Chinese Ming Dynasty blue and white dragon and phoenix bowl. Look at this piece here. Now this right here, this is number 1240, that's correct. And has the early mark on the bottom. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175. I have 150 now 175, 175 and now 200. I have 175 and now 2, 175 and 2, 200 with Carol and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. This is a piece of rural Chinese pottery. 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250, 275 and 300. At 275 and 3 now. At 275 and 3, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/2 and 375. I 350 and 375. 375, beautiful little bowl. 375 and 400. I 375 and 4. At 375 and 4 anymore. All 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. at 4.25 now, at 4.25, all in, 4.25, 4.5. So 4.25, Carol.
Online bidder.
1241. 1241 is next. And this one is, one of the teapots. A Chinese Qing Dynasty export Family Rose teapot. I thought we sold all the teapots. And on this right here, nice little teapot. What's your pleasure in this? 150 I have, and 175. 175 and 200. 175 and 200. 200 I have, and 2.25. It has a little persimmon finial, I think. At 200 and 2.25. At 200 and 2.25 anymore. At 200 once, twice, 2.25 with Carol, and 2.5. At 2.25 and 2.5.
2.5.
2.5 with Emily and 275. At 250 and 275. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. At 275 and selling. Any more? Once, twice, and it's sold. 275.
Online bidder.
And all of this, look at this, 25 pieces of Chinese blue and white tea service assemblage with two large pots, creamers, cups and saucers, and what's your pleasure on that nice group of Chinese porcelain right there? 275 and 300. At 275, we paid for one of the teapots, the rest are free. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3 anymore. At 275 and 300, 275 and 300. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. We all in, all done at 275. Nice grouping of Chinese export porcelain in Canton at 275 anymore. It's 275 then.
Live auctioneer.
Next we go to these a pair of Chinese blue and white seal paste box bases, Qing Dynasty. What's your pleasure on those? 50 I have, and 60 now. 60 and 70. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. $100 and 100 quarter anymore. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1.25 for the two. At 100, 1.25 anymore. $100.
Live auctioneer.
Next we have a pair of Chinese blue and white cylindrical vases, and on those right there with a beautiful flower design, and they have the 4 chop marks on the bottom. 4 chop marks on the bottom of those. And on that right there, whoop, right there. And what's your pleasure on these? 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5. 4.5 and 75. I have 450 and 75. At 450 once, twice, and for 475 with Carol at 450 now. 475 with Carol and 500. I have 475 and now 5. I have 475 and now 500. At 475 and 500 if you'd like it. At 475 and 5. At 475 once. At 475 twice. Anyone for 500 on those pair of vases. At 475. Anyone for 500? They are 475 with you, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have 3 teapots, Chinese export porcelain teapots, and right there I have 500, now 550. I have 600, even better. 650, 700, 700, 750. You're out. 700 with Carol, now 750. I have 700 Carol, now 750. I have 700 and 750 in the beautiful teapots, the Canton ones. This one's got gold trim at 700, 750 more. 700 once, twice, and for 750. Carol, 700, you got those.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have these great 2 Chinese blue and white Canton serving dishes in the form of leaves. And a form of leaves, what's your pleasure on those? 250 I have, and 275, 275 and 300. Very unusual shape. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3 anymore. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. At 275 and selling. Any more? It's 275.
Live auctioneer.
Next we have, look at these. Pair of Japanese blue and white plates. Look at these, careful with those. A pair of Japanese plates in blue and white with a sort of a Ming tree design. What's your pleasure on those? 275 and 300 and 3.25. 3.25, 3.5 and 75 and 400, 400 and 4.25 and a half and 75 and 500. At 475 now 5. At 475 was with Carol, now 500. At 475 and 5 anymore. At 475 once, twice, went for 500. At 475 and 500 with Carol at 475 and selling once, twice, and Carol 475.
Online bidder.
Next we have 2 blue and white Canton oval dishes. What's your pleasure on these? 175 and 200. On 175, 200, I have them 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/2 and 75. I have 275 and 300. At 275 and 3 for the pair. At 275 and 3. At 270, 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 4 1/4 anymore. 4 1/4 once, twice with Emily, all the way at 4 1/4. All in, all done at 4 1/4. We are Emily 425. Live auctioneers buys. We are now entering 1240 or reaching 1249. 2 pieces of Chinese blue and white porcelain. Look at this piece right here. This beautiful shaped dish with gold leaf trim. Oh, it has a repair on here on the handle. Just to know, so you know, it has a repair on the handle. This one looks good though, this footed bowl. The footed bowl looks good. What's your pleasure on that? 70 I have, now 80. I have 80, now 90, now 100. And 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Quarter now half. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore? 1 1/2 and 175. 1 1/2 and 175. 175 and 200. 175 and 200. 200, 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 75. 250 now, 275. With Emily all the way at 250 once, twice, 275 with Carol jumped in now. 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 375. I have 350 now, 75 anymore. 75 and 400 and 400. At 375 now 4. At 375 and 4. Remember there's a repair on this handle right here, as it says. At 375 now 400. Anymore? Anymore? 375 it is. Who got it?
Online bidder.
Next we have a very unusual thing. We found it this way, so we kept it this way. An ostrich egg with a blue and white porcelain stand. And on this bowl right here, I don't know which country this could have come from, but it's blue and white porcelain. It has beautiful butterfly designs on the inside of it. And with an ostrich egg. What's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, you have the only one in the 1 1/2, the only one in the neighborhood. 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 and 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4 anymore. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. All in, all done. 2 1/4 with Carol and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, twice, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 anymore. At 250 once, twice, and went for 275. All in, all done at 250. We are 250. Live auctioneers buys. And on this group right here, 6 Chinese blue and white porcelain pieces. And all the Chinese stuff that Zeb's got right here. Look at this. What's your pleasure on all of this? 50. 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore? 60 and now 70. 60 now 70. 60 now 70. Quickly, I'm going to sell it. 670 on the phone, now 80. I have 70 on the phone, now 80. At 70 now 80 anymore? Last call at $70. 80 now 90. Back to you at 90. 90 now 100. We need 100 now, Paige. I had 90 now 100 on the phone, now 1 1/4. I have 100 now 1 1/4. 100 now 1 1/4 anymore? Last call at 100, 1 1/4. Sold the phone, $100. 378, $100. Next we have a Chinese blue and white fish figurine. Look at this thing. This is interesting. I don't know if this is Chinese. I think this is Italian. It's either Italian or Portuguese. I don't think it's Chinese. It doesn't have a Chinese feel to it, but you decide. What's your pleasure on that? 80 and now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80, 90 now 100. At 90 now 100, 90. It's old. At 90 now 100. At 90 now 100 anymore. At $90 once, $90 twice, you went for $100. Sold $90. And on this Korean porcelain oil bottle right here, on the Korean porcelain, the only piece of Korean porcelain we've had. And what's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. On the Korean 2 1/2 and 275. At 250, 275 on this Korean porcelain oil bottle. At 2.5 and 275. 250 once, twice, I went for 275. Any more? 250 it is. Live auctioneers. Moving right along, we have, oh, this is a neat thing right here. Look at this. This was in the dining room. It's a Majolica corn-formed tureen attributed to Jose A. Chuna of Portugal. And what's your pleasure in this? 475, and now 500 I have, and now 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 and 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 anymore. All done. At 550 and 600, once, twice, anymore? Carol, you had at 550?
Yeah.
So, Carol, 550.
Online bidder.
Next we go to 1256, another wonderful piece. Look at this here, put it in the center. Right, always in the center. Yep, there you go. And on this piece right here, on this Victorian biscuitware covered bowl with hatching birds, with the little hatching chicks on it right here. And what's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. It's numbered and initialed inside here. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. All in, all done at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? 2 1/2 and 75. On that little biscuitware thing with the chicks. I have 2 1/2 and now 275. With Carol at 2 1/2 and going. 2 1/2 once, twice, any more? Carol, 250.
Online bidder.
Next we have, oh yes, the fun piece again, Herond, a piece of Herond porcelain, hand-painted asparagus form porcelain box. Herond from Hungary. What's your pleasure on that? 150 I have, and a 175. I have 150 now, 175. I have 150 on the asparagus box. At 150, 175 anymore. At 150 once, twice, and for 175. It's 150 then. Here we go. Two more tureens. One is Leeds and the other one is Canton. What's your pleasure on these? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 75. 75 and 300. I have 270, 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 anymore. 3 1/4 anywhere. 300 once, twice, and 300 is selling. Who has the 3? Carol? Carol, 300 this time. Online bidder. Next we have, oh, look at this piece. A Bloor Derby miniature Velouse teapot. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that? 1,300 I have, and now 1,400 I have, and 1,500. 15 and 16, 16 and 17, 17 and 18, 18 now 19, 18 now 19 now 2,000. I have 19 now 2,000. That rare piece right there. Make sure you put it somewhere careful. I have 1,900 now 2,000. I have 1,900 now 2,000. Hey Chris, you putting everything back in the showcases?
No, we're not. We're cleaning up the showcases as we go.
Oh, I would have put everything back in the showcase so you don't have to schlep it. I have 1,900 now 2,000. I have 1,900 now 2,000. 1,900 once, twice, even for 2,000. That way you know where it is. Any more? 1,900 it is. Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Staffordshire flat back cottage on that right there. And this was all this stuff was in the corner cabinet. And what's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have, and 60. I heard Carol first. 50 and 60, and 50 and 60, and 50 and 60. Any more? 60 on the phone, now 70. I have 70, now 80. I have 70 against you, need 80. I have 70, now 80. Any more? Last call at $70, 80 if you want it. It's with Carol online, it's 80. 80 with Emily, and now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. What a neat little cottage. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. It tells you where to put this too on the bottom. I have 100 now quarter. 100 once, twice, and for a quarter. Any more? 1 1/4. I heard Carol first, and 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Going to sell it. 1 1/4, 1 1/2 with Carol. 175. I have 150 now 175. Quickly. 150 once, twice. Any more? Sold. 150. Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have 2 English blue and white Pro-Ware pickle dishes. And on the pickle dishes, what's your pleasure on those? 60. I have it now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. At 60 now 70 on the floor, now 80. I have 70 on the floor, now 80, 70 now 80. 70 once, twice, and for $80. 80 and now 90. I have $80 now 90 for the pair. I have 80 now 90 with Carol at $80 and selling. 80 and 90, 80, 90 anymore? 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100 for the 2 pickle dishes. At 90 now 100, 90 now 100. Any more? Now 100 on the floor. And now a quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 with Carol, now 1 1/2. Any more? 1 1/4 once, twice, any more? Carol, 1 1/4. Next we have a child Staffordshire ABC plate, circa 1880, English brown transfer plate from the Brown Hills Pottery Company with Robinson Crusoe in the center and 100 where? 100 where? How much? 70, now 80, 80 now 90, 90 now 100, 100 now quarter, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175 with Carol at 150, 175, at 150 once, twice, and for 175, all in all at 150, 175. It's Carol 150. Online bidder. Next we have a lot of great stuff yet. Next we have the large English Sunderland pink luster jug right here. And on that right there, look at the quality and size of that jug. What's your pleasure in this one? 175 and now 200. And 175 and 2 should be everywhere. 170, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. No money for this, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 250 I have with Jamie, now 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 now, 275. At 250 once, twice, and for 270, 275 with Emily, now 300, and now 300. At 275 and 3. At 275 and 300, of course, with Kayla, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. At 300, 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once, 300 twice, went for 3 1/4. All in all that, 300 on the phone. Sold, phone, 300. 397, nice trade on that. That's a beautiful picture. Next, we have a large Staffordshire blue and white transfer pitcher. And what's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. Big early pitcher. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. Selling once at only $200, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 with Carol, and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 all the way with Carol, and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 75 anymore. At 250 and 75. Mike, did they bring the T-Bird back? 275 and 300. Thank you. At 275 and now 300 with Carol at 275 and 300. At 300 and 3 1/4. At 300 and 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4. Selling once, selling twice anymore. 3 1/4 in time and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 with Carol all the way now. At 3 1/4 anymore. At 3 1/4 once, twice, 3 1/2 and 375. It's going to sell at 3 1/2 and 375. At 350 once, 350 twice, and for 375. We all in all that 350 anymore. Sold, Carol, 350. If you haven't gotten a Brooke Astor piece today, it's getting close. Next we have this early 19th century English pearlware jug. And what's your pleasure on this one?
500.
It says it's 1815 right on it. 500, 550, 600, 600, 650, 700, 700, 750. I have 700 Carol, now 750. I have 700 Carol, now 750. On that great picture right there, it says marked ET 1815. What do we have, Carol? 700? 700, now 750. Any more? 700 once, twice, any more? 700, Carol. 1265. English Salopian pottery sugar bowl and milk jug. On the Salopian pieces, these were on the shelf in the library. And on that, what's your pleasure on those? 150 I have, 175, and 200, and 200, 200 with you, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 with Emily, 2 1/2 with with 275, 300 with Carol, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, at 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 375, at 350 now 375 with Carol and 400, at 375 and now 4, at 375 and 4 anymore, at 375 once, twice, and went for 400, at 400 in time and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 with Carol and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 once, twice, we went for 4 1/2. All in all, then at 4 1/4, we are 4 1/4. Next, we have 2 vintage English cottage ware pottery jugs. What's your pleasure on these? 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 200. Is that 2? I have 175 with Carol, looking for 2. I have 175 on the 200 I have with Carol on the phone, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. All in all done. 200 once, twice, and Kayla, you got them. 382, 200. Next we have a pair of English lusterware milk jugs, and on those right there, look at those. What's your pleasure on those? 275, Carol has to open. She has multiple bids at 275 and now 300. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. At 275 and 3. Any more? At 275 once, twice, and for 300. Carol, 275 then. Next we have, oh, look at this. Wow, that should have been up earlier. A Focard hooked rug of a harness racer. Harness racer, and what's your pleasure on that one? 175 and 200. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. This was in the hall. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 on the harness racing horse hooked rug. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. I have 2 1/2 and 275 if you'd like it. At 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 once, 275 and 300. I 300 and 3 1/4. I 300 now, 3 1/4. With Carol at with Emily at 300 and 3 1/4. At 300 and selling once, twice, 3 1/4 in time, and now 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 375. I 350 and 375. At 350 and 75 anymore. At 350 once, twice, and for 375. We all in all done at 350 and 375 if you want it. 375 in time and 400 now. 400 I have and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. At 400 once, 400 twice, and 4 1/4. Selling once, twice, anymore. Emily, 400. Live auctioneers. And what's, oh, look at this. This is a vintage linen handkerchief, napkins, and doilies collection. It was all tucked away in a drawer, all nice, clean, and like new, with some of the Astor monograms. What's your pleasure on that? 475 and now 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550. At 500 now, 550 and 550 anymore. At 550, 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. We all done at 550, 600, 600 with Emily, and now 650. I have 600 now, 6 1/2. I have 600 and 6 1/2 anymore. 600 once, twice, and for 6 1/2 and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 anymore. 650 once, twice, and for 700. Emily, 650. 650 to live auctioneers, yes. We found this in the pantry. Beautiful piece, Moroccan hand-painted blue and white pottery plate, Safi style. And on that right there, and I had 500 open and 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 550, 600. I have 550 and 6. Show them the back of that, Bob. Look at how early this is. It's signed on the back. We're marked on 600. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 7. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 7 anymore. With Carol at 650 and 700. 700, 750, 750, 800. Your ABC bidders out. I have a 750 with Carol now, 800. I have a 750 and 800 anymore. Last call at 750, 800 with Carol now. 750 Carol. Boy, you're getting a lot of good buyers on there today. Next we have Tiffany & Company porcelain vase, 10 1/4 inches high. This was under the counter with the Tiffany candlesticks that we sold earlier. What's your pleasure on this? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. 275 with Kayla and 300 at 275 and 300. Tiffany & Company at 275 and 3. 300 and 3 1/4. It was under the counter in the maids and the pantry. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/4 once, twice on the phone at 3 1/4 and selling. Any more? Phone 3 1/4. Kayla. And now, whoop, there we go. Now we're selling. This is an interesting thing. When we were in the master bedroom, I was looking to the left side wall, and I said to Darren, I said, look, there's a hinge on that wall. And there was a secret room. You moved the whole bookcase, swung out, and inside I found this book of Michelangelo, along with a whole bunch of other stuff, hidden inside at like a secret room. And on this right here, what's your pleasure? 350 I have, and now 375. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 75 and 350 and 75 anymore. At 350 once, twice, and for 375. Carol, 350. Cruising down to the end now. We have 1273. You don't need to bring the books up. 1273 is a 90 in 5 boxes, Brooke Astor Personal Library books signed by her. What's your pleasure on these? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300 and 3 1/4. all owned by Brooke, and some of them, and most of them have their name in it. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 anymore. 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 3 1/2 is 3 1/4. Carol. And next we have more books, I think. Yes, we do. These are 23 Brooke Astor personal library books inscribed to her by the authors. And what's your pleasure on these? 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 275. These were inscribed to Brooke from the authors at 250 and 275. At 250 and 75. Any more? At 250, 275 and 300. 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 300 with Carol and 3 1/4 if you want them. At 300 and 3 1/4. At 300, 3 1/4 anymore. 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4. All in, all done at 300, 3 1/4. Carol, 300 then. And now we're going to the next lot of books. Then we have more fun stuff after that. We have 9 Brooke Astor personal library large format books inscribed by the authors. And what's your pleasure on these? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, there's a 350. You have a absolute bid on that. I have 350 and 375. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's Kayla's got the phone. I have 350 and 375. Thank you. I didn't see it. I have 350, now 375. At 350 once, twice, and for 375 with Kayla on the phone at 350. Any more? Kayla at 350.
394.
Next we have Brooke Astor personal library books, large format, inscribed to her by VIPs. And what's your pleasure on these? 600 I have, and now 650. I have 600 now, 650, and 600, 650. I have 600, 650. Any more? 600 once, 600 twice, and for 650. Quickly. 650 and 700. I have 650 now, 7. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 7. At 650 and 700 anymore? All in, all done. At 650, 700. It's 650 to the phone. 394. Congratulations on those. Next we have a French Louis XVI style footrest. And on that little footrest right there, what's your pleasure? 150, 170, 175, and 200. 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Beautiful little stool. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Who has the 2 1/4? Is that your absentee bid? 2 1/4 to 456. Next we have the stool. This is great. This was in the library to step up and pick up the books on the top shelf. And on this 2-step tread with leather treads. And what's your pleasure on that? 450 I have, and 475. I have 475 and 500. I have 475 and 500. At 475 and 5 and 475 and 5 anymore? All in, all done at 500, 550. 550, 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 6, 600, 650, 650, 700. I have 650 and 700, 700 and 750, 750, 800 on the library steps. I have 750 with Emily, is that correct? Yeah. And now 800. 800 Carol, now 8 1/2 back to Emily, now 900, 850 now 9. 850 once, twice, and for 900, once, twice, any more.
950.
Now, what do we have? 950, and now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000, 950, now 1,000. And 950 once, twice, 1,000 I have with Carol, now 1,100. 1,100 with Emily, now 1,200. I have 1,100, now 12, 11, and 12. 1,100, 1,200 any more? All in, all done. 1,100, 1,200. 1,200 with Carol and time and 13. I have 1,200, now 1,300. 1,200 once, twice, and for 1,300. So, Carol, 1,200. Next we have this shelf. This was in the library. This had all of the bird whistles on it and those little candlesticks with the little bunnies in it earlier. And what's your pleasure on these? 850 I have, and now 900, and that great little 900, 950. I'm 900, now 950, and 900, 950. 950, 1,000, 1,000, 1,100, 11, and 12, 12, and 13. I have 1,213. This was in the library, 13, 14, and 15, 14, and 15 with Carol, and 1,600. I have 1,500, now 16 with Carol, and 17. I have 1,600, now 17, now 18. I have 1,700, now 1,800. I have 1,700 once, twice, and for 1,800. All in all, it's 18 with Carol, now 19. I have 1,800, now 1,900. I have 1,800, now 1,900 anymore. 1,800, 19, now 2,000. I have 1,900, now 2,000 on the shelf. I have 1,900 selling. 1,900 once, twice, and for 2,000 anymore. Carol, 1,900. 2,000 and now 2,100. I have Carol at 2,000 on the shelf. At 2,021. 2,000 once, twice, and for 2,100. All in, all done? Carol, 2,000, Carol. Next we have, what's fun next? Oh, look at this. This was in the dining room. And on that country Sheridan drop leaf table, on that right there, it's 29 inches high, 42 inches long, 16 inches deep with the leaves down. And what's your pleasure in that beautiful 1830s wavy birch table?
375.
How much, dear?
4 and a quarter.
4 and a quarter and 4.5. I have 4 and a quarter, 4.5 with 4.5 and 475. 75 and 500. I have 475 now 5. With Carol at 475 and 5. Your book was out. I have 475 with Carol and 500. I have 475 and 5. Carol 475.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. All right, if you haven't gotten a Brooke Astor thing yet, there's only 3 things to go. Oh, it's too bad the lady that wants chalkware missed this kitty. That's one of the best pieces. And the 19th century chalkware cat figure from Pennsylvania. What's your pleasure in this one? 70, I have it now 80. I have 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, now 100. I have 90 now 100, now a quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a half and 75. 200 and 200. 200, I have 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half and 75. At 250, 275. At 250, 275 and 300. At 300, I have now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter on the kitty. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. With Carol, 300 selling. Once, twice, and for 3 and a quarter. Carol, 300.
Online bidder.
And next we go to 2 items left to go. On the 19th century Chinese export blue and white gilt trim porcelain dish. What's your pleasure in this little dish? 150. I have now 175. I have 150, 175, and 150, 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. 200 I have in 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. At 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter. 1 piece left of Brooke stuff. At 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, and 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. At 275 and 300, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Selling once, twice, at 3 and a quarter. Any more? Emily, 3 and a quarter. And next we have the last piece of the Brooke Astor collection. Look at all the cottages, Zebded. If you want to get in the real estate business, we have it right here. 7 lovely little English cottages. On the 7 English Staffordshire pottery cottages, and what's your pleasure on those? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half on the phone. 275, 275 with Carol, now 300. At 275 back to the phone. Need to want to go 300. 300 Carol, now 3 and a quarter we need. 3 and a quarter with Carol, 3 and a half. The last of the Brooke Astor collection. At 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter once, 3 and a half and 375 for all of them. At 3 and a half and 375. 350 once, twice, and went for 375. 375 on the phone with Paige and 400. At 375 and now 4 for all that real estate. At 375 once, twice, any more? Sold. 400 in time. I heard it just in time. I'm sorry. I have 400 with Emily. She snuck it in at 4, now 4 and a quarter. I have 4 now 4 and a quarter. Don't lose it for $25. I have 400 now 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter on the phone, now 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, I'm going to sell them. 4 and a quarter once, twice, and sold 4 and a half. 4 and a half and 475. I have 4 and a half, now 475. My God. I have 450, 75 on the phone, now 500. I have 475 and 5. At 475 and 5 anymore? All in all then, 475, sold the phone, 475. 309. Thank you all. It's been a great sale. A lot of great stuff today. Remind everyone that we are closed on Monday. Pickups are on Tuesday. Call for an appointment and let us know that you're coming. Thank you all, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you all.